Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas. Up next time for Baskin and Phelps here on 92.3 The Fan.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima.
Clearly, it can be an injury that devastates a season. 5 to 7 weeks. There's a lot that he makes happen on that baseball team, all right? Now, that pointed out, it just makes every game without him that much more important. How hard is it to keep guys straight and narrow when we're saying the quiet part out loud because everybody knows it? They're all going to be trying to fulfill the needs that they have as an organization, helping them win games without Jose Ramirez with them.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. Talk sports with guys in the know.
It's embarrassing. I mean, are they not embarrassed?
It's time for Baskin and Phelps. Cleveland's Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
And away we go. Good Monday morning to you. It's Daryl Ryder, Dan Medigan. We're in for the boys, Baskin and Phelps, which they'll be back, what, tomorrow?
Yes, they will be back tomorrow. The gentlemen will. We will, running around, checking some stuff out, seeing all sorts of different things for them. They'll be in here tomorrow, so we'll hold down the fort for now and hopefully not get totally thrown out at the tail end of the show.
All right, that's the goal.
Hopefully not have the boss man come down the hall and cut our microphones off and then just do nothing but play Herb Alpert and the Tijuana Brass.
Pretty busy weekend. Some not so great news from a Cleveland perspective. Yesterday's game got washed out. Jose Ramirez going to be out probably 5 to 7 weeks at least. Going to need surgery to repair the broken hamate bone in his left wrist. It's a similar injury to what he had in 2019, but in his right wrist. Was able to come back in about 4 weeks from that. So knowing Jose, maybe he'll beat the timetable again. What does that mean for the Cleveland Guardians? Can they keep the boat afloat in his absence? James Harden arrested in Texas over the weekend on a misdemeanor weapons charge. What does that mean for his offseason with the Cavaliers? Could Donovan Mitchell learn a thing or two from now NBA champion Jalen Brunson? We're going to get into that as well this morning. Chris Fedor, Cleveland.com, and the Plain Dearly Outstanding Cavaliers beat reporter and writer is going to join us at noon. And to really dive into some of the issues surrounding the Cavaliers this offseason and what it, from a national perspective, sounds like it's going to be very tame. But based on what happened over the weekend with the Knicks, I don't think that in any way, shape, or form they can afford to just simply run this thing back and by osmosis feel like they're all of a sudden going to get better. They're going to have to do something drastic or significant this offseason. We're going to talk to Chris about that as well. And a fun little topic, because we were talking before the show, Dan. I have bemoaned ring culture in recent years and fan bases that really live or die by the championship or your season was a complete waste of time and failure mentality. And after watching what happened with the Knicks and them finally winning another NBA championship, 53 years in between titles for them?
I think they're still partying in New York.
Shout out Mike Brown, the former Cavalier coach, not once but twice, able to show that, hey, nice guys in the NBA can win championships.
Did a heck of a job. I mean, he completely overhauled that team in the playoffs. They essentially changed their offensive identity midway through and were able to catch some fire through there. So, good on them. I mean, it was such an impressive run, and especially because, you even give the Spurs credit. I mean, A, the Spurs are ahead of schedule, but B, the Spurs went, oh, you're going to run everything through Towns? Well, let's take Towns out of this and see what happens.
Right.
Well, you saw what happens. It then just turns into hanging around. Okay, Jalen Brunson time, let's go. And the guy was unstoppable for this entire playoff run. And now holds an MVP trophy in his name and had the trophy over his head. And again, is still partying through New York City. And probably will never pay for a drink in New York City for the rest of his life, which on the list of places to not have to pay for a drink.
Nor should he.
That's a good one.
I mean,
there's a lot of people there.
We remember what it was like 10 years ago in 2016 and the fun that was had. So lots to get to there, but let's start with Hosey and the Cleveland Guardians in what could have been a cataclysmic Saturday afternoon for them at the ballpark. Thankfully, the news on Angel Martinez, good. He's expected to be back in the lineup on Tuesday, according to Stephen Vogt. Waiting to see on Chase DeLauder. Had a CT scan, MRI as well. Still, I guess they're sorting through the details there. We'll hopefully know something.
On his ribs, correct?
Yeah.
Ribs.
Right into the wall. So
yeah.
We'll get some more information on Tuesday, it sure sounds like, because the Brew Crew comes to town. Right? Is that who's up next?
It is the Brewers, but hang on. Yeah, it is the Brewers that they're playing. Sorry. I couldn't remember. I can't remember the schedule to save my soul for some reason. Like, there's some schedules you can have memorized, and then others, it's just like...
Well, that's what happens when you play 162 games and you don't play 17 of them.
They're going to Milwaukee.
So, to Milwaukee. Okay. Mm-hmm. So, should know something, though, on DeLauder on Tuesday. And then, again... We found out yesterday, before the game that was not played, Jose Ramirez is going to need surgery. They got to get that swelling in his wrist to go down. Then they can go ahead and get that taken care of. That's a pretty big loss. He is the heart and soul of the team. Talked about this yesterday on the Sunday show. And that ball club goes how Jose goes.
Mm-hmm.
And they brought Gabriel Arias back up from Columbus off the injured list, off the 60-day. So he's back and going to try and kind of fill the void, so to speak, a little bit, at least from a defensive perspective. But the loss of Jose Ramirez, it's been years since they've had to go an extended period of time without him in the lineup. So this isn't something that they're used to doing. I mean, they've done the injury thing before. Here's the thing about the Guardians that amazes me. It feels like no matter what that organization gets hit with, they just find a way. They find a way to turn the thing around and to make it work. Emmanuel Clase, they're all all-star closer, suspended for gambling allegations. Oh, well, here's Cade Smith, and he leads Major League Baseball with 23 saves. You lose player X, another player comes up, steps in, they keep the boat afloat, and it's not a problem. I'm curious with Jose if they're going to be able to do that, because he means so much, not just on the field, Dan, but off the field and in that clubhouse and at the plate. Like, he's like the center of gravity.
Of course. He is the ultimate leader of everything that they do, even down to the way that every single player hustles to every single base, takes the extra base, is perpetually putting pressure on the opponent to make sure that they make perfect cutoff throws. Even down to that. That's Jose Ramirez. That tone is set by him. It's the great story that I think it was Zach Meisel who told it, and I can't remember exactly when, but the great story of Terry Francona sitting down with him and saying, if we are going to win, this is how you're going to play, and this is how we're going to have to play, and you're going to have to be the leader of it. And Jose going absolutely and taking it in for exactly as it was and setting the tone for this team that we cannot make errors in the field. Our infield needs to be perfect. Our ability to hit the cutoff man, our pressure that we're always putting on an opponent by taking the extra base. All of those different things is all Jose. And so I wonder if, I bet you he's still in the dugout. I cannot see him being off to the side rehabbing during games. I wonder if he's still like, you know what, let me travel. It's a hand injury. We could do all sorts of exercises and that kind of stuff to help strengthen all the muscles in between there and help it heal in between. And the second part of it, too, the last time this happened, on the other hand, it was a month.
Yeah.
They gave him that timeline. He came back in a month.
Right.
I wonder if he's going to try the same thing.
Well, according to Stephen Vogt over the weekend, Hosey tried to grab his glove.
Oh, yeah.
And then realized, I can't squeeze the glove.
Ouch.
No choice.
Yeah.
But to sit down.
Kind of tough.
But that's Jose. Mm-hmm. That's who he is as a player.
And while the power numbers have not been there this year, the stolen bases have been there, the on-base ability, still all that stuff still there.
Yeah. Among the league leaders in steals, he is a one-man wrecking crew on the base paths. He has the best base running instincts I have seen from a player in a very, very long time.
Absolutely.
It comes natural to him. He knows when to take the extra base. Even sometimes when he does get nailed, trying to force the action, as I like to call it. Yeah, okay, that's just Jose.
Yeah.
Like, you tip your cap to the opposition, good for you. You got him. But what he means to this ball club, can they keep this thing going without him? And this is a very young lineup. Now, they have tried to, cheat's the wrong word, but I do feel it's somewhat applicable. I feel like Stephen Vogt has tried to cheat the odds a little bit by putting him in the 2-hole because the lineup is so young. Typically, you want your best hitter hitting third or fourth in your lineup. He has moved Hosey to the 2-hole, and the reason he's done that is to try and get his best player an extra at-bat in games. Mm-hmm. Okay? Which, again, considering you can't sit back and hope that the young kids are going to set the table for him in the first inning. Right?
Little League taught us long ago, bat your best players high. The guys you want to hit them first, second, and third. Yeah. We were right. Don't try to cheat the squad. Get rid of those old baseball ideas of, the guy at the top is the table setter. The second guy is the one who's best at that. Nope. Hit your best players. Higher you hit them, the more at-bats they get.
Yeah, and I know some folks, he's hitting 239 this year. Yeah, okay.
He's walking like a champ.
Yeah.
Yeah.
His on-base percentage is right where it needs to be.
Mm-hmm.
To use the old Moneyball line, do I care if it's a hit or walk? I do not.
By hook or by crook, my friend.
He gets on base.
That's the truth of the matter. And that's going to be the hardest thing for them to figure out how to replace is a guy who is perpetually finding himself on base. I think that's going to be tougher than even the example that he sets. I think that stick, especially in a lineup where Chase DeLauder is probably going to be out for a little bit dealing with the rib contusion in between there. Now you've lost Jose. So now it's going to fall on to the Rhys Hoskins. Okay, for the love of God, we need you to actually play every day and produce on top of it with some walks.
Preferably not in left field, by the way.
Yeah. Oh, boy, that was... Which, again...
I can't believe... And as the baseball gods would have it, ball gets hit right to him right away.
Oh, gosh, yeah. And he played it the way a guy who hasn't played the outfield in a long time. We've all been there where your buddy comes up to you and goes, hey, we need you to fill in for the beer league softball team. Okay, I haven't really played in 3 years.
I'm not going to lie. I was expecting it to drop in and then him do the Henry Rowengartner where he's on all fours and the bill of his cap is hiding the ball and he's like looking for the ball. Where's the ball? Where's the ball? Yep. Please don't find the ball and then throw it over the wall.
Yeah. It was just the ball always seems to find you, and especially that guy. I give him credit for even grabbing a glove, being like, yes, sir, I will go out to left field, and it's going to be an adventure, but damn it, we're going to try our best here. But
please don't hit it to me. So
you're going to have to find out, is David Fry real? Is this renaissance of David Fry legit? Or are we still at another one of those just, peaks before we hit the valley? Because they're going to need every single hit they could get. Same thing with Kyle Manzardo. Like, there is a void that is going to be in the middle of this lineup with those two guys out. What does this now look like? And I hope they can tread water and not just go, #guards ball. We're going to smack it really hard into the ground and run like hell.
Yeah, but that works for them. Don't you? Listen.
Somewhat.
I will not stand for the guards ball sass this morning.
I will give it to you constantly because this isn't the dead ball era, Daryl. You need to hit the ball with a little power every so often. Yeah, we're not playing with the same rock wrapped in horsehide.
You can hit a single to third. Still counts as the same as a single to left, center, or right.
Yeah, but you can't hit a single to third that goes over the fence.
That's fair. 216-474-0092. What does the loss of Jose Ramirez mean for the Guardians, and can they keep the boat afloat? Also, too, what impact could this have on the trade deadline, if any? We'll get into that next. It's Daryl Ryder, Dan Manigan. We're in for Baskin and Phelps with you till 2 here on The Fan.
minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
This group is so resilient. We know the hit of not having Hosey for the next little bit, but it's other guys' opportunities to step up. Gabby's back, play third base. Obviously, he's not fully worked up to playing every day. We're just going to have to be mindful of how often he plays to work him back into being able to play every day.
That's Guardians manager Stephen Vogt before yesterday's game that was not played. On the hit, the Guardians took, losing Jose Ramirez probably 5 to 7 weeks. Not going to be in the lineup. Not going to be available. He's got to have surgery. Broken hamate bone in his left wrist. He did it to the right hand or right wrist back in 2019. Was able to recover from it just perfectly fine. But it is, look, it's a funny injury, and things can go wrong with it. So
the one thing it does, too, is it does sap your power. At least when you first come back, because you're still trying to get the muscles around it.
Didn't he hit a home run like his first game back?
Yes, he did. But typically, I forgot that we're dealing with a mutant. Typically, it saps your power. I will now keep in mind from here on out that we are dealing with a mutant.
Right, we're dealing with Jose Ramirez.
Exactly, we're dealing with a mutant.
And then if it was anyone else in the Guardians lineup, you say, I didn't know they had any power.
Dun, 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 dun. So that's the other thing, too. By the way, the fact, I know you're not playing with a full deck if you're Stephen Vogt there.
Mm-hmm.
If Gabriel Arias is the answer to your third base question, you need to change the question. Like, that's where we are. You cannot run that guy out there for 100 at-bats for the next 7 weeks in a playoff chase. I'm sorry. I know he has a really strong arm. I know he crushes the ball when he gets a hold of it. The problem is he doesn't get a hold of it often enough.
Well, all you want right now is to stay close. Because if you think 5 to 7 weeks, we're talking the end of July.
Right.
When Browns training camp gets going.
And one of those weeks is the All-Star break, too, which helps.
Correct. And yesterday's rainout helps.
Well,
because that game has now been deferred until September. Okay?
Okay.
So that's one fewer game that they're going to have to play
on
without Hosey.
Get my pen. One fewer minus one circle. Okay, yes.
So you get to August 1st when he comes back, right? You figure, okay, maybe it takes him a week or two to get back in the swing of things or whatever. If you can be within 5 games of first place, maybe I'll give you 6, factoring in what they did last year, even though they can't repeat that this year. You have a chance down the stretch because it gives you 2 full months on the calendar to make up whatever ground you happen to concede over the next 5 to 7 weeks without him in the lineup. Again, you just want to, if they can be 500 or a little better than 500 without Hosey over the next 7 weeks, they're golden. They're in the driver's seat.
The best thing with this injury is the fact that the AL is not very good this year either.
Well, I was going to say the best thing about this injury is it happened on June 13th.
Well, that too. But the fact that you could go down all the divisions right now, the Red Sox are in a serious funk. I mean, there is a cloud hanging over that franchise right now.
Too bad, so sad.
Oh, I know. The Orioles can't pitch to save their souls. The Blue Jays are out in the wilderness a little bit right now. They're not able to piece this thing together. They've also been snake-bit with injuries along the way, and they're throwing out 42-year-old Max Scherzer, who I love watching Max Scherzer pitch, but it makes me sad at this point.
Right.
You know, it's just hit that point where someone needs to look at Mad Max and say, buddy, we love you. You need to hang it up.
Mm-hmm.
So there's 3 contenders right there. The White Sox are the best story in baseball this year. They're so much fun. I think they're going to end up fading, but we're still having a good time.
Right.
The Tigers are a mess right now. They're talking about possibly having to trade Skubal. Spencer Torkelson is also on the list of guys who might get traded as well if that falls. Okay? The Kansas City Royals are in a position. Vinny Pasquantino just had hamate bone injury. So he and Jose Ramirez can get together and figure out how to rehab, and get the best way for their team back. But outside of Bobby Witt Jr., the Royals are in the tank. Like, you go down the list. You can look at the West side of things, too. The Mariners are finally above 500. It took them longer than it probably should have.
Right.
Yordan Alvarez is awesome for the Astros. They've been a bit of a mess outside of Alvarez. The A's gave up 3, 5, 7, whatever, runs to the Colorado Rockies, who I don't think anyone listening to this show, unless you play in the deepest of deep fantasy baseball leagues, can name 3 Colorado Rockies now.
I can't name one.
I watch this stuff religiously, and I can't name 3. So that's where we are when it comes to all this. The Texas Rangers are real up and down. They've kind of been, it's been a bit of a mess as well for them. Like, the AL is for the taking. That exactly what you said. If you can tread water, you're right there. And so all they need to do is tread water.
1 percentage point behind the White Sox in the division, okay? You have the 4th best win percentage in the American League. Again, could be the 3rd by 1 percentage point. This all goes back to the late 80s and early 90s when Dick Jacobs took over the franchise. He hired Hank Peters. They did the realignment in the early to mid-90s, and Dick Jacobs said yes, even though our natural rivals are the Yankees and the Red Sox, and to an extent the Blue Jays. We'll leave the American League East Division, put us over with the Tigers, the White Sox, the Royals, and the Twins. We can live with that.
Yes.
And that decision that he made helped transform everything. And now, granted, it also helped that you had Albert Bell, Sandy Alomar, Carlos Baerga, Kenny Lofton, Paul Sorrento.
That Jim Thome
you
guy
traded
was
for Omar Vizquel, Jim Thome, Manny Ramirez. Shall I keep going?
Slouch.
Right?
Yeah.
It helped that you had all those young guys. But him leaving the American League East was like the best thing to happen to Cleveland baseball.
First Colorado Rockies scored 23 runs yesterday. My bad.
23?
Got that wrong. My bad.
23?
23. That was the number.
Listen, once you run out of fingers and toes, the math doesn't need to math.
Get it. We'll get it fixed. We're trying the best we can.
They just need to keep this thing close.
Yeah.
Keep it, I don't want to say respectable, because they're going to do that. They're going to play the same brand of baseball. Okay, it's going to be scrappy. At times it's going to be ugly. You're going to reach on an infield single. You're going to get a stolen base. You're going to get a sacrifice or a long out that moves the runner to third, and then somehow to get them home. Like that. That's just how they play. And then occasionally you get the surprise home run, and you're like, oh, because I was at a game earlier this year where they hit 6 of them.
6? You're allowed? Didn't know they had that many baseballs.
I know.
So it was like you had to throw that one back, Chappie. We have to keep playing.
They had a power surge. So, and they have kept the same mentality. They have kept the same attitude and culture that Terry Francona established. I refer to Stephen Vogt as Tito Light. He really is. And that's a compliment, by the way. He's done a fabulous job. Doesn't get too high, doesn't get too low.
No.
Whether they've won 6 in a row or they've lost 6 in a row, he's the same guy every day.
He's the perfect modern manager.
Yes.
Where it's basically like your job is 80% psychologist and 20% old school spitting in the dugout, Sparky Anderson smoking a cigarette manager. He does an awesome, awesome job just as a psychologist more than anything else, keeping all of these guys level-headed. He lets his leaders inside of the clubhouse lead. The thing that will forever stand out to me was last year when Austin Hedges was the one who came out and said, we need to get Emmanuel Clase and Luis Ortiz's stuff out of this locker room because they're not coming back to help us. And the worst thing that can happen is that we look at it every day.
Yeah. So here's what the lineup would have looked like yesterday without Jose in the lineup, okay? Bazzana leading off. Love it.
He has been everything you could ask for and then some.
Rocchio batting second. Okay.
I never sold my stock.
Never sold your stock.
I never sold my stock.
The Manzalorian, Kyle Manzardo hitting third, over at first. Okay. Rhys Hoskins hitting cleanup. Is your DH or your pinch left fielder?
I'm a Rhys Hoskins sympathist, so that's right up my alley.
Okay.
I still think they need to get him more ABs.
Hello, Schneeman in center field. Bless you.
He started so hot and has cooled off, and hopefully, for the love of all that's holy, if there's ever a time for a hot streak, it's right now.
David Fry would have been in right.
Okay.
Stephen Kwan in left. Again, a better option than Rhys Hoskins.
Factual statement.
Okay. Gabriel Arias over at third, hitting eighth. And then Patrick Bailey catching in and hitting ninth. That is what it would have looked like yesterday had they actually played the game. That was the lineup that Stephen Vogt put together. Can you live with that lineup for the bulk, I should say, of the next 5 to 7 weeks?
I'd prefer not to, but it's the reality we're in.
Now, see, that wasn't the question I asked. This was not about preference. This was, could you live with that lineup? Hosey's not an option.
I'll admit, I enjoy a good can of Spam from time to time, fried up with some eggs or something like that, but I don't want it to be a primary source of dietary need.
Okay.
And I feel like that's what you're giving me right now. Again, I have nothing against a can of Spam with some eggs in the morning every so often. It's a wonderful breakfast.
In my defense, this is not my lineup. This was the one that Stephen Vogt put together, or
but I'm killing
his
the messenger.
assistant coaches, or someone in the front office did this for him.
Right. This is the reality of our situation. I'm real tempted to go down to AAA and start grabbing guys before they are ready and throw them in there and just become the ultimate wild card compared to running out the...
I kind of feel like you did that already this year.
They definitely have been more aggressive with that this year. It's been nice to see.
I am shocked that they pulled the trigger on Bazana as fast as they did. I'm not disappointed. There's a difference. I'm not disappointed. No. I'm shocked because that is so the opposite of what they normally do. They have historically been very conservative when it comes to minor league call-ups. I think the challenge for them, yes, there's a couple kids in Columbus and Akron that you look at and you can project what you believe they may be, but they're not ready yet. Dinner's not ready yet.
No. Watson, not even close yet. Maybe Cooper Ingle in a DH role just because he can hit and maybe don't have him catch. I mean, I need a little bit more substance in there to truly feel good about what's going to happen. And that's going to be the case when you're missing Chase DeLauder, and it's going to be the case then when you miss Jose Ramirez on top of that. You really want there to be a little more substance inside of that lineup that can actually hit the ball with some authority and make pitchers pay for mistakes. The question I have is I don't know where that's going to come from unless you try to pounce the deadline now. And you've got the farm system to pounce the deadline. So basically, you would have to be the one to initiate the call with the Red Sox for Duran if you want to go that route. Now, that could get interesting, though, because he hasn't exactly had the best relationship with the fans here. And you can look up as to why on your own time. I don't feel like going down that rabbit hole right now.
Listen, once you put on a Cleveland uniform, all is forgiven.
Yeah, this one's a little tougher. Again, that is for your own research. But you may have to try to pounce some teams. You may have to try to get out there before the rest of the deadline starts cranking.
But by the time Jose is ready to come back, guess what time it is?
The dog days. The dog days.
He'll be on his way back around the trade deadline.
And I can already hear Chris Antonetti off in the distance practicing. Getting Jose back is just like making a trade.
Oh, dear Lord. You went there. You legit went there. Good grief. 216-474-0092. What are you hoping the Guardians are able to do with that lineup that I just read you? That could be your reality for the next 5 to 7 weeks, depending when Chase DeLauder's available played again, and we'll figure out where Angel Martinez, who gets voted off this island? Because that almost was your lineup yesterday. Like that was I was not doing comedy there. Okay, that was going to be your lineup yesterday. It's Daryl Ryder. It's Dan Madigan. We're in for Baskin and Phelps. The boys will be back tomorrow with you here till 2 on The Fan.
When there's news that affects the Cleveland sports fan, right.
This is Browns head coach Todd Monken, and you're listening to the number one sports station in Cleveland, 92.3 The Fan.
He can play third base. David Fry can play third base. So we feel like we're covered there. It's just about mixing and matching. I think we just have to see how it plays out. Our lineup ebbs and flows, and when you take a steady guy out like Hosey, it's going to be all hands on deck. We're going to mix and match until we can find the right recipe.
That's Manager Stephen Vogt for the game that was not played yesterday on how they're going to handle things in the absence of one Jose Ramirez. Big blow for them. Jose going to be gone probably around 5 to 7 weeks with that broken hamate bone in his wrist. And as we know, as Jose goes, so do the Guardians. And that is certainly a tremendous loss. And I know we always say that anytime a star player has to miss any type of significant time, but I don't feel like this is hyperbole. He means that much to the Guardians, both on and off the field, at third base, at the plate, on the bases, in the clubhouse, in the community. And thankfully, he will come back this year. Thankfully, he will play baseball again for the Guardians, probably starting late July, early August. You made the joke earlier, Dan, and it's Dan Medigan, Daryl Ryder. We're in for the boys. Andy and Jeff will be back tomorrow. That you just hear Chris Antonetti in your head. Well, it's just like making a trade for an MVP candidate at the trade deadline, getting him back into the lineup.
Well, off of your intro as well, it needs to be stated, due to the newly founded Jose Ramirez Wolverine clause, that the last time he had that surgery for the other hamate bone, he was back in a month.
Okay.
So, due to our newly founded Wolverine clause that Jose Ramirez is a mutant, it is on the table.
By the way, I gotta give Todd Monken a shout out. You heard the promo coming back from break.
Mm-hmm.
I need to hear the outtake reel for that. Having been around Todd for a couple of months now, first of all, want to thank him for keeping the promo FCC compliant. Very, very important.
Mm-hmm.
Also, very disappointed that he kept the promo FCC compliant.
I mean, we could pretty much simulate it if you would like.
No, I don't think we should do that.
I mean, we could.
I don't think we should do that.
Could.
I think there'd be some folks here who would not appreciate us doing that.
What? Ted, what do you need me to do? What is it? Sports radio, the what? All right, we can do that. Oh, what the hell? It is awesome. It's awesome that we get to do this
No.
on a sports talk radio station.
No, you're jacked. You're jacked up that you get to do this.
It's jacked up. This is awesome.
No, it's not jacked up. I'm jacked up. You're jacked up.
I'm
We're
jacked up. I don't know. You want me to tell you? You want to damn near tell you? I'm trying to damn near tell you.
There should be
but your ass won't listen to me as I'm telling you.
There should be a montage of that. I put a mini jacked up montage together. I was filling in on the afternoon show one day, and the day before I was out in Berea, and he said, we're jacked up. And I was like, you know what? Every time he does a press conference, I think we get at least one jacked up from him. So then I started creating a montage. Now I'm gonna try and anytime jacked up comes out of Todd Monken's mouth, I'm gonna add it to my montage.
My job is to come out here and give you a kick-ass radio show on a kick-ass radio station. That's what Mr. and Mrs. Hassel paid me for.
You even got the raspy voice down.
Thank you.
I like it.
We stumbled into it on accident. What was that, MK? I think we stumbled into that on accident.
It was like on Thursday or something. It was one of the days that Todd was speaking. Oh, I think it was the day after he didn't speak because he was sick.
Yes.
And so then Dan started imitating him and like, okay, well, this is what he sounds like when he's actually healthy. And that's where that impression was born.
Okay. So here's the
sad thing is, I think I've done it enough now. It doesn't hurt anymore, which is really a problem.
I mean, that's how you know you have vocal control.
I guess. It used to hurt.
Well, I call that the Coach Luke. Because John Lucas had the same thing where his vocal cords were shot, and so he would speak with a strained voice at all times.
Oh, yeah. Well, it was Doc Rivers was that way.
Yes.
Same thing with Doc.
For a good segment of time. So, and then he had the throat lozenge, and I was, somewhat disappointed that the reason that he was unable to do media availability on Wednesday of minicamp was because he was under the weather and not because he had just cussed out so many players that he lost his voice and he blew a vocal cord.
Column B.
I mean, is it wrong that I was thinking that?
I mean, you would know better than I would. You sat there and watched those practices, so you'd probably have a better understanding how
he gets
the man
after
could
it.
be that horse.
I've seen some coaches get after it on a practice field. Todd Monken gets after it on a practice field.
I believe that. I can't see that guy sitting still. I also can't see that guy not telling you exactly how he feels at any given moment.
There is nothing subtle about Todd. Nothing. He's like me, does not have an indoor voice.
No. Well, you can
at
tell.
all.
That's why it sounds like this all the time.
Maybe that's what I'm going to sound like in 20 years.
Really? I hope not, for your sake.
No, some would say that's an improvement.
No, let's not get that far. I mean, we don't need you to, sound like Miles Davis or anything like that going around. I'll play it and tell you what it is later.
But no, I heard
4 people got that Miles Davis joke, by the way, and they're giggling.
I got it. So I heard that promo. That's like the first thing that popped in my head. No cuss tone. No, I definitely need to hear the outtakes from that whole recording session. There's no way he got that in one take.
I'm here to record a kick-ass promo. That's what we're here for. Jack, it's awesome. I get to stand in here with Ted. Record this damn promo. Let's go. Anyway, I'm done. Sorry.
Feel better?
Every day.
By the way, I have to compliment you on your T-shirt. If you're watching us on YouTube, which, by the way, you can do every day, Monday through Friday, you can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. Now you can find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube, including the Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima. 6 to 10 a.m. Basket of Phelps, 10 to 2. Afternoon Drive, Dick Wilson, Jonathan Peelan, 2 to 7. Each and every weekday live on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free. By the way, my favorite 4-letter F word is free. And watch all the best content from your favorite shows on The Fan live and on demand now. If you're watching on YouTube right now, Dan is wearing a great T-shirt today. I am just dressed in like plain black pullover because I knew I was going to sit under the air conditioning. I needed to have long sleeves on. It's a little too warm outside for a hoodie, but you are wearing an Erie Moon Mammoths T-shirt, tusks up, and it's got the Moon Mammoth. And for those that are unfamiliar, that was the bit that John Oliver, he has the HBO comedy, political comedy show. He did a rebrand of a minor league team, and he picked the Erie Seawolves. And so he came up with the Erie Moon Mammoths for his rebrand. You're wearing this. I need the jersey. That's what I need.
The jersey was cool.
Yeah.
It is very cool. I am a sucker for all minor league stuff, and especially on the goofier side.
I have a Trash Pandas T-shirt.
I have a Trash Pandas T-shirt as well.
Sent me.
I have an Akron Rubber Ducks because there was something about having a shirt with a little rubber ducky on it that made me smile.
Okay.
And immediately had to get that one. I have a Potomac Nationals one with George Washington chopping down a cherry tree.
Nice.
I've got that one as well.
Meredith is all aboard.
I got the Peanuts.
I'm fist popping for the Peanuts. I'm so old that I remember when they were the Potomac Cannons because that's the games that we went to when I was a kid.
Okay.
Back in the 90s, they were the Potomac Cannons, and then when the Nationals came to DC in 2005, they rebranded.
But you win the shirt. You win the shirt of the week award.
Thank you. I try.
100%.
It was a lot of fun. I was glad I was able to go.
You were there
to it.
that night.
I was there that night that they did it. Yeah, because it was Erie, PA, and we all looked at each other. My the lady friend and my buddy all looked at each other and went, well, we got nothing better going. Let's go. And it was like $20 for standing room only.
Okay.
We're like, fantastic. We'll drive the hour to Erie, PA, and let's go enjoy ourselves.
Yeah, that's a great T-shirt.
And just watch the chaos. And it was utter chaos, and it was wildly hysterical, including the fact that on the other side of the stadium was a road and a parking lot, and these cars kept getting peppered in that parking lot with baseballs. And so you would see these baseballs just get hit and hear clunk. And you were like, oh, boy, I hope that person had insurance.
On the subject of chaos, the Browns quarterback competition, how do we define that? Had Andrew Siciliano, voice of the Browns, hear him each and every fall right here on The Fan, radio home of your Cleveland Browns. And we had a conversation yesterday about the quarterback competition and looking at it through the right lens. Coming up, we're gonna touch on that. Are we really looking at this Browns quarterback competition through the right lens? We keep wanting to figure out who's in the lead, who's the lead dog in the race, right? I thought Andrew had some interesting comments, so we're going to play those for you coming up next and talk about it. Coming up at noon, Chris Fedor, Cleveland.com, and the Plain Dealer. Busy and big Cavs season is upon us now that the Knicks are NBA champions, which it's great for the diehard Knicks fans, and it really stinks for all the bandwagon celebrities and I call them the big mouth celebrities as well. There's one particular big mouth celebrity that I really hate the fact that the Knicks just won the NBA championship. If you take a moment and you think about it, you know exactly who I'm talking about. It's Daryl Ryder, Dan Medigan. We're in for Baskin and Phelps with you until 2 right here on The Fan.
This is
game without him that much more important. How hard is it to keep guys straight and narrow when we're saying the quiet part out loud because everybody knows it? They're all going to be trying to fulfill the needs that they have as an organization, helping them win games without Jose Ramirez with them.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Back with you on The Fan, 216-474-0092. It's Daryl Ryder, Jen Madigan in for Basket and Phelps, who will be back tomorrow. Extended weekend for those two. Had an interesting conversation yesterday with Andrew Siciliano, radio voice of your Cleveland Browns. He was kind enough to join us on his first summer vacation weekend on the Sunday show, and we obviously talked about the quarterback competition, because usually when it comes to the Browns, what else is there to talk about?
Shut up.
Other than a quarterback competition.
I feel like that's legitimately welcome to Cleveland, where a quarterback has been hunted for since 1999.
Yes, and so he had a very interesting perspective on it, which differs from, and not in a bad way, because it made me recalibrate and think about the lens with which I look at the quarterback competition. But we always look at, okay, who's in the lead, right? Yeah. Who's the leader today?
It's the horse race.
And we've heard Todd Monken after practices talk about it bouncing back and forth for him, like why he can't make the decision. Because one day it's Deshaun, the next day it's Shedeur, then he's back to Deshaun. Now we're back on the Shedeur train, right? And now I attribute that to, well, they just have been inconsistent. Nobody has been able to really grab the reins of this thing and be consistent on a day-to-day basis. I know from the few OTA practices that we've gotten to watch, plus the minicamp practices, I can attest to the inconsistencies. You will go from a, whoa, I can't believe what I just saw type of a moment, to, oh, ooh, I can't believe what I just saw type of moment. And so this is what Andrew had to say when I asked him about the quarterback competition, how he thinks it's going, and who's going to win this thing? How's this thing going to play out come 7, 8, 9, 10 weeks from today? This is Andrew Siciliano yesterday right here on The Fan.
I think this is the right way to do it. We don't play a game June 11th, and we certainly don't play one today, June 14th. The idea that a quarterback had to be named on June 14th, I get we want this to end, and we all want some clarity, and Todd Monken had said, hey, I want to kind of be in that position where when we get to camp at the end of July, we have an idea and we can divide the labor appropriately, but I don't think it's a big deal. I do think camp matters. I do think the preseason matters. I do think the joint practice against the Buffalo Bills matter. All that stuff matters. Deshaun has the advantage of being a guy who, now it was 2020, it was 6 years ago, has led the NFL in passing. So the idea that a guy who has not played football in 18 months but is in good shape physically, very good shape, let me phrase it this way, look like a veteran quarterback who knows what he's doing is not exactly a shock. But I do think it's fair to say that Shedeur's had a couple of really good days and that it is a legit competition. I don't know that there is somebody in front, and I'm all for a training camp battle. I don't know how it's going to go right now. I wouldn't be surprised if it goes in either direction. They have both had good days and they've both had days. But overall, this team is going to win with defense. You got to figure out one of the two quarterbacks who can get you 20 points on the board. Because we all know that the record would be a heck of a lot different. If the last two seasons this team could score, just give me 20 points. I really couldn't care less which one starts as long as you put some points on the board.
He's not wrong. I mean, look, it's only been 8 times since this team's come back in 27 seasons that the Browns have averaged the baseline in the NFL of 20 points per game. And 4 of those years were under Kevin Stefanski. Okay? With that said, the interesting part that made me think after talking with Andrew about how he looks at this. We look at it as a horse race. Who's in the lead?
Of course.
Okay. Who had the better day? Who has taken the lead? Who's on the scoreboard out in front? Who's got more points than the other guy?
More completions, less interceptions. Yes.
Right. That's not how the Browns look at this thing. And I think that's where, and I will admit and self-report myself, even I get caught up in the day-to-day, who's in the lead, not in the lead, usually because it's whether I'm on this show or I pop on with the morning boys, the afternoon guys, or Jake in the evening. That's usually the question I'm always asked every time I'm on the air is, okay, so who's the leader in the clubhouse in the quarterback competition? Right. And usually I have a different answer, or I'm like, yeah, neither, they both stink.
Yeah.
Right? But I loved the perspective that Andrew brought on that, in that, you know, we're looking at this as a horse race, and we're looking for the leader after each and every day. And that is not the lens with which Todd Monken or Andrew Berry, members of the front office, members of the coaching staff, that's not the lens with which they look at this situation on a day-to-day basis. Yes, I would have really, really appreciated it if Todd Monken would have came out last Thursday and said, so-and-so is going to be our starting quarterback on day one of training camp. And that's who we're going to prepare to be on the field in September in Jacksonville with. That is a very selfish ambition for me, or selfish desire, I should say, by me. But that's what I was hoping for. But they lost nothing. They've lost nothing by not doing that.
That's all of us. We all want clarity. For the first time in 20 some odd years, we just want clarity at the quarterback position.
Well, first time since 2023.
But even that was fleeting.
Yeah.
That was fleeting clarity. And even during that bit of clarity, there was still a chunk of people going, this guy stinks, get him out of here. And I mean, I think we're going to run into that whomever is here, unless that person happens to be a Hall of Fame level quarterback. You're always going to run into such things. But everyone is Veruca Salt right now. We are all Veruca Salt from Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, right? We all want our quarterback now.
Yes.
And the problem is,
we've impatiently been waiting for it for generations.
Correct.
Since Bernie, basically. I mean, we thought maybe Baker for a while, but then that fell apart. Then it was supposed to be Deshaun, and that fell apart.
Right.
So, yeah, impatiently waiting.
There is nothing wrong with having to take this into camp.
Do I need to go down the list of the guys we've talked ourselves into?
No. Dozens. Even
Brady
dozens.
Quinn, Brandon Whedon,
guys who didn't
Johnny
even hit
Manziel.
the field, people try to talk themselves into.
Charlie Fry, we even talked ourselves into him for a little bit.
I remember you and I at one point having to talk
Hugh Jackson talked himself into Cody Kessler. Trust me on this one.
I remember you and I having to talk to each other about Kevin Hogan at one point. I mean, that's where we have been on a couple occasions.
You know what was the biggest bummer about Kevin Hogan not sticking here? Is all my Hogan's Heroes jokes went out the window.
Shucks.
And I had a litany of material to fire off there.
We could try to get you a Schultz and see where it takes you from there. So
I know nothing.
So I get that. There's nothing wrong with taking this to the camp. The thing that I take away from that Andrew Siciliano quote that haunts me in my sleep was the amount of times he used the word was. I'm so tired of hearing was, because we're living in this world where we're praying that the past becomes the present instead of realizing that the present is not the past, or that that's not going to happen. I'm so tired of hearing was, especially when it comes to Deshaun Watson. I'm so tired of was, because was doesn't win me games today. And that's the situation I'm in. And I want the Browns more than anything else to look the fan base in the eyes and go, I am also sick and tired of was. And being in this situation where we're all hoping and praying that magic can happen and this guy can come back to who he previously was in a different life, and it's not there anymore. It's just not there. We've watched it on the field enough. Then add in 2 Achilles tears. Then add in everything else in between that has happened. Done.
Hold the phone, literally and figuratively. If you didn't like that, then you're really going to love this from Andrew Berry on The Fan on Friday.
I think everything's on the table. I think it would be silly to go into a season and say, hey, something absolutely can or cannot happen. And I think particularly at the quarterback position, we've seen it with guys, whether it's Sam Darnold or Daniel Jones or Geno Smith or, even Baker after he left us in Carolina. And I think you have to be open-minded and flexible. Yeah, I wouldn't rule out anything. We're looking for guys who can perform and who can lead.
That was the response to whether or not Deshaun Watson could be here next year.
Let's lay that out a smidge, okay?
So I kind
of have to say that.
I just turned your was into a could. I'm just pointing that out to you.
You have to say that, right? You have to say that if you're the general manager. Let's break this down. Sam Darnold never dealt with 2 Achilles tears nor shoulder surgery at any given time. He was just on a really, really crappy Jets team, found his way to a better team with far superior quarterback philosophy that reprogrammed his brain, right?
Okay.
So that one we can throw off to the side. Geno Smith would be the one that I would circle if anybody here is thinking that that's the direction it could go, because that is someone who also was in some pretty crappy situations on top of that. Let's be really honest with ourselves. The difference is that there was never a question that Geno could fling it. I'm now in a situation of watching Deshaun Watson the last time on the field where I had questions if he could fling it. He was underthrowing receivers the last time he was on the field.
Right.
Did that shoulder heal up enough? We all don't know. The highlights that I've seen on social media when it's come to Deshaun Watson, again, it's social media, it's highlights.
Right.
Very rarely do you see people throw out low lights or anything else. That's typically the highlights. But even those, it looks like he's underthrowing wide receivers a little bit. So who knows what this is going to end up looking like. But you go down the lines. Daniel Jones is another one. I'm still not sure if Daniel Jones has put it together, because he ended up ripping that Achilles and he was using his mobility when he was with the Colts last year. And Shane Steichen also knows what he's doing and how to game plan some stuff up. So I want to see what he looks like this year before we all throw our hands in the air and go, yes, the Colts have saved Daniel Jones. Let's pump the brakes. Let's watch 5 to 7 weeks of football, and let's come back and have a conversation then.
Are we looking at this quarterback competition through the right lens? 216-474-0092. It's Daryl Ryder, Dan Madigan in for Baskin and Phelps. Boys will be back tomorrow with you till 2 right here on The Fan.
representative of Team Tunisia said, quote, "We have a problem with the coach, but did not elaborate further. Their next matchup will be on Sunday against Team Japan." You can listen to the Fan Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
With you on the Fan, it's Daryl Ryder. It is Dan Medigan, and for Baskin and Phelps, I, of course, am presented by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Covering all the bases this morning. First hour, a lot of focus on Jose Ramirez and the Guardians losing him for anywhere 5 to 7 weeks or so.
Not good, Bob.
Yesterday, we had Andrew Siciliano, who was kind enough on his first. I felt so bad asking him because it was his first Sunday off, and I think forever, the first Sunday of Sunday vacation. But Andrew, being the wonderful human being that he is, he said, absolutely, love to come on and talk some Browns football with you guys. So he joined Nick and I on the Sunday show, and we covered the gambit. It's been a busy offseason for the Browns. And
I don't totally feel bad for Andrew in this regard. Do you follow him on Instagram at all?
Yes, I do follow him on Instagram.
Guy was
yes,
in South Korea like 2 weeks ago. I have no sympathy.
He and I, in the middle of one of the practices this week, we were talking about the trip. He told me if I can do it someday, I should absolutely go do it. So
if you don't, Andrew Siciliano's Instagram page is filled with him giving his football thoughts and hiking mountains and seeing the world. And it is one of the coolest things, the photos that guy will put up from all the different places he is on.
Yeah,
like, it is.
It really is.
Or he'll have his walks on the beach while he gives his Browns thoughts. That's another very popular post from Andrew.
Yeah. Well, you know what?
They're fun. Andrew's a great dude, too.
So the thought, because I did not want it to come off as like I'm totally stealing his bit from him, I seriously was considering going to Edgewater Beach and spoofing it. You
absolutely should, Daryl. 100%.
Well,
you absolutely should.
Well, here's the thing. All my conversations with Andrew are pleasant. He is one of the nicest human beings you'll ever meet in this business, okay? Or just in general.
Just a great dude.
And I was like, I don't know, that he might not appreciate that if I just went over to Edgewater. But because I would watch him, right? Anytime there's big Browns news or big NFL news, right? He'll be strolling on the beach and, hey, this is what's going on. Here's my thoughts on it. Here's what it means, right? And I was like, what if I totally did that strictly for the Browns? I could just run over to Edgewater Beach. It's 5 minutes from where I live. And I could just talk into my phone for a few minutes, make sure the lake is in the back, make sure everyone knows that I'm on a beach somewhere. Try and film it in a way that, like, you couldn't see any of the trees, right? Because the trees would totally give away really where I was. I seriously totally thought about doing that as a bit.
Either that one or completely parody it and do it in, like, January when there's a foot of snow on the ground in downtown Cleveland and plow trucks behind you and you're bundled up.
I thought you were going to say when there's a foot of snow on the beach and the lake is frozen.
And you're bundled up like Randy from A Christmas Story.
No.
Sitting there going, because you got the scarf in front of you.
Yeah, as the resident freeze baby awesome. Here at this radio station.
That would be really, he would laugh very hard at that.
Like my teeth would, like, the whole video would just be my teeth chattering. That I wouldn't even be able to speak. Okay. That's what no one wants to see that for. What is it? They say 90 seconds. Keep the videos to 90 seconds on the gram as the kids like to call it, right? Listen, I'm trying to expand the audience a little bit.
I like how you do that.
Try not to be just the middle-aged guy yelling at a cloud all the time.
Well, it's
get off my lawn with your ring culture and your screens and your whatever it is you kids do these days.
Yeah, yell at the clouds and put it on the TikTok.
No.
There you go.
Nah, I do it for the I do it for the gram.
Do it for the gram.
I do it for the gram and the book.
It's a good book. I like the book.
No,
all right.
no snap face. But back to the Browns here and this whole quarterback competition that we're going to debate until Todd Monken makes an announcement. Another really good point that I think has gone under the radar, so to speak, because I could make an argument for years when the Browns do these quarterback competitions. The entire exercise has been flawed.
Okay.
And
how so?
And not flawed because they're doing it, okay, and wasting our time while doing it, but flawed in the sense of the supporting cast. Like, how are you judging the aptitude of these quarterbacks when you have a supporting cast incapable of supporting the quarterback? And let's be fair and very honest about this. For many a years, that was the case when it came to the Browns. Very rarely did they have a supporting cast that was commensurate with a tangible evaluation of a quarterback, okay? And here's what I'm getting at and why it applies to what is taking place today. Last year, the year before, I don't think anyone's going to argue about the quality or the lack thereof when it comes to the offensive playmakers and supporting cast around the quarterbacks, right?
Oh, come on.
Severely deficient, okay?
You're shortchanging people.
No, I'm not.
I know.
You add in this year Isaiah Bond, who has reshaped his body, put on some really good weight. You add in Casey Concepcion. You add in Boston. And now you throw in Jerry Jeudy, Dylan Sampson. This is from the conversation I had with Andrew Siciliano yesterday on the Sunday show here on The Fan, talking about what the offense looks now around these quarterbacks.
You got weapons. Obviously, Harold Fandon has not been on the field much, if at all. But when you include those wide receivers, you mentioned Isaiah Bond, and that is huge. He did not have camp last year. He practiced week one for really the first time and got thrown in week one. He put on about 15 pounds of muscle. He looks more confident, more comfortable. He is not a one-trick pony that only could run straight downfield. This offense, if you could figure out the quarterback, has playmakers. And we have not been able to say that a lot of late. I'm not saying it's the Jarvis Odell team, because that was a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. But this team has young playmakers, and the offensive line is a heck of a lot better now than it was when we left Cincinnati January 8th. I think it's going to take time to gel. That's the biggest concern. But if they could get someone to get them the ball, it's going to be fun on Sundays.
And that right there, I think, is that now you've got this young group of playmakers offensively. By far not a polished or finished product. I understand that. But they are players that when you get the ball in their hands, they can do something with it. Mm-hmm. And I think that gives Todd Monken and his staff and Andrew Berry and his staff a more realistic view of where these quarterbacks truly and honestly are. You don't have a bunch of slappies that belong on a practice squad running these routes anymore, okay? You've got legitimate players with the size, the speed, the hands, okay, the physicality to be able to now evaluate, okay, which one of these quarterbacks works best with these guys, right? Same thing goes for the offensive line, because while we're all focused on the quarterback, and understandably so, that's usually what we do every year, right? That's just standard operating procedure if you're a Browns fan. You also are going to have to really pay attention to the offensive line and how that group is structured. You know, is it Brailsford at center? Is it Elton Jenkins at center? Can you move? If it's not, if it's Brailsford, that means Elton goes to right guard. If it has to be Elton at center, well, then now you're talking a multiplayer race. Whether it's Tevin Jenkins, KT Levinston, and another guy in that mix, right? For that right guard spot. But for the names, we know there's but like And okay, so how does that group function with each of these quarterbacks? So I kind of feel like it's not just about a quarterback competition for the Browns. Like, I feel like there's a broader scope here in that, all right, which quarterback works best with the group collectively, in addition to being the best player? Because the group collectively there's still a couple of question marks.
Well, they finally addressed the wide receiver position the way that has always made sense to me when it comes to building a wide receiver room.
Oh, you mean not using fourth, and fifth round picks on receivers and then expecting them to be your number one, like Browns fans were hoping would happen for the last, 5 years?
I had always believed in the idea that you build a receiver room the way that you build a basketball team, where like you have a lot of guys who could do a lot of different skill sets with some overlapping in between. And so they went out and got a ball winner in Denzel Boston. True route running ball winner, ex-wide receiver who could go up and get it. You got a speed guy in Casey Concepcion who could do a couple other things as well, but can be used for all sorts of different ideas. Isaiah Bond, who it sounds like his route running has gotten better. He's become stronger as well against press coverage. Well, hopefully he has, because you can't really test that in camp. But with that extra muscle, he should be able to not get pushed around at the same level that he did, and also as a deep threat on top of that. So now you're starting to see all those different routes and all those different boxes getting checked in the same way you build a basketball team with, okay, this is the guy that's going to be able to fill it up. Here's my long defensive stopper who can hit corner threes. Here's my center who can do this. Like, you're building it with all these different skill sets in mind that can all do different things. Then throw in Harold Fannin, who's a fantastic safety valve / bowling ball. Like that's what that guy does. Is it's because he'll just throw human beings off of him, like back in the day watching Fred Taylor run. That's what he does. He's built that way. So they finally did that. Daryl, the offensive line scares the hell out of me. I don't love rebuilding the offensive line in one offseason. I know the Bears were able to pull it off. I know they are using that as their guiding light to do this. I hate the idea that we are going to have 4 or 5 brand new offensive linemen. I've just watched this be way too much that you need that cohesion, that communal language, and that understanding, even between coaches, being able to have guys that at least know each other's strengths and weaknesses and can play off of it. I hate that you have 4 guys who walked into camp and all had to shake each other's hands.
I don't. Considering what...
Help me feel better.
Well, considering what they had last year and the MASH unit that they've gone through the last couple of years, you have basically, and Andrew Berry's talked about this, you have now 5 guys that are going to be in your starting lineup that can play multiple positions. Okay? Let's start with Spencer Fennell, right? Let's go negative Nelly and say it doesn't work for him at left tackle. Okay? I'm not saying that. I'm just saying just for the sake of this conversation.
Of course.
Let's say left tackle doesn't end up being this thing, right?
Right.
Guess what? There's 4 other spots you can play that kid.
Correct.
And try and get so it's not a sunk cost immediately.
Correct.
Jed Wills was a sunk cost immediately, right?
Correct.
That's to me, that's a difference. Zion Johnson right now penciled in left guard. He can play multiple positions. Okay. Elton Jenkins, we talked about him briefly. He can play center. He can play right guard. I've watched him with
the Packers for many years.
He's a better right guard than he is a center.
I was going to say that you want him to play guard.
Right. And that's where you really need Parker Brailsford, their 5th round pick. You really want him to win that starting center job so that you can put Elton Jenkins at right guard in his strength. But again, let's go negative Nelly for a second and say, well, Parker Brailsford's a 5th round pick. He's not exactly ready to be a starting center. Okay, then Elton Jenkins can hold down the center spot for a moment. Well, then, now you have, okay, what do you do at right guard then? Well, you have Tevin Jenkins, who you just brought back. You have KT Leviston, who I think we'd all agree is better anywhere but at tackle.
Correct.
Okay.
And isn't named Cam Robinson, and therefore is a better option.
All right.
I want to have an agent like Cam Robinson's agent. All right, continue. Sorry.
So you have some flexibility there, right? And then we all knew that the moment they traded for Titus Howard, like he was going to be the starting right tackle. Okay. So even though Titus Howard can move around. So
he can, but he wasn't exactly lighting the world on fire with the Chargers.
I know, but I'm just saying, though, you have 5 guys that can play multiple positions on your line. And again, not about going negative Nelly, but also, too, looking through it, well, injuries happen. It's not even about performance. If something happens, like we remember the domino effect that did not go well for the Browns when Jack Conklin kept getting hurt, DeJuan Jones kept getting hurt, right? I mean, the best thing that happened to them on the offensive line is that Joel Bitonio was able to stay healthy. And now Joel, well, he's healthy, but retired. All right, coming up next.
Let me rebuke this after the break. I got to chime in. Sorry.
We also got to talk about the Cavaliers and what is going to be a busy offseason for them, at least what we think is going to be a busy one. Although some of the national folks are saying, yeah, not so much. You might want to hold the phone on those big trades. Coming up at noon, we're going to talk to Chris Fedor of Cleveland.com about that and more. It's Daryl Ryder, Dan Madigan in for Baskin and Phelps with you until 2 on The Fan.
No! USA is up 2-0. That is the most dangerous lead.
For their workout, they've locked up a core member of their offense. NFL Network reporting the team has come to terms with guard Joe Tippmann on a 4-year extension worth $66.4 million with $34.9 guaranteed. Want to catch highlights from The Fan from throughout the day? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Back with you on The Fan. It's not Baskin and Phelps. It's Daryl and Dan with you till 2. The boys will be back tomorrow. We're talking about this rebuilt offensive line, the impact on the quarterbacks and the quarterback competition, and the supporting cast that's going to play a role in the quarterback competition. Wanted to give you Dan, and my argument is I like what Andrew Berry did this offseason with the offensive line, bringing in Spencer Fano, bringing in Zion Johnson, bringing in Elton Jenkins, bringing in Titus Howard, guys that can play multiple positions, even though they have a set spot on the field and a spot where, okay, they're better than another one. I love the fact that Andrew Berry brought in all this versatility, but you're not as crazy about that as I am.
No. The versatility part I'm in. Again, I grew up always watching Green Bay Packer offensive lines where they always cross-trained every single one of their linemen for that exact reason. Because when they would draft these guys, they would love the idea of let's get the best 5 guys out on the field, no matter the position, because they've all been cross-trained. And they all understand how every single one of these works. But more than anything else, they all understand because they all grew up together. They all understand the strengths and weaknesses that the other one has and know how to chip and know how to help and know how to communicate with each other. My fear with this group and bringing in 5 different guys who were not here previous, and not even the Spencer Fano part, because you needed a left tackle, and that's how you go and address left tackle. Go get the best one you can get your hands on. You can cross-train him at guard. You can cross-train him at center. You prefer if he was the left tackle, if he ends up playing left guard and is a perennial all-pro or pro bowler in that guard, fantastic. Or a perennial top 10 player in that place, great. The fear that I have is you have someone who is coming from the Chargers, you have someone coming from the Packers, you have someone coming from other places with different terminology and different skill sets, and I don't know if these guys are going to be able to become cohesive fast enough to make this thing take off.
Why do I care about the terminology? Terminology it changes organization. It changes within an organization all the time.
But the cohesion is still there.
Well, I mean,
even if the terminology changes, the cohesion is there.
Well, I mean, that's what you have the off-season program for. That's what you have your installation periods for. That's what you have mini camp for. That's what you have training camp for. Like, I'm not worried about that. I'm worried about, hey, can these guys stay healthy? And also, too, can the Browns be in a position to play these guys at their position of strength and not at a position that they've been cross-trained at? Like, I want Elton Jenkins to be the starting right guard, not the starting center. But
Correct.
if Parker Brailsford isn't ready to go, well, then it's going to be what it's going to be.
Yeah.
That's my point. Like, yes, I agree with you. I want them to play at their position of strength where they're at their best, but also at the same time, when the stuff hits the fan, and these are the Browns, it always hits the fan every year. I'd like them to have some flexibility, some versatility to be able to move guys around and not just, okay, you lose a guy and then all of a sudden you have this cataclysmic domino effect that just completely disjoints everything that you had hoped to build, which, by the way, has been happening to the Browns, I don't know, for the last 3 to 4 years. And I don't know if Andrew Berry finally got traumatized with what he had to deal with as the top football executive as far as, patching holes with practice squad guys and whatnot and waiver wire claims and things like that, to where this offseason, it feels like he really was dead set on, okay, I'm going to bring in guys that I know that I can play them in multiple spots so that when the dominoes start to fall, and let's be honest about it, they typically do. And that's not just a Browns thing. Like, the NFL's a war of attrition during the regular season. It really is. I don't want to say it's, last man standing. That I don't mean it that way. But Like, it's about who typically has the best quarterback and the deepest roster.
But wouldn't you feel a little bit better if, let's say, they only had to overhaul the left side of the line?
Well, of course I would. But the fact of the matter is, he had to do that this offseason. That's what
because they buried themselves earlier on by not getting the development and not drafting the players that are capable to keep the pipeline going of offensive linemen.
Yeah, he was forced into that. He had no choice but to do what he did this offseason. Were you expecting him just to run it back minus Joel Bitonio?
I was expecting that maybe they would
Were you expecting he was going to count on DeJuan Jones to be healthy enough?
I was hoping that there was a better way to go about this than do a full eraser start from scratch with 5 new human beings.
Were they supposed to count on Luke Whippler?
That's on Andrew Berry, though. I mean, that's the other side of this
Were they supposed
problem.
to count on Zach Zinter?
This is on Andrew Berry. Like, that's the whole thing with this is you're supposed to be taking these lottery tickets and developing them so that you're in a position that you don't need to completely erase the slate, bring in 5 new human beings that
Would
are
you
all
like
introducing
KT
themselves.
Leviston on the outside again?
That's the problem. That's the part of this. It worked for the Bears, and so now we think it can work for us? I think that's fool's gold. That's my fear.
Well, I'll say this. I think Andrew Berry's plan this offseason's a hell of a lot better than just fixing 1 or 2 guys and then running it back with 3 others. Like, no, it needed to be a complete gut job on the offensive side in the trenches. It absolutely needed to be. There's no way you could run it back with KT Leviston, Luke Whippler, Zach Zinter, DeJuan Jones. Like, you couldn't do that.
You're going to get no argument from me.
Like, so I think Andrew did fairly well. Now, were there better options out there? There were better, more expensive options out there. I'm not paying what the Raiders paid for a starting center. No. Are you outside your mind?
No, I'm not doing that for Tyler Linderbaum. God, no.
That's insanity to me.
Yeah.
Okay? I'm not giving left tackle money to a center. No disrespect to centers. We've had some great ones here.
Oh, heck
J.C. Tretter, Alex Mack come to mind.
Yeah.
Would have been nice.
They're extremely important.
Would have been nice if LaCharles Bentley was allowed to do that or able to do it, right?
That's the way life goes.
Yeah, I mean, that's how she goes. But, like, I think Andrew Berry did about as good of a job as you could rebuilding a line. Is it perfect? No, and I'm sure we're going to find that out this fall. But, I mean, I thought it was pretty smart that he really built in some flexibility and some options for himself.
I'm good. Again, I understand the flexibility. I understand all of those different sides of doing things. The problem that seems to me is arising is, again, getting that cohesive ability together of playing with each other for a decent amount of time that you can translate that onto the field. And when you bring in 5 new guys, that's tough. That's tough. It worked for the Bears. Good. I hope it works here. But that's the only one that I can ever think of who brought in 5 new offensive linemen and all of a sudden it clicked and life was good.
Come on, George Warhop's going to be just fine whipping those guys into shape.
I hope so. I hope he's got some of that, found the collection of Bill Callahan Magic Pixie dust that was sitting in the back.
Yeah, he's your new Bill Callahan.
Right. And he's a damn good offensive line coach.
And look, the Browns have had, I mean, Bob Wiley was a really good offensive line coach. Like, they've had some really good offensive line coaches over the years. Not so much in the latter years of the Kevin Stefanski era where Mike Vrabel, as a team consultant, had to handle the offensive line coaching duties.
Yeah, that was a mess.
But, like, I mean, for the most part, I mean, the Browns have had some really good offensive line coaches, and George Warhop is one of the better ones in the business. And
the right people are saying the right things about George Warhop.
No, I mean, listen, words are words. Like,
oh yeah,
I mean, I get
but when
that.
You get Joe Thomas out here saying he was one of my favorite offensive line coaches. We've heard that from a couple other guys as well when George Warhop made his first stop. I hope you're right. I just am not the biggest fan of especially a position that requires far more than what a playbook will tell them to do to succeed, of having 5 new guys all having to learn each other's strengths and weaknesses in that short of a period of time.
Hey, you know what? Sometimes you got to have a little faith. And I realize the Browns really test that. I get it. I get it.
And if you're right, I give you all the credit on the face of this earth. And if I'm wrong, I'll eat it.
There's nothing to judge right now. They've been dancing around in helmets, shirts, and shorts, okay? They're not popping pads yet. We're not going to get a good look at it until the second week of training camp when they're allowed to put on the pads, okay?
Yep.
And we're really not going to get a good look at it until they run the joint practice.
Absolutely.
Okay? To me, the most important part of the upcoming training camp for the Browns, it's going to be the joint practice. Because that's where the rubber meets the road. That's where we typically see how it really is. It happened a couple years ago against the New York Football Giants. It happened against the Minnesota Vikings. We've seen it happen in joint practices with the Buffalo Bills. Like, where you really get a true idea of what is up in a joint practice. Because it's a controlled environment. I go back to that Vikings joint practice a couple years ago, where, like, that's where we learned that Deshaun was washed and didn't have it anymore.
Yep.
At least in that space in
iteration.
Time.
Yeah.
Okay. That's where we learned that the offensive line couldn't line up correctly. Right? They couldn't handle a snap count correctly.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, yeah.
And all of those things that we saw in those joint practices ended up translating to the regular season. The Browns were among the league leaders in pre-snap penalties, right? In the 6.5, 7 games Deshaun Watson was on the field, he was a mess.
The quarterback play was poor.
Right. And so that was the glimpse, the view into what was going to come. So hopefully, and we'll see, but hopefully the Browns will acquit themselves well in their joint practice, and we'll feel a little bit better about things.
Okay. I want to be there.
Because when you're going brown against white, okay, Browns
when everybody knows
on
what's
Browns,
coming.
when you're doing Browns on Browns, it's you're also trying to protect your teammates a little. Like Jared Verse was in the back, like basically spent most of minicamp in the backfield. Okay, we used to see that from Myles Garrett all the time.
Of course,
too.
he'd wreck practices. Yes,
right. But again, helmets, shirts, and shorts, and that's the lens with which we have to temper the excitement.
Absolutely.
All right, time to shelve the Browns conversation. Coming up next, Chris Fedor, Cleveland.com. It's going to be a big offseason for the Cavaliers. Unfortunately, got off to a really not so nice start with the arrest of James Harden over the weekend. We'll hear from Chris Fedor, obviously, on that, the impact on Harden's contract situation, if there is one to be had. Donovan Mitchell, what does that situation look like? Extending him this summer, waiting another year? Is he worth up to $70 million a year? Or is there a big splash for the Cavaliers to make? Well, we'll try and get some answers from Chris. That's coming your way next. Halfway home on a Monday, it's Daryl Ryder, Den Manigan in for Baskin and Phelps with you till 2 here on The Fan.
hard is it to keep guys straight and narrow when we're saying the quiet part out loud because everybody knows it? They're all going to be trying to fulfill the needs that they have as an organization, helping them win games without Jose Ramirez with them.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Halfway home on a Monday, it's Daryl Ryder and Dan Medigan in for Baskin and Phelps. The boys going to be back tomorrow. Should be a pretty big offseason for the Cavaliers, who got swept by the NBA champion New York Knicks in the conference finals. What's it going to take for them to climb that mountain? What can the Cavaliers learn from the Knicks raising the Larry O'Brien trophy? And I don't know, is there a big old splash on the way this offseason? To answer that question and more, let's head on out to the Wise Heart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. Let's welcome in Chris Fedor, the outstanding beat writer for Cleveland.com, the Plain Dealer. Also listen to him on the Wine and Gold Talk podcast, and he's kind enough to join us. Chris, thanks so much for the time, my friend.
You got it, guys. How are you doing?
What's up, buddy?
Doing good. Let's start here. New York Knicks, Mike Brown and the Jalen Brunson and the gang raising the Larry O'Brien trophy. What can the Cavaliers learn from that whole experience of getting swept in the conference finals and watching the team that used the brooms go on and win the whole thing?
I think the thing that they should learn is that they're just not on that level. There's a phrase that I like to use all the time when talking about sports. There are levels to this, right? There's levels to quarterback play. There's levels to greatness. There's levels to championship-level teams. And I think the Cavs have to understand that they're not on the level of the New York Knicks. They're not on the level of the San Antonio Spurs. They're far away, and they need to do things to get themselves closer because those teams aren't going to come back to the pack. It's up to the rest of the pack, whether it's Cleveland, Indiana, Boston, whoever it may be that you're talking about, to try and get closer to them and get on their level. So I think the Cavs should have had an understanding watching the Knicks, seeing how great they were, seeing how connected they were, seeing how versatile they were, seeing the different styles that they were able to play. All of those things should resonate with the Cavs, and they should take away, hey, we're not on their level, and we have to do things this offseason to get on that level.
Is there anything that Donovan Mitchell can take from watching Jalen Brunson this season, Chris?
No, because it's like you can't copy and paste, right? Donovan's got to be Donovan. Jalen Brunson's going to be Jalen Brunson. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is going to be Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Wemby's going to be Wemby. And I just don't think like you can look at it and say, okay, this guy had this historic run throughout the course of the playoffs, and it culminated in an NBA championship. Now let me change my style. Let me duplicate the things that he does. I think if there's one thing that Donovan can add to his game that some of those elite players do have, and it shows up every time you talk about any kind of playoff run, I do think Donovan needs to work on an in-between game. Jalen Brunson was able to cook in the mid-range. Jalen Brunson was able to get into the post. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander was able to get to that dribble pull-up. Look, in the NBA playoffs, when you're playing against elite teams and you're playing against high-quality defenses that are there to try and take away the things that you want to do most, you have to find a counter to that, right? And Donovan, obviously, he has that over move that turns into a floater. He can finish at the rim and he can shoot threes, but he just doesn't have a reliable enough in-between game that he trusts enough. So I think if we're talking about his next step as a player, his evolution to breaking free from the stranglehold of a Ausar Thompson like he had to deal with in the Detroit series, or Jacoby Walter when playing against the Toronto Raptors, or Scotty Barnes, those guys are long. They're athletic. They're probably going to be just as quick as him. So what can he do to combat some of the ways that they're going to play against him with that level of physicality, that level of tenacity, that level of length and athleticism? And it's the things that Jalen Brunson was able to do against bigger guys against him. It's the things that Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is able to do against multiple defenders. And you've got to find a way to get more reliable and more comfortable in the mid-range when teams are trying to take away the things that you ultimately want to do the most, which Donovan either wants to get to the rim or he wants to shoot threes.
Chris, sticking with Donovan here for a moment, obviously there's some decisions that have to be made on both sides of this thing. Donovan, Donovan's perspective, does he want to do the extension this offseason? Is he willing to, or does he want to wait until next year when he can really add to the value of the contract and then do the extension? If he doesn't do it this offseason, the questions about his commitment creep in and things like that. Where is the where do things stand with Donovan right now? And I guess there's a bigger question to be asked about, like, the dollars involved if he does wait, right? I mean, if I remember correctly, he'd be pushing 68 to 70 million in average value. Am I right about that?
So here's the thing. I think if Donovan had a pure financial advisor, just somebody who was telling him, here's what you should do from a financial standpoint with your contract this offseason versus next offseason, that financial advisor would say wait, because he can make more next offseason. He can make more in terms of years. He can make more in terms of overall salary, and he can also get some perks attached to his contract, including a no-trade clause. Mm-hmm. So there are benefits to Donovan not signing an extension with the Cavs this offseason. And I'm not going to put words in his mouth. He's a very savvy person. He understands how to handle these things in the media. And when these questions continued to come, he continued to answer them the same kind of way. But I'm reading that as Donovan is preparing this fan base for him not signing this contract extension, because I think he understands the benefits of waiting. And I think he's letting it be known how much he wants to be here in Cleveland. He's letting it be known how much he believes in this organization. He's letting it be known that he's not looking to go elsewhere, and all of that kind of stuff that has come out either in his interview with Anscape or immediately after losing against the Knicks, or every single time he talks about his love for Cleveland. I think he's laying the groundwork to bypass this contract extension from the Cavs and try and cash in next offseason. But I don't think that means that he doesn't believe in this group. I don't think that means that he wants out. I don't think that means that he's starting to look at other possibilities as his future destination. I think he's just looking at this from a financial standpoint and what's best for him. And getting a no-trade clause and getting a 5-year, $350 million contract is really, really enticing for somebody like Donovan. And here's the other thing. There's always the other side of it of, okay, if you turn down the contract extension, what is the level of risk attached to that? You could get injured. Your career could go a different kind of way. Maybe you don't have the year where you're in the all-NBA conversation or something like that. Well, Donovan has protection from all of that because he has a player option attached to his contract for next offseason. So if everything goes the worst case possible for Donovan, then he just opts into his contract and then he rebuilds his value that kind of way. So the downside that sometimes comes with turning down such a huge contract, it just doesn't exist to the same level for somebody like Donovan.
Not to put you on the spot, Chris, but when you're talking about a player potentially being in the upper 60s to $70 million per year, and we obviously know his value to the Cavaliers. I certainly understand that. But from just like the roster building, team building perspective, like that seems like that's a pretty big pill for the Cavaliers to swallow.
I would agree with that, but I would turn it around and say, if you're not paying Donovan Mitchell that kind of money, who are you paying that kind of money to?
Okay.
And can you replace Donovan Mitchell? Because that's the thing. It took them so many assets and so many years following LeBron James leaving for Los Angeles to get that kind of player.
Yeah.
A franchise focal point, somebody that is going to invest in the community and be an ambassador for this region the way that Donovan Mitchell has. So if you're going to commit to somebody, it's him. It's him the person, and it's him the player, because you just don't have a way to replace him. And I don't think that we can take it for granted. The Cavs have not won a championship with Donovan Mitchell. the Cavs have not gotten to the NBA Finals with Donovan Mitchell. We understand that. And there are legitimate questions about whether he can be the best player on a championship team, right? Those questions have to be asked internally. You're not doing your job if you're not asking those questions. But we can't take for granted what Donovan has brought to this organization. The level of professionalism, the level of stability, the culture. This team was not here. They were in a dark, dark place before Donovan got here, and maybe they would have gotten out of the rebuild. Maybe they would have gotten out of basketball purgatory, but there's no guarantee that they would have. 350-win seasons, 4 straight playoff appearances. You can't just assume that somebody else is going to have that kind of impact that Donovan has had, both on the floor and off the floor. And you can't just assume that if Donovan decides to walk, or if you're a little bit queasy about the kind of contract that you would have to give him, you can't just assume that there's some other superstar that is out there that's waiting for the Cavs to go trade for him. Like, a bunch of circumstances had to fall right into place for the Cavs to swoop in and get Donovan Mitchell from the Utah Jazz. And if they didn't get him from Utah, what would this team be with Darius Garland leading the way and Evan Mobley leading the way? They'd probably be like the Chicago Bulls or the Miami Heat. They certainly wouldn't have this level of success. So I understand the questions, and I understand maybe some hesitation. You see that number and you're like, whoa, $70 million for that guy when I have questions about whether he can be the best player on a championship team. But you have to sometimes look at what's your other option if you don't invest in that kind of guy. And I don't think the Cavs would like the answer to that question.
Chris Fedor, Cleveland.com, and the Plain Dealer. Of course, you can listen to him on the Wine and Gold Talk podcast as well, joining us on the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. Chris, bit of an incident over the weekend down at Houston with James Harden. What happened, and what are the ramifications of this with the Cavaliers?
I honestly don't know that there are any ramifications from a Cavs perspective. It's obviously not a good look. You're talking about somebody who has the ability to be a free agent this offseason. You're talking about somebody that you invested in, you traded for at the deadline, somebody that was supposed to help take you to that next step. To see him get arrested, that's never the kind of headlines that you want to create. But I don't think this means that the Cavs aren't going to commit to him financially. I don't think it means that James Harden is not going to play for the Cavs. I don't think it means that the organization is going to turn their back on him. I think what is going to happen here is exactly what was going to happen when the Cavs traded for him at the deadline. He waived his no-trade clause to come to Cleveland for a reason. He reached out to the Cavs representatives around the time of the trade deadline for a reason. Because I think he understands that he has an opportunity to sign a multi-year deal here in Cleveland, because it's beneficial for him, but it's also beneficial for the Cavs. That's the other thing. We were just talking about Donovan Mitchell. What happens if you don't invest in him? If the Cavs don't agree to this new deal with James Harden, it's not like, all of a sudden they have all this money and all this cap space to use and spend in free agency. It just doesn't work that way. Part of the reason why trading for James Harden was appealing is because his contract situation, him possibly opting out, signing a lesser deal for extra years, and that is a potential pathway to the Cavs getting below the second apron and having a little bit more financial flexibility and having a little bit more in terms of what they're able to do from a trade standpoint without the restrictions that come with being a second apron team. So the Cavs benefit from this whole situation with James Harden re-signing on a multi-year deal, just like James Harden benefits because he gets an extra year attached to his contract. So I think at the end of all of this, James is just going to sign a 2-year, $60 million deal or 2-year, $64 million deal, or maybe there's a third year because it's got a player option attached to it, but it's going to be something like that. And I don't think what happened over the weekend is going to change that.
A lot of mixed feelings about what the Cavaliers could do to make this a better basketball team. Chris, you mentioned they're not on the same level as the Knicks, and I don't know that running it back is going to get them there. What do you think is going to happen? Is Koby Altman going to be active? Is he going to try and make another big splash this offseason?
I'm just not going to put it past him, and I understand everything that he said following the season. But I do think there is a level of motivation internally, and I do believe that they have a centerpiece of a potential blockbuster trade on their roster. And not every team can say both of those things, right? Evan Mobley is somebody that would appeal to the Milwaukee Bucks in a Giannis trade if the Cavs were to make him available, right? Evan Mobley is somebody who would appeal to the Oklahoma City Thunder if both teams were motivated to do an Evan Mobley, Jalen Williams type deal. If we're talking about trying to trade for another superstar, somebody that maybe can be a number one option on a championship level team if you have those questions about Donovan Mitchell, Evan Mobley gets you in that conversation. Evan Mobley gets you in that conversation more than a lot of other possibilities, right? So when you have that kind of ticket, it's all about how motivated are you to cash in on that, or how much do you think Evan Mobley can improve, and how much do you believe in Evan the person and Evan the player? So I think the Cavs have to figure out just how far away do they think they are from the New York Knicks? How far away do they think they are from the Thunder in the Western Conference or the San Antonio Spurs in the Western Conference? You know, the preseason, way too early preseason odds for NBA champion next year came out, and the Cavs are what, 7th? There's 6 teams in front of them. And I don't think that's wrong. I don't think that's the books making a bad decision on that. I think the Cavs have a lot to prove when it comes to their viability of winning a championship. So if the Cavs view it that kind of way, sure, I could see them being aggressive. The way that I would look at it is I think Kobe in this front office will be opportunistic. I don't think they feel desperate. I don't think they feel like they need to do something splashy or overhaul this roster. But if the right opportunity presents itself, the right fit on and off the court, the right kind of style that they could potentially play by bringing in somebody different and reconfiguring the roster, I think they would absolutely explore that, and I think they have to. They're the only team in the second apron. They paid more in luxury tax than any other team in the NBA, and they have more of a ticking clock because of the Donovan Mitchell contract situation, James Harden being 36 years old. Like, all of that stuff has to play into what do we do and how do we approach this offseason if you're Kobe Altman, if you're this rebuilt front office, because Mike Gansey is no longer there, and they have some decisions that they have to make on that front as well. So I think they're going to be as opportunistic as they have been in the past. And if it's a deal where they say, yes, this makes us better, yes, this allows us to take the next step, just like the James Harden deal presented itself around the time of the trade deadline, then I can see the Cavs pulling the trigger on that. Absolutely.
Chris, thanks so much for the time. Find him on the Wine and Gold Talk podcast. Read him at cleveland.com. And we'll catch up with you soon, Chris.
Talk soon, guys.
All right, there you go. Chris Fedor joining us on the Wise Hard Right. We make it right. Call Car Right hotline. Lots to react from Chris. Coming your way next. Daryl Ryder, Dan Madigan in for Basket and Phelps. Till 2 on The Fan.
thrilling 2-2 draw. Japan with an 88th minute equalizer. Sweden in the nightcap handled Tunisia 5-1. And Ivory Coast a 1-0 win over Ecuador. I'm Nick Costos.
Sign up to be a part of the fan club. Download the free Odyssey app and follow 92.3 The Fan to get all of the best audio and best stories sent straight to your inbox. 92.3thefan.com.
Thanks to Chris Fedor, Cleveland.com, Plain Dealer, Wine and Gold Talk podcast, kind enough to join us. We'll get that up on the website. And if you did miss it or you missed a moment in your show, use the rewind feature on the Odyssey app, powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. Great stuff from Chris on where the Cavaliers are at this offseason. I did ask the question. I felt bad asking him because I wasn't trying to put him on the spot there with the Donovan and the contract and potentially $70 million a year. But it is a question that I think it's certainly fair to ask. And he agreed that, hey, you have to look at both sides there. Yeah, is he really worth the $70 million? But you have to look at what's the alternative without him. Do you want to go back to counting ping pong balls in the hopper, right? I have repeatedly said, as frustrating and disappointing is how that Cavaliers season ended, just absolutely getting the floor mopped with you by the New York Knicks. The good thing is they ended up being the NBA champions. They did it to the San Antonio Spurs. They did it to 16-2. They went 16-2 in the playoffs. So they did it to everybody. It wasn't just you. But for as disappointing and frustrating as that is, I would rather ask Chris those type of questions. Hey, is it worth giving Donovan Mitchell $70 million in a year's time per year? Is there a splash move that they can make that can push them over the top this coming offseason? I'd rather ask about that. I would rather ask about James Harden's contract situation and entertain.
Let's not get too ahead of ourselves.
Well, entertain potentially using Evan Mobley as the piece to get your missing piece. I would rather have those discussions with Chris than be sitting here talking about and fantasizing about ping pong balls and draft lotteries and who's going to be the next up and coming, right? Basically the conversation we have every year about the Browns. Like, I would rather have those conversations with Chris than what we normally have when it comes to the Browns and wishing and hoping and praying that this is the year that the kids grow up and start winning games.
The most fascinating thing that Chris said is what crossed my mind when it came to Donovan Mitchell, and it's the one thing he's going to need to do before I will sit back and feel very comfortable handing him $70 million. And look, I am not here to count pennies of Dan Gilbert's money. I know very well that these guys are independent contractors, and it is very much about your ability to negotiate more than anything else. And hats off to all of them for their abilities to negotiate that level of cash for themselves. The question I have before I am comfortable is, okay, Donovan, you watch Jalen Brunson in crunch time have 4 moves that you can go to. He gets to that elbow. He's got the pull-up jumper there. Right. He's got the Dirk one-legged turner fadeaway that he's worked on. He has that step-back 3 that he has when necessary. He can also get to the hoop finish with both hands in a variety of ways to get himself to the line on top of it to get the buckets that he needs to get. Those are 4 things. Donovan Mitchell right now has 2 moves. He's got a step-back 3, and he's got that orbit motion floater, and especially when we get into the playoffs, he doesn't want to finish around the bucket, so that kind of scratches that. So what
usually happens to him when he goes to the bucket? He ends up on the floor.
Right, but
do you blame the guy?
No, but when you end up on the floor, you do end up at the line.
Well,
that's
not
the
all
other
the
side
time.
of it.
Not all the time. We've seen a few times where he's ended up on the floor and he's having to get up and go play defense.
Yes, but you watched it with Bronson too. Bronson would get knocked to the floor, he'd get up and go on the back end to play defense. You watched it with Castle. You watched it with Harper. You watched it with Shea. You watched it with all sorts of other guys who are in the same boat at the tail end of those games having to close. Sometimes you don't get the calls. It's the number one thing I want to see Donovan Mitchell do this offseason is what more are you going to add to your toolbox so when we get down in these situations, you can find the buckets you need to get.
Yeah. The other thing that Chris did mention, and it was about James Harden, obviously following the arrest. It's a misdemeanor weapons charge down in Texas. Chris did say it should have really yes, it's a bad look, obviously, but it's not going to or should not have any it should not alter any of the plans. James Harden is the vehicle to get them under the second apron there, which then frees them up to maybe do some other things. So, and I will say, him mentioning though that there potentially could be not just a 2-year contract for Harden, but there's a potential for a third that's a player option.
Yeah, you won't see all of those.
Okay, now I'm starting to get nervous and ready to chew my fingernails because I don't know that. Listen, I mean, I'm willing to swallow the contract this time because, again, I'm recognizing it for what it is, and that is get the team under the second apron, give them some flexibility this offseason that they can't have if they remain in that second apron. Okay, I'm willing to suck that up and deal with it, okay? But I don't know if I want to see James Harden in a Cavalier uniform when he's 39, 40 years old.
Daryl, he's not going to see the end of that contract. It's James Harden. He'll be somewhere else by the end of that contract. He'll have had a problem with something that has taken place inside of the Cavs organization.
From your lips to God's ears.
Yeah, well, we have a track record. We've seen this movie. He did it in Houston. When he had the guy who believed in him more than anything else, he went to Brooklyn. Then he got grumpy in Brooklyn. Then he went to Philly with the guy who sold his soul to bring him back. Then he got grumpy in Philly. He went to the Clippers. And then all of a sudden, everything was fun. Then he got grumpy at that, and he came to the Cavs. So this history tells us that he's not going to see the end of that contract.
I feel like we just did a bit on The Price is Right, to be honest with you. I feel like we just played a game. What did we win? Who won what? What did Meredith win? What did I win? What did you win?
I don't want James Harden. I know he gets you under the cap. I understand that. I don't want him back. Now, I also can't stand watching him play basketball, and I also watched the finals where I saw two teams succeed when they picked the pace up, and you're going to tell me that you're going to bring back the slowest player in the NBA.
Who likes to dribble the ball a lot.
Yeah, and always has.
Which Mike Brown made note of it during the Eastern Conference Finals.
And has worked quite well for him throughout his career as he scored a boatload of points and played in a lot of playoff games.
JB Bickerstaff also made a note of that in the Eastern Conference semifinals.
And doesn't enjoy playing defense.
Well, neither does Donovan Mitchell. This is the challenging thing for the Cavaliers is you have your entire starting backcourt does not play defense. And I don't know how you become an NBA championship caliber team when your starting backcourt doesn't play defense. We do. 216-474-0092. Feel free to join us. It's Daryl Ryder, Dan Medigan in for Baskin and Phelps. Boys going to be back tomorrow, but we're with you till 2 here on The Fan.
offensive line. NFL Network reporting the team has come to terms with guard Joe Tippmann on a 4-year extension worth $66.4 million with $34.9 guaranteed. Want to catch highlights from The Fan from throughout the day? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
On The Fan, it's Daryl Ryder, Dan Mennigan in for Baskin and Phelps. The boys will be back tomorrow. It's 12:42, and you know what time that's for? Meredith with headlines. We have fancy music and everything.
And this is also the part where Baskin would come in with a very big, cheesy intro for Dan, because Dan is usually the one doing headlines. I'm stealing the bit today since he's stealing Baskin's chair.
It's a borrowing.
So what you're saying is today's headlines going to be vastly improved. I'm sorry, Dan.
Wow.
That was low blow even for me.
I mean, I can't get mad when you're right.
What you got for us, Meredith?
So I want to start off with some Brendan Sorsby stuff because it just keeps getting messier and messier and messier and
hey,
messier.
Listen, can I pause you for a second?
Sure.
Listen, I'm old enough to where you got kicked out of sports for gambling. I'm old enough when you were banned for life.
I mean, just about everybody, unless you were born between 2022 and now.
And listen,
I mean, you would get kicked out of sports in 2020 for betting.
There are times where I do mean to be the whole old man yells at cloud, get off my lawn guy. This is one of those moments, though, and I feel like I'm justified in being that. But what on earth now? I thought this thing was settled.
No, so it's not settled. So several conferences have discussed potentially holding a ban against all Texas Tech sports, and the Big 12 were talking about sanctions against Texas Tech until Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton sent a letter to the Big 12 last week and saying that the league would be exposed to, quote, substantial liability if it takes action against Texas Tech for playing quarterback Brendan Sorsby. I believe that the liability was quoted was $200 million. So the Big 12 got threatened by the Texas Attorney General today, or the report this morning. I don't know if this happened today, but the report came out this morning that the Big 12 has filed a legal complaint in federal court against both Texas Tech and Ken Paxton, seeking declaratory judgment and preliminary injunction to enforce its bylaws and potentially sanction the school for their plans to play Sorsby. And then we've got the Attorney General in Kansas and the Attorney General in Oklahoma joining in on this one. So we've got a judge in Lubbock County saying, no, I don't care that you broke the rules, you're going to get to play anyway. And then Texas Tech, or then the Big 12 saying, wait a second, we're not going to accept this. Texas Attorney General says, yes, you are. Big 12 comes back and says, okay, we're going even higher. And we've got other state attorney generals on our side now. So it is just, this might be one of the messiest legal situations I have ever seen in college sports.
The truest sentence that will ever be spoke. The winner in everything will forever be billable hours.
And the winners are the lawyers.
And good lawyers will bill 3 figures per hour.
All I heard through that whole thing was billable hours. Right there. That's all that this is, billable hours at its finest moment. Lawyers, attorneys, court lawyers, non-court lawyers.
Don't forget federal courts. We're in the federal courts now.
Hours, baby. To the attorneys. My word, make them, any attorney in the state of Texas should have to pick up the bill at dinner today. And it's just, this is ridiculous. Daryl, there's one rule. Like, I'm sorry.
First of all, you never bet on the sport you play, and you certainly don't bet on games that you participate in. I don't care if, because his defense is gambling addiction. Do I have that right?
Correct.
That is his defense, that he had a gambling addiction that led to the behavior. I got to say, you know, we have seen over the years football players accused of some very unsavory acts, okay? And be permitted to participate. Even if it included a suspension, they still were allowed to continue their career and participate. But the one thing you could never do
What rule?
is gamble.
Yep.
And gamble on games that you played in.
It's that easy.
It's that simple.
Easy.
That is supposed to be the
I could
point of
save
no
you
return.
a lot of billable hours.
And I am astonished at the volume of people these days. They're like, yeah, whatever.
What rule?
And, like, do we have no? Have we
I don't
reached
care
a
that
point?
you have a casino in your pocket. What rule?
Have we reached the point where nothing matters anymore? There are no standards. All the guardrails are gone. You just do you, and the consequences don't matter. Like,
that's been the biggest issue. So we can use like our job, for example, right? Like one of the biggest rules in our profession is that when these mics are on, you don't curse. If you curse, you lose your job. That would be equivalent of any one of us getting on the air, saying a curse word, getting rightfully fired for it, and then suing the company for firing us for breaking a rule. Like that's kind of what this feels like, where it's like it's a black and white rule. Like now there is gray areas with gambling because it's legal, but the NCAA rules are black and white. Don't gamble, otherwise you're ineligible. And Brendan Sorsby says, "Oh yeah, I'm going to sue you."
awesome.
Rule.
So we have one more thing. Deion Sanders has weighed in. He did.
I can't wait to hear this.
Actually, I was very impressed with his comments on it. So he did an interview with the Associated Press. His first quote that I liked, he said, "Somebody's gambling on a sport they're playing. You don't think there's something wrong with that." And then the second quote from Deion Sanders, he said, "The game is still the game. It's just positioned differently. Money is involved. Anytime money is involved, people tend to migrate to what they think they can get out of instead of what they can put into it, and that's unfortunate." And you know what? I agree with Deion.
It's not a bad.
I agree with Coach Sanders.
That's a good quote of Coach Brown on that one.
I
agree.
respect that position.
Yeah.
Right,
Good
so
on you, Coach
I
Brown.
brought up Deion Sanders and you immediately groaned, and it's like, no, he's got a really, really level-headed take on this, which is people are now looking at what they can get out and not what they can put into it.
In all honesty, I was bracing for the worst.
And you got the best. Will you look at that? So we had two major sports leagues end over the weekend. The NBA has ended with the Knicks as champions. The NHL has ended with the Hurricanes as Stanley Cup champions.
Don't the people that used to own because Seahawks are for sale, don't they own the Carolina Hurricanes?
No,
or is that Portland?
You're thinking of the Portland Trailblazers.
Portland's owner. Okay.
Yep.
I'm a little disappointed. I didn't want that Portland owner to be rewarded. Now I'm mad. I mean, I'm happy for long-suffering Knick fan. Like,
Me too.
legit long-suffering Knick fan.
Oh, yeah. Guys who better since Jump Street.
Including celebrities like Spike Lee and Ben Stiller. They've been day one Knicks fans. Good,
my mom,
bad, and
the
ugly.
biggest Knicks fan on the planet.
Yep.
Congrats to my mom and her favorite basketball team.
But I otherwise loathe Knick fan in air quotes, and you know what? I'm gonna flip this around. The New York Knicks used to be the Cleveland Browns of the NBA. There's hope for you yet, Browns fan.
And then when it comes to the Carolina Hurricanes, this is their second championship in franchise history.
Was
the
it
last
20 some odd years ago?
2006.
But they
was the
20
last.
years ago on the Dubs.
They weren't in Carolina then, though, were they?
Yeah, they were.
They were?
I believe
Okay.
so, yeah.
So that series was insane for like
Yeah,
3
it was.
games.
You're thinking of the Atlanta Thrashers. That's the
okay.
Southern team that got moved in the early 2000s.
Because I never like seeing teams that move win championships.
No. You're thinking of Atlanta. They're the ones that moved.
I'm very much against teams that relocate going on to win championships.
Gee, I wonder why.
It's a good point. It's a little scar tissue.
it's not
Show
like
that
you're,
scar.
It's not like you're speaking from a place of PTSD on that one.
But
not at all.
No, good for Carolina. That series was insane for the first like 3 games, and then kind of became a normal hockey series after that. That was it a rookie goaltender for Carolina? Super young guy came off the bench and was just
I don't know.
completely standing on his head.
Really young. And then also Jordan Stahl being the oldest person in the NHL to ever win the
That
Conn
too.
Smythe, which is the MVP award. He's 37.
What were you gonna say, D? Sorry, I cut
which
you
I
off.
don't know where that puts me and Dan, but okay.
I just wish the Browns got the Vegas expansion treatment. I mean, those guys are in the Stanley Cup final every other year as an
I
expansion
think this
team.
is like their third.
Jeez, oh man.
I
That's
think
the
this is
worst
their
part
time.
of it.
It's their
Well,
third.
their
They won one, but this is their the
Well,
third.
their expansion year, their very first year they were in the Stanley Cup
Yeah.
final and they lost to the Washington
I will
Capitals.
take to my grave that the worst thing that happened to the Cleveland Browns was the fact that the Jags were good and the Carolina Panthers were good off the rip.
They both got to the
built
conference
those
final.
to get that fan base, and they went, "Nope, we can't have that."
Can't have that in Cleveland.
Good gravy.
We need to
All right.
make them suffer more.
All right, so we've got a World Cup roundup, and I feel like that should be something where we do every day in headlines because because we've got World Cup soccer for the next, 5 weeks?
You can hit the whip crack if you'd like.
So, for the first one, against all odds, the United States men's team winning 4-1 against Paraguay, which nobody expected that. That was probably the biggest upset of the tournament so far in group stage.
I love the fact that the first goal for Team USA in this World Cup was scored by Paraguay on their own net. I watched that highlight about 20 times the other day. I'm like, did I just see what I thought I saw? I'm Zapruder filming it. I'm scrubbing it back and forth. I'm like, I'll be son of a gun. Paraguay scored on their own goal, and Team USA celebrated like they just won the whole thing.
All right, I'm going to get this out really quick because I know nobody cares about this stuff. I loved how the U.S. attacked because typically they are a team that absorbs pressure constantly. I love the fact that they were on the front foot. I love the high press out of it. I love the fact that they were filling all of the spaces with triangles and everything else in there. And I love to see how they had a striker and they funneled at the Balogun. Pulisic played his rear end off. McKinney played his rear end off. And, the other gentleman who was out there a little bit earlier played his rear end off. Yes, Diamond's brother, Tillman, played his tail off as well. It was awesome. That was such a great win. I was so excited. I'm pumped for Friday. Okay, thank you for letting me get that out.
Another big piece of World Cup news. Team Tunisia reportedly firing their coach today. After one game in the tournament, they fired their coach. They lost to Sweden 5-1 yesterday. And their manager, head coach, has probably getting a one-way ticket back to Tunisia after today.
You assume when they're letting him back in the country.
He might be going somewhere else.
I don't know if a manager ever getting fired midway through a tournament. Like, that's truly
not even midway, like one game in and he's getting fired.
Like, that feels like, why did we even bring you here if we were just going to can you? Like, oh my goodness. That just feels ridiculous.
All right, so really quick, since we're running short on time, I'm going to do a quick score roundup from yesterday. We have Ivory Coast upsetting Ecuador with a 1-0 win.
Yeah, Ecuador's a tough one.
Germany with a massive win over Curacao, 7-1, and then the Netherlands and Japan end in a draw. That was a 2 game. So that was your quick score roundup.
That is the 2-2 draw probably has been the best game of the tournament thus far. Keep an eye out for Germany. I think Ecuador will also bounce back. Ecuador's defense is unbelievable. They just don't want to score goals.
You've already gone a lot deeper on this than.
So then
this is my Christmas.
We'll get some off the pitch stories with the World Cup. So since
you don't realize this has been on in my house. This is I'm in heaven right now.
This is Dan in his element. So one of the things that's happening with the World Cup is that they're all playing on real grass. There's no turf. It's all real grass. It's the summer in the United States. It is hot. It is humid. Some places it's humid. Some places it's dry. And so there's a lot of water that needs to be kept up to keep these pitches in playing condition. And as a result, sideline reporters keep getting hit with sprinklers.
Yes!
During their reports. I did grab audio of some. I wanted to grab some audio of some, but I couldn't use it because one of the reporters dropped an S-bomb when she got hit by a sprinkler. So here's some reporters getting hit on the sidelines. Or not. It's not working. But the last thing with the World Cup.
We'll take your word for it.
I hit play, nothing played. So we're going to move on really quickly.
I'm going to, Daryl, take some water, dump it on my head, and then
Meredith. I have some right now.
Meredith, get the beep. Here we go.
There's electronics in the studio, so we're not going to do this.
And then the last thing that I think
Dan Blodman, I think would hurt me on the spot. Anyway.
And then one more World Cup news story, which I think is very, very fun. It's Japanese citizens putting on a masterclass in politeness. In that the team cleaned up their locker room after the game. The Team Japan fans cleaned up the stadium after the game. And not only that, I saw a video this morning of in Japan, in one of the major cities. After the win, all of the citizens wanted to storm the street. They waited until the lights in the street turned red, stormed the streets to celebrate. When they turned green, they cleared the streets so they wouldn't stop traffic.
What a polite bunch of people.
So just masterclass in politeness from Japanese citizens.
It's great to see Jameis Winston also was cleaning up after himself.
Jameis Winston saw it and said, hey, that's a great idea. I'm gonna join in. This looks like a nice thing to do, and I want to be a nice guy. Here we go.
I like that.
Things that have zero chance of ever happening in this country. Meredith, outstanding job with headlines there, and thank you for saving the World Cup for last. 216-474-0092. One more hour to go. Daryl Ryder, Dan Menigan, and for Baskin and Phelps. Boys will be back tomorrow with you till 2 here on The Fan.
923 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 923 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. It's Baskin and Phelps, minus the Baskin, minus the Phelps. Sources tell me that they will be back tomorrow. So looking forward to that, because that means I won't be here as much as I love being here, but they will be sitting here. And
yes.
That also might make their fans a little happier, because I'm sure their fans are a little down that the guys aren't here.
Well,
but
Daryl, it's not about being fans of one particular person. It's about being a fan of the entire station.
Yes.
It's a big, loving, happy family of loving fandom.
We've run the bases this morning. We started off, Jose Ramirez is going to be out 5 to 7 weeks. What are the Guardians going to do to keep that boat afloat? What does that do for them at the trade deadline, if anything? I mean, the Guardians do not strike me as a team that is going to go out of their way to make a splash. That's just not what they do organizationally.
I wish they would this year, because it's for the taking. The AL is open. I mean, it is wide open.
How much
starting pitching with the guard starting pitching, and how good the bullpen has been, and sure, every bullpen needs one more arm.
Right. How much do the results of the next 5 to 7 weeks impact the trade deadline for the Guardians, do you think?
I think if you tread water and float, whether it's 2 games below 500 to however many above 500 you want to be in that regard, because above 500 would be a success.
Now, keep in mind the trade deadline.
August 1, right?
No, it's August 3rd this year.
3rd,
but no, I'm just saying, like, the trade deadline is bumped back. We're used to it being, okay? So, and that's right about the time Jose should be, again, fingers crossed that the surgery and he drinks enough milk and everything goes well, that hamate bone heals the way it's supposed to, and he is back on the field. I'm just doing the quick math here. That puts he should be on the field when the Browns report for training camp here. The last week of July. That's what I'm looking at for him to be back. That's week 6 of the thing. So the trade deadline is week 7. So worst case scenario, knock on wood, at least as far as the time frame that we know about. Worst case scenario, Jose back first full week of August.
I would be sniffing around. You've got the prospects to make this kind of a move. You have some log jams. You can offer some guys that have some pretty decent upside. It's going to hurt when you make that trade. And we all know how much the Guardians really love all of their prospects. But, boy, I hope they make some kind of splash to get somebody in here to really help it out. If it's a Duran and you can figure out that kind of thing, if it's Jaron Duran, I should say, if you even really want to do the swing and he's still healthy for Mike Trout. Now, granted, Artie Moreno and the Angels would have to eat a chunk of that contract, but Mike Trout's been playing his tail off, and he would fit exactly what this team needs at that point. Same thing with Neto. Zach Neto from the Angels is another one to keep an eye on. He's been playing shortstop. He probably could play wherever you needed him to, but he's been hitting as well.
The challenge for the Guardians is not to try and do too much, not to get out of what they do as a ball club. Here's manager Stephen Vogt. This is yesterday before the game that didn't get played. This is Stephen Vogt on keeping guys in their lane, if you will, and sticking to what they do best.
You know, you see a little sign of somebody trying to do a little too much, you just calm them down. Just talk to them and say, hey, keep being yourself. You're on this team because you, with your skill set, can go out and help us win games. You don't have to be anything more than that. Easier said than done, because I think everybody's going to want to try and do a little bit more. It's the nature of the beast. But we just have to continue to stay the course and be ourselves and go out and win games.
And I think that is very important not just for his ball club, but just in general, because when you look at this lineup, right, it is a lineup that is not predicated on power. Usually, when the ball flies out of the ballpark, we go, "Ooh, that was nice."
That's a nice change of pace.
Yeah.
Which is not the way you want to play baseball in 2026, because, God, the pitching has never been better.
I know. And look, I know you're old enough to remember the sitting back and waiting for the 3-run homer philosophy that this organization used to have back in the day. Well, that's not how they play it today, and honestly, that's not how they can play it today with the way the roster is constructed and the players that they have, and that's not a criticism.
And it is a more fun brand of baseball to watch.
And they're a young ball club for the most part. They have improved their selection, drafting, if you will, and development of younger positional players.
Mm-hmm.
Used to be they could draft and develop pitchers, but they couldn't find a positional player to save their life. They'd usually have to trade the pitchers that they couldn't afford to keep to go get the position players to come in here, right? I mean, that used to be the cycle that they were on. Now you've got young guys like Angel Martinez, and you got Chase Stolater, Travis Bazzana. You got a couple more guys in the pipeline down in the minors that are, trying to become finished products so they can
Khalil Watson,
be elevated to the big leagues, right? But relatively young ball club that get them on, get them over, get them in type of approach, the hustle, the do the little things, right? The try and play the game the smart way, if you will. Try and be real intelligent with their approach, although they really need to figure out the challenging of the ABS system. They're I think, one of the worst teams in challenges. And I think the next Guardians game that I go to, in which they have a successful night challenging with the ABS system, it will be the first. They're really struggling in that regard, okay? And they also have some folks challenging that, quite frankly, should not be challenging these pitches, but that's a whole nother diatribe.
My favorite was still Travis Bazzana challenging, getting it wrong, and apologizing. That one was still my favorite throughout the whole season. I was like, oh my gosh, you are from Australia, but you are so Midwestern. That is so perfect. Sir, I am so sorry. You are correct. To everybody on the bench, I am so sorry as well to use our challenge. On top of that, please accept the leftovers in the Cool Whip container. That was so Midwestern. It was perfect.
Oh, so good. So good.
Like, you really are one of us. Welcome in.
But, hopefully Chase Stolater and the ribs, everything comes out okay. They're going to Milwaukee to open up a series with the Brewers and have some more information. That Angel Martinez should be good to go on Tuesday. So
I like him, man. Are you a fan?
Yeah, I like what I've seen from him. I certainly see the potential there. Mm-hmm. He's definitely not a finished product by any stretch of the imagination. None of these young kids are, no question about that. But there are a lot of things with his game that I do like. I see the potential there. I'd probably say, look, I think Stephen Kwan's probably the most disappointing this year. There's
something.
Yeah, I don't
fishy going on.
Yeah, I don't have an understanding of what's actually going on. I speculate, and I'm going to underline speculate. Mm-hmm. This is just, these guys are human beings, and when contracts are up and it's time for you to get what you deserve or what you feel is your market value and things like that, that is on your mind. And we these guys play every day. That's the beauty and also the pain of baseball at times. And the beauty part of it is you can have a terrible day on Sunday, come back on Monday and have a career day, right? But I just have to wonder, and maybe that's a better way to put it than speculate. I just have to wonder if he got caught up in his own situation, if you will, regarding his contract, not maybe wanting to do a hometown discount, wanting to get his value, because this is a guy that was playing for $700,000, $800,000, $900,000 a year, which to the normal average person, you hit the lottery at that. But by Major League Baseball payroll standards, That's not a lot of money. That's you're making a minimum wage basically in Major League Baseball at that pay scale. And I have to wonder if the human element of the uncertainty about your own future, your own financial future, I just have to wonder if that has crept in and he is now trying, because I went Friday night, he had a couple base hits in that, and I was like, oh, okay, maybe Stephen Kwan's coming out of it. The ball seemed to be jumping off the bat a little bit, real good sound, solid contact, not the off the end of the bat or those, worm killers that we had seen from him or whatnot, right? It felt like I was like, oh, maybe Stephen Kwan's coming around a little bit here. I have to wonder if just the human side of the uncertainty of his contract has really had a negative effect on his performance on the field.
See, I'm another direction. I think he's hurt.
Okay.
And the reason that I think he's hurt is because his exit velocity is down 3 miles an hour on average. His bat speed is down a full mile an hour as well.
I love when we get to talk about exit velocity and we get to talk about bat speed.
Well, you mock this stuff.
Oh, I'm not mocking it. Yeah, I am. But I do love it.
Here's the thing, though.
The science of
Typically,
baseball.
guys who press are swinging too hard.
Okay.
Typically, guys who press are losing different aspects.
So the bat speed should be faster if he was pressing.
You'd think, right? If you were trying to hit a ball harder, wouldn't you swing harder?
Yeah, it doesn't mean my bat's going faster.
But if you were trying to hit a ball
my high school coach told me, swing as hard as you want, Daryl. The bat's not moving any quicker.
The exit velocity going down, too, is massive. He's not making a square of contact as he was once making, and that was a guy who was never the strongest to begin with,
but he
who was all about peppering that gap in between, and when you can't get it to that gap, that turns into groundouts. That turns into pop-outs. But
it doesn't seem to be affecting him in the field. That's the thing. Like, he's still playing some pretty good defense out there.
Right. Which could easily mean that it's, again, I have no idea. I'm just guessing.
You're looking at the scientific measurables.
Well, I'm trying to figure out why. Because typically, if that happens, it either means A, you're injured, or B, you've lost it. And all of a sudden, your career is starting to head downhill faster than it probably should be. That's usually what happens. Is Father Time is the other reason that stuff goes down.
Yeah, that would be a very short career for him if it's over for him.
And he's 28, so I don't think it's Father Time. So I'm trying to figure out what else it could possibly be besides he's hurt.
We are in the era of ring culture. A question that I want to ask, why is it that if your team doesn't win a championship, your season is a bust? Why do fans have that mindset? I want to talk about that next. 216-474-0092. It's Daryl Ryder, Dan Madigan in for Baskin and Phelps. Till 2 on The Fan.
elaborate further. Their next matchup will be on Sunday against Team Japan. You can listen to the Fan Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight, all the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
You know, there are some things that annoy me, and those that know me best would say that I'm underselling it by saying some. But one of the things that kind of bothers me sometimes when it comes to how we talk about sports and successes and failures of seasons is, and we ran into a little bit this year with the Cavs, and it's that championship or bust mentality. We run into it with the Guardians all the time as well.
Absolutely.
Like, well, the Guardians haven't won a World Series since 1948. It's been 10 years since the Cavs have won the NBA championship. You know, Donovan Mitchell's this, that, and the other. You traded for James Harden. You got to. It's a championship or bust, and if not, then boy, we just wasted all of our time. And I think that. And the reason why that comes to mind is because, obviously, it's a very happy time if you're a New York Knicks fan. It's been 53 years since they won an NBA championship. They've now climbed that mountain. I hope they never win another one. And that's just going to be, because I don't know how much more of this I can tolerate. But I'm always happy when droughts get ended in sports, when long-suffering fan bases, no matter how obnoxious they are, when those droughts come to an end. So the Knicks drought has ended. Now let's never hear from them again, right? Same thing with the Cubs, right? Your drought ended. We never want to hear from you again. The Red Sox, your drought ended. Unfortunately, we did hear from you a few more times after that. You want a couple more of these. Yeah. But we're good. Don't ever want to hear from you again. Never want to hear from Patriot fan again. Never want to hear from Philly fan again. But I do like it when droughts get ended. And I think, though, that sometimes that this notion that just because you didn't win a championship, the season was a waste of your time. I think that's, first of all, it's extreme.
I hate it.
Secondly, I think you lose the enjoyment. Like, I still remember the 22-game winning streak from a couple years ago. Yes, I know they didn't win the World Series. I know that they didn't get as deep into the playoffs as everyone was hoping for, whatever. But that 22-game win streak was a hell of a lot of fun for about a month and a half.
Yeah. It was great baseball.
It really was.
The Jay Bruce walk-off.
The Cavs won 52 games this year. They played 2 Game 7s and won both of them. They kept the Game 7 winning streak, which, by the way, dates back to them winning the NBA championship in 2016. They kept the Game 7 winning streak going. Mm-hmm. Yes, you got swept badly in the conference final. I get that. But I think that, I don't know. I don't think just because you don't win a championship, it means that your organization is failing or that it's been a waste of your time. Because I think when you have that mentality, and I get it, the goal is to win a championship. Mm-hmm. I understand that. But I think that when you have that mentality, you lose the fun of sports. You lose the day-to-day enjoyment of sports. And the payoff is when you do win the championship, right? Mm-hmm. That's the payoff for Spike Lee and Chalamet and Stiller and Die Hard.
Tracy Morgan and all of those people in between.
Die Hard Knicks fans. The diehards. I'm not talking about the bandwagoners and the ones that'll, show up when the times are good. I'm talking about the diehards.
We're talking about the ones who watched a lot of Stephon Marbury.
Right. And also, too, for a couple of decades there, the Knicks were the Browns of the NBA.
Oh, they were a mess.
They could not get out of their own way, constantly firing coaches, constantly changing directions with their franchise.
I used to refer to them as the Kazoos. Because until they were a real franchise, then they could get a real name. Until that moment, they were the Kazoos.
But I don't know. As a sports fan, can you actually appreciate a season in which your team does not win a championship? I'm old enough to remember when They were the Indians back then in 95. Like, Cleveland held a parade. They did not win the World Series. They lost that thing in 6. Now, granted, the Braves were very, very much the beneficiaries of a 12-lane strike zone. Yes. Okay? But, like, they didn't win the World Series, and there was a parade. Obviously, there was no parade in 1997 because that was a swift kick to the Pills, losing that game.
Yeah, that one hurt.
And there was no parade. Well, there was no parade after 2016 either, although now we have a Rajai Davis bobblehead.
Yes. And a moment that all of us will never forget. I mean, that's part of this. Though you did not win that title, you have that moment in your life until the end of that ball leaving Rajai Davis's back and just squeaking past the foul pole. Like, it's just this beautiful moment that's there. Like, they never won a title, but those 97, 8 into like 2003, the Lamont Murray, Wes Person, Clarence Weatherspoon, Chris Gantling, Cleveland Cavaliers were a really enjoyable bunch. And I enjoyed listening to them every night as I fell asleep way later than my mother would have liked me to have fallen asleep listening to those games. Like, those are the things that build sports fandom. At no point did I look at those teams, even at that age, and think to myself, well, it's a title, or else all these nights that I spent listening to these games from Joe Tate is just a giant waste of time.
Right.
Like, at no point was that.
Well, look at the late 80s Browns, right?
Yeah.
They got to 3 AFC championships. They didn't win any of them. But those teams to this day are revered and celebrated, and the players on those teams are beloved.
I have watched a ton of really bad baseball. I mean, my word, there is a generation of fans of the Cleveland Guardians, thanks to Ben Broussard, Andy Marte, Johnny Peralta. Like, there's a legion where it's like, that's my team.
Oh, those were your bad teams?
Oh, yeah. I mean, there was some, well, of course, you're going to, you will pull up the 70s and 80s and read off some of those bad boys, and we'll have ourselves a good time. But there's something to those teams that while they never won playoff games, they never made those deep runs into the playoffs or anything else, that are just memorable and great. And you enjoy every last bit of them. The Price, Doherty, Nance Cavaliers, while they ran into Michael Jordan every time, and it was such a bummer, are such foundational teams that played a great style of basketball that brought a lot of people a lot of joy. And I think we forget all of those teams because we're so in this ring culture moment. The Cavaliers this year were one of the 4 best teams in basketball, D. I mean, they were the 4 best teams. That's a great accomplishment.
Again, what conversation would you rather have? What's it going to take for them to find that missing piece to get over this, to get over the big hump and win another NBA championship? Or do we want to sit here and be talking about all the college prospects coming out and, night in and night out doing the, hey, another ping pong ball for the hopper. Here comes the lottery in May. Fingers crossed that they can win it. Now, the lottery's been very kind to the Cavaliers over the course of history.
Yeah.
But, like, I'd rather be talking about a team that's in the playoffs every year and trying to find a way to climb the mountain.
So I wonder as well if we're maybe going to see a bit more of a renaissance in this idea of, like, hey, these teams were really good and they're really fun. And I wonder if it's because, have you done 82-0? Have you seen that floating around?
No, I was filling in, I think it was with Peterlin on the afternoon show. He tried to talk me into it.
It's fun because it's that great meme of guys can sit around and talk about athletes for hours.
Yeah.
It's kind of just that in another form. You get the, like, I was sitting with my buddy, we were driving back from Columbus and we did it.
Yeah, but if I go 79-2, or 79-3, I failed because I didn't go 82-0.
But I had so much fun along the way.
Isn't that how that works? If I don't go 82-0, I don't win, right?
But if I had so much fun along the way when you spin the wheel and get the 90s Trailblazers and you're sitting there going, man, Clyde Drexler was freaking awesome. Like, you forget how good Clyde the Glide was until you're in one of those situations and trying to build this team.
Listen, one of the greatest duos in NBA history that never won a championship was Stockton and Malone.
Exactly. I think we might appreciate this stuff more and more as we sit there and look back at history and go, man.
But do we have a loser's mentality because we're like thinking in those terms and willing to accept that there wasn't a championship won?
What does my mentality have anything to do with what's taking place on the field? It's why I always hated when people would say, oh, that's a loser's mentality. What the hell do you care about my mentality? My mentality has nothing to do with the athletes that I'm currently watching.
Well, I always say nothing I say impacts to what they do on the field.
Absolutely. It's the same superstition problem, which is another sidetrack that we could easily do off of this, which is like you not changing your underwear has no impact on if that guy's going to get a hit. Please bathe more frequently and change garments more often.
Well, I wash them. You do. I will wash them.
Oh, there are some. There are some.
I'm sure there are.
There are some.
When the no-no's going, I don't say it. I never talk about the length of the game. While I'm in a press box in any sport whatsoever, because anytime that does happen, it comes to a screeching halt and it goes from a quick 2.5-hour game to a 3.5-hour game. Like, there are just things you do not do.
And it's the same problem I have with all of this world that we're in of it's either title or bust, because there's so much of that ride along the way that is so joyful that if you live your life with title or bust, you will never truly experience joy outside of 3 times, 4 times, or you just turn into Yankee fans where you spend the whole time just going, well, you don't know how good this guy is. He's never had a Yankee before. Well, that player, he's just a Yankee. You run into that crap, which just completely sucks all of the joy of the journey that got you to where you are. I understand it in the midst of the slogs. When you're in a slog into nothingness, I get it.
Right.
But if you're one of the teams that's got a shot to make some noise, I've never understood this. Well, they didn't win a title, therefore they sucked. It's like, what? What are you doing? You can't live your life that black and white. There needs to be gray, or else you'll never truly find joy in sports. And why are you here then?
Yeah, no, and I think that if you just look at it through the lens of winning a championship only, I think you lose the fun of sports.
Agreed.
I really do.
Agreed.
And again, you go back to what it was like in 2016 with the Cavaliers winning a championship and just how fun the week that followed that, right, was, and the months that followed. And if you just get caught up in, well, the team didn't win at all, that's going to be it. That was a waste of our time. I just think that you're really missing out on the fun of this thing. I have a sidewalk etiquette question that I need to pose. Something happened on the way to work today, and it happened twice in front of me, and I need to check with the room, and also too, it might be a little bit of a etiquette check for men when walking the sidewalks. We'll get into that next. Last call for you as well. So we put a bow on the show. That's coming your way next. It's Daryl Ryder, Dan Mennigan, and for Baskin and Phelps, till 2 on the Fan.
I'm Pat Boyle, here to help you beat the books. That's what on sports. Men's French Open semifinals and in a tournament full of upsets. How about one more? For world number 2, Sasha Zverev, there's no better opportunity for him to finally win his first Grand Slam, but I think the pressure gets to him. On the other side of the net is 20-year-old Jakub Menchik, fearless and wielding a huge serve in a big game. Menchik has a 4-3 record against top 5 players in his young career. He's equipped to pull off the upset tomorrow at more than 3-1. Menchik on the money line. I'm Pat Boyle. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Father's Day? Go big for Dad. Celebrate Father's Day with 5 courses fresh from the Wok Fire. Enjoy a 5-course celebration experience starting at $89.99, featuring premium entrees like New York prime strip steak tataki, oolong Chilean sea bass, and lobster and prawn fried rice. Bold flavors, sizzling favorites, a meal made to impress. Because Dad deserves more than just a dinner. He deserves a celebration. Celebrate Father's Day with some sizzle. Only at P.F. Chang's.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. My house has a new glow. I love my windows. Universal Windows Direct.
Hey, it's Nick Wilson. Right now, buy 4 windows and get 4 free and 48 months with 0% interest. Same as cash. Restrictions apply. Call 216-243-6648. Like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
I love my windows. They've got that brand new home effect. Universal Windows Direct.
When equipment breaks down and operations come to a halt, every single second counts. So why is your maintenance team spending 60% of their time doing anything but turning wrenches? MaintainX is the AI-powered maintenance and asset management system that helps your team get back to actually fixing breakdowns. No more searching for manuals. No more hunting down parts. No more drowning in paperwork. With MaintainX, your team can access manuals from anywhere, create new procedures in minutes, and turn voice notes into clear and complete work order feedback. What used to take hours now only takes minutes. Keep your operations moving and your wrenches turning. Join over 13,000 maintenance teams that are already fixing more and filing less. Try MaintainX for free today. Go to maintainx.com/AI. That's maintain and the letter x.com/AI.
Ken Ganley Kia is the home of 000. Buy a 26 Kia with 0 down, 0% for 5 full years, or 0 payments for 90 days. 26 Kia Seltos LX, $119 lease per month. 26 Sportage EX, $159 lease per month. $159 or 0%, 0 down. 24 months due at signing. Seltos, $37.93. Sportage, $48.13. 10K miles per year. No security deposit required. Buy with 0 down, 0% for 5 full years, or 0 payments for 90 days during the Kia Summer Sticker Sales Event at Ken Ganley Kia in Medina, Mentor, Alliance, and Boardman. Online at KenGanleyKia.com. Tell them McKinsey sent ya, because I want to see ya in a Ken Ganley Kia.
KMA rebates assigned to dealer 26 Sportage JPR 1667 per 1,000 financed. Advertised offers include $398 documentary fee and $50 title service fee plus tax, title, and registration with approved credit through KMF. Expires 6/30/26.
This June, discover what's new at Extend Technologies as they celebrate 25 years of helping homeowners create smarter, more beautiful living spaces.
Visit Extend's newly redesigned website to explore innovative solutions like Savant whole home battery backup systems and their new 4-inch and 6-inch warm dim architectural lighting upgrades that could transform your home without a major remodel.
Whether you're building, remodeling, or simply looking to enhance your home, visit the Extend Experience and Design Center or explore ideas online. XTENDAV.com.
Hey everybody, it's Anthony Lima for Vanscoy Hair. And with the temperatures heating up, you don't have to wear a hat all the time. Restoring your hair has never been so easy. That's because Vanscoy Hair has all the proven technologies, and you don't have to have a hat to cover all that thinning hair up all summer long. And right now, 0% financing available, treatments as low as $75 a month. You want to be able to have that freedom once again outside. You don't have to wear a hat all the time. You don't have to worry about taking a dip in the pool and dipping that face underwater. You know know why? Because Vanscoy Hair has got you covered. 216-370-7980. Proven and trusted for thinning hair and the latest in hair transplants from a company you know right here in Northeast Ohio. 60 plus years treating those men right here in the area. And also women, thanks to Exosomes, a plant-based treatment that is pain-free, where some have seen results in as few as 45 days. Give them a call and find out what'll work for you. 216-370-7980 for that free hair and scalp analysis. Visit vanscoyhair.com.
All guests appear on the 92.3 The Fan hotline, powered by Wise Hard Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright. If you can't listen to us live, we've got you covered. You can hear the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, Basket and Phelps, an afternoon drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin as a podcast. Full hours, full shows. Find it all on the Odyssey app, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, and anywhere you get your podcasts.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
Jose Ramirez has been placed on the 10-day injured list after suffering a broken hamate bone on Saturday against the Tigers. Ramirez set to have surgery, and the expected recovery time is 5 to 7 weeks. The infielder suffered the same injury in his right hand back in 2019 and was able to return to play after a month. Jose isn't the only Guardian who got injured over the weekend. Angel Martinez suffered a bruised left foot after fouling a pitch off of it, but he's expected to be back in the lineup tomorrow. Chase DeLauder injured his ribs and will be undergoing tests today. Guardians off today. They'll be kicking off a 9-game road trip tomorrow, starting with a 3-game weekday series against the Brewers in Milwaukee. Some NBA news. Shams Charania reporting the Bulls are finalizing a deal to bring in Thiago Splitter as their next head coach. And some NFL news. The Jets and guard Joe Tippmann have reportedly agreed on a 4-year extension worth $66.4 million. Want to catch highlights from The Fan from throughout the day? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Last call for you, at least for this show. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin in the bullpen, warming up right now. Coming your way at 2. I had an issue on the way to work today. Not me personally, but it was something that I observed that actually I was bothered by.
Oh, no.
So, walking here in downtown Cleveland, and this didn't happen just once. This actually happened twice in the same day. So two on the same walk, I should say. 2 separate incidents. So I'm walking down, and a young lady walks by.
Yes.
There is somebody in front of me as well, another guy in front of me. Good distance between us.
Of course, yeah.
So a young lady walks by him, then walks by me. Now I keep the eyes straight.
Yeah.
You keep the eyes straight.
You're on a mission. You know what you're doing.
You just keep walking.
Yeah.
This happened twice. The guys in front of me stopped dead in their tracks and turned around.
What?
And looked at the woman passing.
Oh, goodness.
Them. Now,
what are we doing here?
I don't want to be the etiquette police here or the creep police here.
I mean, we are trying to run a proper society.
But,
I mean, honestly, you should be the creep police. I think you should. Like, if you notice creepy behavior, call it out.
I almost said to
Does he have to point and yell creep? Because that would be pretty funny.
Yeah. I mean, however it works, if you see someone being a creep, call out being a creep.
Sorry, D, you're on a roll.
I know we keep interrupting you, but this is getting me heated just listening to it.
No, so I almost stopped and said to the one guy, dude, you're not doing anything with that. Keep it moving. Like, but I also did not want to have to get into discussion with anybody because I was on my way to work. I just wanted to get to work. But no, this happened twice today.
Wow.
On the way in where a woman walked by, and I won't use the word gentleman because they weren't gentlemen.
No.
The dudes, I guess that's what I'll call them, the dudes in front of me stopped dead in their tracks, turned around, we're not talking like rubbernecking here where you just turn your head. No, they physically stopped and turned around to continue looking at the woman that was walking by. Like, what is wrong with people?
I mean, I feel like that's a typical Cleveland experience.
Should I have
for
said
women
something?
walking down the street? I think so. I mean, because I experience that like several times a month. There was one time leaving work, I'm going to cross over Huron Street to get over to our garage, and there's a guy speeding down the street on one of those electric scooters. So I'm watching him. Because I was about to step in the crosswalk, I see him coming, and I was like, okay, if I
you don't want to get taken out.
Yeah, exactly. Like I knew that at the pace that he was going and the pace that I was walking, there was going to be a collision. So I stopped and I'm watching him to like wait for him to go past so I can cross this. Then he notices me looking at him, and then he stopped the scooter straight in front of me and started staring back, and he started to like
He
walk
thought that
toward-
was an invitation.
Yeah, and he started like walking towards me, and that's when I got so freaked out that I ran back into the Halley building and then took the secret tunnel into the garage to avoid him. But that's like but this experience of walking down the street and having someone physically stop and turn around to stare at you and make you uncomfortable, that happens to me a few times a month.
Well, I guess the sunny side of this story that I'm telling is neither woman saw what happened. I saw what happened.
She probably realized it was happening and chose to ignore it because if you acknowledge it in any way, they see it as an invitation.
It only gets worse.
Gotcha. Okay. Because like I said,
what are they doing?
Yeah, I kept walking. They walked by me, but like I said, the two dudes, like they just did the stopping the tracks and turning around and like staring for a few seconds.
Hey.
And I'm just like, the one guy did it so long, I passed him. And then now I did stop.
We're trying to run a society.
Now I did stop that guy. I did stop once I realized I stopped a few feet and I turned around just to make sure like he didn't like go running after this young lady as well. I don't know what I would have done about it, my size, but just
honestly, just having you there,
a presence is,
having you there is because, like, I will say, and I'm going to give Nick Wilson massive ups for this. There has been multiple times over my last, 7 or 8 years here at the station where Nick has like recognized a situation where I might feel uncomfortable, and he'll like say to me either like be like, "Hey, do you want me to hang around? Hey, do you want me to walk you to this place? Whatever." Like Nick Wilson has done that many, many times, so I want to give him lots of props for that because it is. Just having someone now, I realize he's also 6'4", so
it helps.
But
it helps.
I think just having someone there is always nice. It's a nice safety blanket.
Nobody's messing with it, but that the guy saw me stop, and then he started walking. As soon as he started
and that's
walking
exactly
again,
it. Like when they realize that someone notices their creepy behavior, that's when they pretend that they're not being creepy.
All right. So was I in the wrong for not saying anything to either one of these numbnuts?
Yes and no. I'm going to say no because you were on your way to work and you were kind of focused and, paying attention to your own thing and also, not wanting to get into a conversation, possible altercation because you don't know what's going to happen. But I do think that, like, if you're in a situation where you feel safe to do so, I do think that those creep behaviors should be called out.
I would say definitely in that regard. It's not, problem is it's not your place to be the manners police. Like, you shouldn't have to have that as a part of your day-to-day life.
But you have to call it out because, like, if I say something to a man being creepy towards me on the street, they don't care because they don't, like, the men who do that don't respect women, so they're not going to care what a woman has to say about it. But when a fellow man calls them out, that's when they're like,
where it's like,
whatever.
what are we doing here, Chief? Like, this again, we're trying to run a society here.
So unless you know the lady and you're going to then have a conversation with her because you know her, you're familiar with each other, keep the eyes forward and keep it moving.
Yeah.
That's how it's done on the sidewalk, gentlemen. Okay? Eyes forward and you keep walking.
Also, while we're here, catcalling doesn't work. Let's get that out of the way too.
Yeah. Don't be doing that either.
Yeah, that doesn't work.
All right. It's just a very, very uncomfortable situation, and I'm a man because I knew what was up. I knew what was going on. I'm like,
well, I mean, and that's how you know it's bad is that, like, when another man is noticing a man's creepiness, that's when you know that.
I'm just like, keep it moving. You just keep walking. Yeah, the second guy, though, he was so obvious about it that I did stop after I passed him, made sure there was a good 10, 15 feet between us. I stopped and turned around to make sure that, he wasn't, running after her or whatever. But, yeah, eyes front and keep it moving on the sidewalk, gentlemen. That's how it's done.
Yeah,
okay?
so I will.
And no cat calling, no whistling, none of that nonsense.
Yeah, so I will say, like, to your question about whether or not you should say something. If you feel safe in that situation, because, given the fact that altercations can happen.
I don't think I could have taken either one of those guys.
Right. If it is
just being honest.
If it's a situation where you feel safe in doing so, then I think that it's appreciated if you say something. But then again, I'm not saying, don't put yourself in harm's way to do so.
Social media reactions powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Getting a couple of responses. People agreeing with me. Yeah.
That checks out.
Just keep an
your
eye
head
out.
forward.
Watch.
It's okay.
But,
Keep your head forward.
Why Am I Smarter? Brought to you by QC Kinetics, the leader in regenerative medicine and pain. Give QC Kinetics a call at 216-770-5488. Meredith, why are you smarter today?
I'm going to say that I'm smarter because of our conversation about the Guardians and Jose Ramirez and the idea that maybe, hopefully, they won't be without him for too long and it won't throw the season off too badly to not have Jose Ramirez in the lineup.
Dan Madigan, why are you smarter?
Fedor was outstanding. Give that a listen, 93thefan.com, wherever you get your podcast. Use the Radio Rewind app to 12. He was awesome. All sorts of great information, all about the Cavs offseason.
I was going to say the exact same thing. His thoughts on Donovan Mitchell. And the question that I have, is it worth paying Donovan Mitchell $70 million a year in that ballpark? Not that specific number, but in that ballpark if Mitchell waits for the Supermax contract. Chris had a fantastic response. Again, use the rewind function on the free Odyssey app. It's been fun. We're done. Meredith, thank you so much. Very busy on the other side of the glass. Outstanding job as always. Dan, it's been a pleasure.
It was a joy, buddy. Let's do it again sometime.
We'll do it again soon. All right, don't go anywhere. We're out of here, but the afternoon boys rolling in next. Jonathan Peterlin, Nick Wilson. Afternoon Drive. The gang is standing by for you. That comes your way next, right here on The Fan and live on YouTube.
And that's the show.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
whether someone is genuinely taking accountability versus simply just saying the right things. You know, like if you're going to sit there and your big, resolution on these guys is I'm going to see if bad person versus bad decision. And so, like, if the whole goal is I got to walk away thinking this person's a good person that just made a bad life choice. If I want it to be that you're a good person, I'm sure I can find reasons to think that you are.
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
This show is back. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We are Afternoon Drive. Happy Monday, y'all. Hope you're enjoying the sunshine today. A little cooler temperatures than over the weekend, because that's all I really care about at this point in life. Weather. Yep. Soon for the funeral home for I. But we got to react to the NBA Finals. We got to react to some bad Guardians news, the Browns in off-season mode, and the Cavs still in Cancun. That open, courtesy of the NBA on ESPN and Mac Robinson on the board. Yes, we salute the Supreme Leader, because if we did not, there would be consequences. Schmunsequences. And we got Jake Marin producing today, manning the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. As always, you guys can subscribe to 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. And please, like our videos. We desperately like to be liked around these parts. And Matt Corelli on the 2020 Center, baby doll. Hi, JP.
Hello. How are you today?
Doing all right. Doing all right.
Okay,
good weekend?
Yeah, it was fine. I saw Lima this weekend.
Look at that.
Yeah, saw Lima and his family out and about. We all hung out at the park for a little bit. That was a good time. We just happened to be at the same event together, and then, it was what it was.
I feel like this is a nice way. I feel like this could be the beginning of something special, because you guys have kids the same age. And now that I'm on the other side of it, that my kids are 15 and 12.
Yeah.
I do not relate. I'm friends with you guys, but we're just at a different. You guys have different ways of going about hanging out with your kids than I do.
Well, so what's nice is that his kids are maybe 8 months older than his oldest is like 8 months older than Charlotte is, and then his youngest is like a couple years older than my youngest is. But it's just enough so I get to. He's like a glimpse into my future, and so he's telling me like, oh, I'm not out of the woods, but like this is pretty sweet right now that they can kind of act and do their own things. And I'm like, all right, I'm like 8 months away. All right, we're good. This is good. It gives me hope in certain areas.
And meanwhile, so you'll tell me things occasionally, and I'll be like, oh, I remember that, but I don't really remember it.
Yeah.
I know I did it. I know we as a family went through that, whatever little phases are, but there are so many micro phases from the time kids are born until, honestly, even now there's still micro phases, but until they hit like 6, you're constantly going through a different part of their development.
Mm-hmm.
And now it's like, they're boy crazy and they like some of the same music I do. And
boy crazy.
Oh, yeah, it's a real.
We dealing with some crushes here or what?
We got some crushes. My Izzy has had the same boyfriend for since we moved to Wadsworth. So
wait, she's got a boyfriend since Wadsworth?
Yeah.
How have you not brought this up once?
Well, because I gotta make sure nobody knows that I know, because if something happens to him, gotta make sure I got an alibi.
Right?
Yep.
You tell us everything in life. How is this fun escape?
Well, because it had to be my doppelganger that had. But I realized my girls, again, like the difference between boys and girls at this age is girls are so much more like outwardly like, this is my crush and here's why I like him. Mm-hmm. I never told my parents who I was crushing on and who I liked.
No. In fact, I always thought it was really odd. In my family, we never did any of that. We all just kind of pretended as if we just had no attraction to the opposite sex at all. It was weird how that works. So do you like the young guy or no?
I have not met him.
I guess I maybe wouldn't comment.
But no, I just don't care for him.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, is that right?
Yeah. That's my baby.
This is why you haven't mentioned him at all.
Yeah, that's my baby. Yeah.
My mom once told me, she's like, I got a feeling you're going to be the type of dad that'll be, like cleaning his shotgun as a joke at the front door. And I'm like, have we ever met? I know you gave birth to me, but have we ever met?
Again, Chicago tough versus Northeast Ohio tough.
What part of life did you think I was going to be the guy that would like clean a shotgun in front of my daughter's boyfriend as an intimidation tactic?
Yeah, I try and...
What are you talking about?
I work really hard to kind of curb those instincts, but they're there. That as a giant teddy bear of a human being, the urge to crush somebody's legs right beneath the surface. I'm going to smile.
Is that right?
But in my eyes, if you look real close, you can see the mark of Satan right behind it. if you step one direction wrong with my daughter.
That's got to be such an interesting line to toe, because you can't. You really can't. It's a kid. You can't intimidate him. There's only so many things.
It's just it would be really frowned upon.
There's only so many things you can do. And if that kid, if he ends up just breaking your daughter's heart, again, you can't do anything about it. There's nothing you
Not
can
me
actually
personally.
do. Yeah.
I just got to find some 12-year-olds who need a little cash in their pocket. That's all I need.
Why is Nick going to the boys' baseball team offering $20 a head for anybody that'll just knock this guy out? I don't know.
Well, because you don't pay for the act, you pay for the silence.
Is that right?
Right. You got to give them enough that they're willing to do a bid if, God forbid, something unfortunate happened and people found out.
This is why we both needed boys, though, at some point, because the boy then can be our henchmen and they can just do our bidding. Then
I know. Well,
you're the brother. Go beat up this kid. Make it happen.
I think that was the theory with my mom having two sons in addition to my sister. The problem is every time my sister would break up with a guy, I kind of felt bad for the guy. I'm like, he had to date her, man. Like that's punishment enough. He's free now. Run away, little boy.
So I had it the other way, where my sister's such a hawk about everything. Where she was like, when she broke up with the guy, because she was always the one breaking up with him, I'd feel bad for the guy because I'd be like, oh, she just spit him up and chewed him out, didn't she? This guy never had a chance. This guy's going to grovel for months on end trying to get back, and it's just not going to work. She's done with you, buddy.
I remember telling, I called the guy Ratface Ricky. Not great. I know.
That's a great nickname, though.
Not great.
No, it's mean, but it's really funny.
And called it to his face.
Ratface Ricky.
Yeah. There's really no defense of this. All right. I clearly was a 13-year-old D.
That part of childhood's fun, though.
But
Ratface Ricky.
Somehow, because, she's 2 years old, or 2 years ahead of me in school, somehow I happened upon, because I was the chaperone for their dates, like I was going to, anyways, the point, all these flawed logics from my parents, whom I love. But I remember he was like really torn up. He's like, I was like, it's just really hard. And then she was really mean to me at the end. I'm like, buddy, I've had to deal with this for 13 years. Get bent. Come on. Like, you think she's a pain in the ass the year you dated or 6 months? Yeah, I've been living through this nightmare for 13 years.
So since Wadsworth, though, this has been a while they've been dating that.
Yes, it has been. Yeah, it has been. Yep.
That's not a short amount of time.
Mm-hmm. And they text. Oh, God, it's so cute. Vanessa thinks it's so cute that they text. It's so cute that they text. It's so great. Yeah. Because in the end, that's also my wife's phone. So I'm like, you better not be working a double angle here, kid.
Oh, no.
Hope you can afford the mortgage, pal. Oh.
What's this kid's name? I don't want you to say
leave his name out of it just because that's somebody else's
I just want to
kid.
come up with like a Rat-Faced Ricky type nickname for him. I just want to come up with something that we can obviously don't use any real names.
Yeah. Well, but that's what I'm going to come. His name is Cerufio. I don't know what the hell you want. It's not a great name.
Sol American.
We'll just call him Sol American. You leave Sol out of this.
Well, he could be Sol American.
He could never be Sol American.
This guy acting like he can't come up with a fake name on the spot. I mean, he doesn't.
Sol American took me 15 minutes.
That's right. Yeah.
Now, boy, what a dud Sunday was from the Guardians' perspective. Not only was the game rained out, and pushed the chance for this sweep into, I believe, the month of August. But Jose is out for now 5 to 7 weeks with a hamate bone injury. And then CDL is also dealing with a rib contusion. Angel Martinez is dealing with an issue as well. It was just from the Guardians' perspective, you could not have drawn up, you could not have dreamed up a bigger kick in the skippies than that for Sunday.
Well, Saturday, I mean, think about it. Like all three of those injuries happened by the time we got to the fifth inning.
Yeah.
And you're just watching the game and you're seeing as it's developing and you're going, oh no, another person. And it's almost in the sense of if you could pick out the three worst people to have that happen to, that probably would have been them minus maybe Bazana thrown in there.
I feel like CDL saw people starting to get injured and he's like, wait, you're not going to throw this party without me.
And he's like, hey, this is what I do. And then you find out it's like a contusion, which is usually a good sign because that's a fancy doctor way of saying a bone bruise, right?
Yeah.
Like he'll be all right. But then they're kind of being cagey about this whole thing, and I don't know that he is going to be all right.
Yeah, and it's funny because at some point we'll have the conversation about Hosey and how do you sustain without it? And it's like if you had said Hosey's out for a serious amount of time, but hey, CDL's there, Bazana's there. Everybody else is healthy. I probably wouldn't have been as down in the dumps, and Angel's been dealing with issues for a couple weeks now. And then obviously CDL, the biggest concern with him has been injuries. It's overly simplistic to say, man, that stunk just because of Jose's injury, because I felt like we finally have the bats to withstand it. Like, I think it's fair to say, is this going to derail the season? I don't think it's an automatic yes. But man, if CDL also has to miss 3 weeks or more time, if Angel has to miss any amount of time, the math just starts mathing real quick.
Yeah, no doubt. I guess the positive out of this is people were acting as if this was something that was going to take J-Ram out of the lineup until the end of the season. And what we've seen with him in the past, so he injured his hamate bone on the other hand, right? And when that happened, he came back in a month's time. Francisco Lindor, legitimately mid-February, had this same injury happen and then was able to start by opening day. Like it's, if it's 4 weeks, it's 5 weeks. Sometimes you can push it to 6 weeks, but J-Ram's proven he can come back from this one pretty quick. So does it suck for a 5-week stretch? Yes. No one's arguing that, but it's also not 3 months.
Yeah, and here's the thing: if you automatically went, well, the season's cooked, that's it. I get it. Like, it's been so tough previous years because they've been so reliant on Hosey that it's like without him, the last 2 years they would have been a third in this division at best, and maybe a 500 team at best. And so he's been such a part of their success. This year does feel different because Bazana's had his stretches, and CDL, and Angel, and Schneemann, and I'm going to start running out of names, Brian Rocchio. And so I look at it as, I immediately go to, well, it's not great, but now we get to find out, can they learn to swim without Hosey? Because if you can, and then he comes back, and all of a sudden you get that Hosey back, that's the kind of thing that can turn you into a champion. It's just... the answer might be no, and that would just stink.
Well, we just haven't had too many times to really experience that, right? Since 2020, J-Ram's missed 26 games. That's just and that's an insanely low number of games to have missed in a 6-year stretch. And if I were to call him the most irreplaceable player in Cleveland sports right now, I don't think that's me overreacting. Like he matters that much, obviously, but it is baseball still. There's a reason why the Angels could have the same team with Mike Trout and Shohei Ohtani and not win a playoff game in that entire stretch. Like one guy tilts the scales, but it doesn't do so enough to tank the season.
Yeah, I actually think the concern that I have is his age. You never know when a guy, and they just signed him to a long-term contract extension that should take him to the, near the end of his career. You never know when the injuries start to hit and whether that becomes a thing. I'm just saying this as, I think I'm more concerned about, is this an injury that becomes another injury? And then you just have the kind of wear and tear of aging and how much baseball he's played. That, I think, is maybe my greater concern long-term. If we're looking up 3 years from now and being like, well, that was the beginning of the whatever, that's more my concern than just 5 weeks. If he can trim it to 5 weeks as opposed to 7 weeks.
Yeah, but at least this is a very common baseball injury, and this isn't one that usually keeps people down and out for a long time. You
ever hurt your hamate bone?
I never have, but I mean, they've changed. They've changed baseball bats legitimately don't look like they used to 30 years ago because of this injury. And it's not everyone across the board. Have you seen those bats though, where they at the very bottom of it, instead of having that knob at the end, they make it almost look like a slide at an amusement park because it just changes and they feel like they can have a real grasp on trying to limit these injuries. I don't know that J-Ram's bat does or doesn't, but the fact that he's had this happen now twice in a matter of years, he's got to start taking some of these precautions.
I have, and I will tell you, because it was the summer that I was doing landscaping in college, and I had to use the spade shovel all summer long. That's not the shovel you want to use when you have a hamate injury, because it goes right here when you dig with it. So basically, Hosey and I are the same, is what I'm saying.
Yeah,
I know his pain.
Is that right?
Yeah, and I can comfort him. That sounded weird. That sounded more like a harem. Why'd you make it weird, JP?
I didn't make it weird. I just didn't talk.
216-474-0092. Does the Hosey injury derail the season for the Guardians? 216-474-0092. At Nick Wilson says. At Jay Peterlin on social media reactions on X, powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Quick hits coming up at 2:40. We got Joe DeLeon back for his weekly hits, A to Z Sports, and Ruffino and Joe show coming up at 3:20. We'll talk the Sorsby situation, which might not be as resolved as we thought. Then we got the lead at 5. Emery Hunt, after the Miles trade, still says the Browns are a 10-win team. We'll talk with him about why he thinks that and more. But does the Hosey injury derail the season? And we will get into the first championship in New York since 2011. Their nightmare is over. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Your mornings are about to change with 92.3 The Fan. We're going local at 5 a.m. It's The Fan Warm-Up Show with Jeff Thomas. All the latest from the night before in Cleveland sports and getting your day started even earlier. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Quick hits coming up in just about 20 minutes here. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back with you. Talking about the Jose Ramirez injury. I think if you had said this to me in any other season, JP, I would have said, well, that was a nice run, and we'll see where, we'll talk next year. I don't automatically feel that way. I do want to, I am curious to see how the Guardians respond, though.
Oh, definitely. Now, I mean, was I of the belief that the Guardians were about to hit a wall anyway? What it felt like for the past couple weeks they were starting to. That's why this weekend was so key. If they would have pulled off the actual sweep instead of getting the first couple games and then getting the rain out. But I don't know. He just matters so much, J-Ram, that is. He matters so much and more than just hitting. Because I think some people think to themselves, well, it wasn't hitting anyway. Mm-hmm. He's not even slugging .420. His batting average was what it was. His on-base percentage. But think about the other things that J-Ram does. Gold Glove defense at third base. Steals. He's already stolen 25 bases this year. Like, he does so much to impact a game beyond just whether or not he can hit a ball over a fence.
Yeah, I mean, obviously there's the leadership component and kind of him being the heart and soul. But that's a great stress test of guys like Bazzana. We'll see what, CDL's health brings. But, I still think even without Jose and even if CDL has to miss some time, you've got some guys. Now it is, all right, do you want to try and make a move early? Do you want to do like a Cooper Ingle thing to see him? Because he's kind of an on-base machine. I think those are things that they can do if they want to be aggressive and trying to backfill some of this production the same way they have been when they called up Bazzana quicker than we thought, when they called up CDL quicker than we thought, and all those kind of moves they've shown this year.
Yeah, I mean, everything's on the table, but it does feel like they're just going to try to go with Arias and see if Arias can do it, which I get why that upsets a lot of Guardians fans. We've seen a lot of Arias. I think we know who he is. Guardians clearly need to see more.
This is his year. I've been saying it for a while.
Are you an Arias guy or no? I don't remember.
Yeah, I liked Arias going back to his days as a Padres prospect.
Right, well, here's his chance. Yeah. This is it. Doors open for you, Arias. Everyone thought it was closed. Now it's back open for you.
Just don't put him in the two-hole, okay? Let's not be that aggressive. Now, over the weekend, I don't know how you experienced the championship. What was that, Saturday night?
Yeah.
I want to say that I got back from a family function with going into the fourth quarter, and I kind of had it on the background. I looked up with probably about 8 or 9 minutes to go, and the Spurs had, I think, an 8 or 9 point lead. And in my head, I said, oh, the Knicks are going to erase this. They're going to win tonight. And that's exactly what happened because you got to just see that they had kind of been playing with their food and they were ready to go ahead and finish this off.
Yeah, I texted a buddy after the 14-point first quarter the Knicks had, and I said, and at that point they're down double digits, and I'm like, got them right where they want them. And everyone just kind of agreed because that's just, I mean, every single game this series they've trailed by double digits. That's got to be an NBA first. I didn't look it up, but the idea that the team that ended up losing in 5 games trailed or led by double digits at every single game, that's insane.
Yeah, and it's funny. It really is. Like, I think we always do this anytime anybody wins a championship for the first time in every sport. We always take the meaning of it to go above and beyond. I don't think this Knicks team is one of the greatest teams of all time. I do think it's one of the best, maybe most fortunate runs of all time.
Well, so it's hard because I agree with you, but then if you talk about point differential in this playoffs, it's one of the NBA's highest ever, and part of that, I think there's some reasonable explanations for why that is, Nick. Watch today's basketball. Past couple years, how many 20-point leads get erased in the snap of a fingers? It didn't happen 20 years ago. Now with a 3-point shot, people erase leads like crazy. So I think you can have a large point differential and not necessarily be the greatest. They can skew from the history books. But they lost 1 game in 2 months.
Yeah.
How am I supposed to tell them they're just kind of mediocre or whatever that is when you lose 1 game in 2 months?
So this is where I think the fortunate, I don't want to call it lucky because to some degree, I do agree in the NBA playoffs you make your own luck, right? But the idea that they had as much time off as they possibly could have in between every damn series, and the Spurs didn't. The Spurs certainly in the Thunder series had to go the limit for it. But, I mean, I think even that, like, this is no disrespect to that Spurs team. They're incredibly young, And it is apparent. You and I said it in real time, so there's not like a revisionist thing.
Mm-hmm.
It was apparent that the Spurs spent a lot of emotional energy getting past the Thunder. And I think the Spurs came in expecting the Knicks to be a cakewalk. And much like maybe the Cavs coming off the Pistons series, they got punched in the mouth. And they just never woke up.
They never woke up. It's an incredible series, but it's an incredible stretch of like, is what we're seeing actually true or not with the Knicks?
Yeah.
And so there's so many think pieces today about whether or not you can win an NBA title based off of what we just saw them win an NBA title based off. It's like, well, clearly you can. I think they happen to fall in that bucket of teams that was not God tier over here, not in the very top tier. Obviously, Thunder, Spurs, but in that other tier where you're just kind of, you said like give luck a place to land, essentially, where they just gave luck a place to land, and then they're the benefactor of it.
And I think I think if you're a Cavs fan and you're looking to find your kernel of hope through all of this, I wouldn't go back and be like, well, you got beat by the eventual NBA champions because your team really didn't show up.
I think a lot of people felt that way, though.
And I understand it. But that's not my lesson. My lesson is the NBA championship parity, right? There are leagues that have good parity, but then you get to the finals and it's like, or the championship, and it's like, oh, it's the same 4 or 5 teams we're used to. The fact that we're 8 straight years now with a different championship, or with a different champion, that's the lesson. So that if you do prudent moves, if you do prudent moves, if you do the right things over time, theoretically, any team that was in the last 2 rounds of the playoffs this year, no matter where they are, should feel like they have some path to it.
Well, and that's a good job by the NBA, though, because for years I used to rip the NBA because in January we already knew who not only was going to win the NBA Finals, but the 2 teams in the finals playing against each other. Now, in the past almost decade, it's kind of turned itself up on its head. Like that's better for the NBA. That's more exciting to have a team like the Knicks that you don't even know in January if they're a serious basketball team or not, the way they were talking, and then all of a sudden they go on the stretch. Like that's good. But ultimately, Nick, I think it comes down to they have so many guys. Look at their roster up and down. How many guys are 27 to 30?
Yeah.
How many guys are right in their prime? Like they just have the exact number of guys that are living in their basketball prime right now and are all synced up in the moment to go ahead and go on what is probably a 1 and max 2-year window to take advantage of.
Yeah, and I think it's funny. Like when the Warriors won the championship, the amount of think pieces that came afterwards and being like, Look at how this came about and how long it took to come about, and then all of a sudden you were there. And I know the KD thing, that was just good luck meets good planning. But like I'm talking about like the initial run with Steph, with Clay, with Draymond. Like I think even though none of those guys were drafted by the Knicks, I think you can make a similar case of the Knicks of luck meets preparation. Because it's like, I mean, the Dallas Mavericks didn't want to pay Jalen Brunson that money at one point, and by the time they did,
and neither did 90% of the media by the time the deal actually happened. And it doesn't just stop there. OG Anunoby makes more than Brunson does. That deal was largely criticized when it happened. Mikal Bridges, how many people are like, you gave up 5 first-round picks for Mikal Bridges? The cat trade. I mean, they're like, I don't know that they've made a move in the past couple years. Hiring Mike Brown, bringing on Leon Rose. Like, I don't know that they've done anything in the past couple years that has been universally like, oh, yeah, that was smart.
Well, and
we like that. But every one of them has worked out.
Well, and I think the key to that is it's because they never made the Donovan Mitchell trade. Like, and that's not to knock Donovan and saying he's not worth it, but they were going to give 3 unprotected picks and then R.J. Barrett and a couple other pieces for Donovan Mitchell. And those other pieces became O.J. Anunoby. It became Josh Hart. It became, oh my gosh, Mikal Bridges. In some way, it became Karl Anthony Towns. And then you made, like, you lucked into Jalen Brunson. I mean, when I say lucked into, I mean, people didn't the
he
NBA
wasn't supposed to be that. He wasn't supposed to be that.
There were so many signs, though. And then the NBA was just a step behind, and you didn't realize you had the dog of all dogs, that you were going to walk in on a team-friendly contract, that the guy that was the rare undersized guard that could lead you to an NBA championship.
Yeah, no, he wasn't supposed to be that. But I think that's where people have hope, though, is the idea that you do have this undersized guard. I just would say Donovan and Jalen, they don't seem like a one-for-one. You know, Jalen closes like it's, I mean, I don't know that we've seen many better closers in the NBA. And in a closeout game, by the way, 45 points That's one of the great closeout games we've ever seen. It just happened in the Game 5, so we're not going to remember it the same way as if it happened in Game 6 or Game 7. But Cat was nothing in that game.
Yeah, and
Cat did nothing.
I've been trying to think of what's the central message? Build matters as much as anything. The Cavs' problem has not been talent the last 4 years. It has been the build. I still think the build's a problem now. I still think it's a wonkily built team because of...
Well, but how many people said the Knicks were built poorly too, though? And what they're going off of that was the idea that when it's Brunson and Cat, they said you can't possibly win that way because no one's playing defense when the two of them are on the court. The other three players have to be two-way guys. But you have to make sure you have both of it. And look how I mean they even subverted some of the NBA expectations we've come to build anyway.
And why people were wrong about that is they have three great defenders, actually more than three great defenders, but they've got guys on the wing that can help overcome the deficits of two of their players. And they can overcome deficits on both sides of the ball because their 3-and-D guys are 3-and-D guys, not 3-or-D guys, which it feels like most of the Cavs guys are.
Right, well, that's it, like the two-way player side of that. And that's what they had to have because with Cat, you get no defense. With Brunson, you get no defense.
But, I just think, the Knicks are not the Warriors, but the Warriors were a perfect storm by the time they got to KD. That is what the Knicks had, the perfect storm, and they built around their best player, and their best player and all of the subsequent players have the right mentality. And I think that's when I look at what the Cavs are lacking that the Knicks had, if you want to go back to what Boston had a couple years ago when Boston won, they were built on enough guys that had that dog in them, that championship mentality. And I think the problem is, when you've got Evan that people doubt, does he have that dog in him? When you have James Harden, people doubt that. Even Donovan says the right stuff, but in the playoffs, he's not doing what Jalen Brunson has done pretty consistently in New York. And, Jarrett, the brights are too light, or the lights are too bright. At some point, you wonder, well, do you have any dog in you? As opposed to that team that it's like Karl Anthony Towns might be the one guy you can doubt, while everybody else on that roster is of a certain mentality.
Yeah, I mean, it's easy to say now, right? Because they won it. So I don't know. I don't know how much Landry Shamet played great. Did anybody have that expectation for him to hit 23 out of 33 threes? I mean,
Landry Shamet's parents did.
There's so much about this. Are we going to call it the world's greatest heater, where you lose one game of basketball in 2 months?
I'll take it.
Is that what that is? I don't know. It's incredible to see. And there's so many times and so easy to point out some of the flaws of this Knicks team, but then you look and see what they did, and you look and see all the pieces that came together. Again, OG was awesome through many, many games in this playoffs. Josh Hart is never going to have to pay for another beer in New York for the rest of his life. There's so many components of this that people slept on or laughed at as recently as a month and a half ago.
216-474-0092. Will the Knicks title give you some hope about the Cavaliers? Quick hits in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
guys don't. Some guys don't want that smoke because when they take that control or they change a play or they change a protection, it falls on them.
And head coach Todd Monken is excited about the potential for this team in 2026.
Not everybody wants that. Our guys want that, which is cool.
This is the radio home of the Cleveland Browns. 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin, Joe DeLeon. Coming up in about 40 minutes' time, we'll talk with Joe about the Brennan Sorsby situation that took a turn this morning. The Big 12 is big mad at Brennan Sorsby and Texas Tech. Fighting words. I have a working theory on that as well, though not to steal Anthony Lima's bit. Let's go ahead and get to quick hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world to the sound bites you need to hear. It's Quick Hits.
All right, as we have previously established, the Knicks won the first championship in franchise history since the early 70s this weekend. Well, before the playoffs started, Knicks owner James Dolan jokingly, or not, told players he wanted them to abstain from bedroom activities for 10 weeks, according to Ian Begley's piece about the team this weekend. What Cleveland athletes do you think actually would give up 10 weeks of Boom Boom Town to win a title?
How do I possibly guess that?
Well, you got to get process of elimination.
In what world do I possibly
James
guess?
Harden?
I think J-Ram gets after it. How do I guess that?
You think James Harden has given up 10 weeks at the strip club or in Boom Boom Town to win a title? Absolutely not. James Harden, off the table.
He might be the only one we can confidently say, and even there, I don't know.
Donovan Mitchell
That's
will
a
not
changed
stop.
Man, James Harden. I think he's got a girlfriend, fiance, one of the two.
Doesn't mean he doesn't like to get after it.
Open relationships happen. I don't know.
Donovan Mitchell, madly in love with Coco Jones, his fiance. You telling me he's going to give up 10 weeks for the path to glory? 10 weeks of glory
it'd be
to get some glory?
It'd be unfortunate for him.
I'm going to say no. I'm going to say no for him.
Okay.
Evan Mobley's 24 years old. He's going to use that thing till it falls off. Jared Allen, maybe. But he might just do it to say he did it.
It's a married man. I mean, he might go 10 weeks and not even realize.
That's true. 10 weeks. It's been 84 years. All right, J-Ram. I'll tell you right now. J-Ram tomorrow.
Off of what? Off of what is this? What are these guesses even off of?
He's got that dog in him. That's why.
So does that mean he could or couldn't? Because I feel like if you have that dog in you, you could abstain from anything. If you really have that dog in you, you could abstain from it. Like, it's a discipline thing, right? Like, really what this is to me is a measurement of discipline.
What about your boy Shedeur?
Can you, you tell Shedeur that there's victory on the other end of that? He doesn't even think about sex. What are we talking about? Tell me the link up between Shedeur and there was one in college that he had. There was one prominent link up in college. Outside of that, the man has basically been, as far as we can tell, he's been keeping everything hush hush.
And maybe he should not. Maybe if he started getting after it a little bit, maybe all of a sudden he'd become,
I think
Peyton Manning.
This is just a measurement of discipline, is it not? Is that all 10 weeks is? Can you abstain for 10 weeks? It's a mind over matter thing.
Do it for 5 days,
Are
let alone 10
you
weeks.
mentally strong enough to let this thing go?
Nope.
Does this explain the heater that the Knicks went on? I probably doubt it.
Do you guys
would
remember
doubt
the
it.
bubble? When everybody was losing their minds over it and everybody being stuck inside down in Disney.
And by the way,
they still got
there
some.
were women there. Yeah, nobody ever bought
We have
that.
a lot of rumors of them still getting some.
Yeah, I'm importing it even into the bubble.
How do you think LeBron won the title?
Yeah.
Because
Well, not
discipline.
him.
No, because discipline.
Yeah.
Mind over matter.
That's why he said he wanted some damn respect, too. It wasn't about the title. It's about what he
Jimmy
gave up
Butler's
to get the
too
title.
focused on a coffee shop experience. Like, this is how I get him now. This is how I make it all work. Zero clue how you can possibly even begin to guess on that. But if it's a mind over matter thing, if it's who's got the most discipline attached to this.
What would you give up 10 weeks of Boom Boom Town for?
What do you mean? Like, if is a title at the end of it?
Well, like, what would you give it up for? I'll tell you right now, if you said $300 million, Nick, and just not a thing.
Then sure. Yeah,
I'd last 5 days. Nobody
mean
wants to
5
see
days?
me. You understand? There were some long and lonely years in high school. You don't want to know that man. All right? No, I don't want to know that man. I remember what it was like, the hunger, the thirst. I remember it all. Nothing. You could throw up $1 billion. I'd be like, not for 10 weeks of it. No, sir.
It's not that long. It's
YOLO.
10 weeks.
The JP?
$1 billion? You couldn't
No.
withstand 10 weeks?
No.
Are you kidding me?
No, of anything? I'd spontaneously combust a month into it. I would burst into flames.
I will sit in that bubble you're talking about, and we can have an enclosed where the only thing I have is air to breathe from for 10 weeks for $1 billion. You kidding me?
Sounds like you don't have that dog in you.
It sounds like I got some discipline attached to me is what it sounds like. Okay. It sounds like you need to get some more mind over matter.
No, nope.
You could beat this. You could easily beat this for $1 billion.
No, that's part of it. You can't do that.
Think about it. For $1 billion, you could do whatever you want in life for the rest of your life. You just have to withstand 10 weeks of what would suck.
Do you know what those 10 weeks would be like for anyone in a 5-mile radius of me?
You're not even being serious right now. If you got a legitimate offer, like Musk is like, hey, I'm worth $1 trillion now. I want to spend $1 billion of it finding out if Nick Wilson can do this or not. You're not doing. You're 100% doing it.
I don't know that I'd make
all talk. Zero.
I think you're all talk. You'd get 3 weeks in, and we would have a miserable Jonathan Peterlin on our hands.
You could. Well, you can have that anyway. But you could put me in solitary confinement and tell me I'm in pitch black darkness, nothing around me.
Now this sounds like hyperbole.
For 10 weeks for $1 billion. I'm going to find a way. I might come out crazy on the other end of it. But I'm going to come out crazy rich.
I think you might go in crazy. That's how you're thinking.
I'll just be thinking about the ways I'm going to spend my money the entire time.
You mean like Bubba from Forrest Gump? Spend it on a car. That's not a great Bubba. That's on me. Shrimp.
So we're just assuming nobody paid attention to James Dolan's message here, right? Like nobody.
Yeah.
They all probably laughed. Yeah. Dolan probably laughed himself. He's like, all right, I was being ridiculous.
All right. Can you guys give up caffeine?
Can you just
what about
tell
cola?
me? Sure.
Can you give up cola?
All right. Let's stay with the NBA Finals. Wemby got a lot of people mad. This was him at the podium, leaving the podium after the Game 5 loss.
Appreciate y'all. See y'all. Never.
Is he just awkward, or is he just doesn't understand what to do there?
Yeah. I mean,
is he trying to make a joke?
I think he's trying to,
because nobody really took it that way.
Yeah,
and
the French aren't very funny. Also,
No, they're not.
They're very interesting people, but not funny. I don't think so. No, I think people made a lot of this. I saw some of the reactions on it, calling him a crybaby and a loser. It's like, guys, one, that's the nicest way to be a crybaby and a loser if he is being one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like the see you never. Just trying to maybe lighten the room up a little bit.
Yeah.
Maybe understanding that it's not the end of the world, although people want him to make it be the end of the world.
I mean,
he did seem like he took it pretty hard, though.
I honestly think.
I just think he's awkward. That's all it is. I just think he's awkward.
I think after beating OKC, I think anything that happened in the NBA Finals was gravy to him. To them in general. Like I think they spent everything getting there, and I really do think maybe they thought it'd be easier than it was.
Well, they definitely thought that. I mean, think about all the different people in the NBA media that already are getting ready for the Spurs v. Thunder in the Western Conference Finals next year.
Yeah. But,
season just ended.
I thought some of the reaction was a little embarrassing, honestly. Listen, again, you go lose the NBA Finals the way he lost the NBA Finals, get taunted the way he's been taunted, and if that's the meanest thing or the least cool, whatever you want to, we're fine.
He's got really eggs being thrown at him on the street.
I know.
You see the one that hit him just dead right in the head?
It did, and then him
that
being
was kind of rude. I mean,
being rushed off like it was like
he got shot.
It was like the Zapruder film,
I know,
like where
really
they
funny.
drove off. It's like, oh, they got him. They got Wemby.
But you're the guy throwing the egg, though. That's incredible aim. I mean, think about that. You got only a couple shots there. You got a couple chances to toss that egg. I mean, that's like a 70-feet throw.
See, the key is,
and you hit him right in the head.
You got to take a breath before you release it.
I know he's 7'5", so it's a big. You got some frame to work with here, but that's not easy to hit somebody in the head from 70 feet away.
Yeah,
and like a lob, like you had to get the arc right and everything. That's pretty good.
Clearly, not the first time he's thrown an egg 70 feet.
Yeah, this guy's.
And then the second thing is he knew, much like a free throw. And then you shoot. You just take that big breath, right?
I guess.
Yep. The Brewers' young ace Jacob Misiorowski struck out 15 in his one-hit complete game win over the Phillies this weekend, prompting his manager, Pat Murphy, to explain the kid's greatness.
Amazing young man, really is, Forrest Gump-like. You know what I mean? It's just he's amazingly real, naive to a lot of things, and it's beautiful. He just goes out and lets it eat.
That's just mean. That's mean. You can't call people Forrest Gump. That's mean.
Well, we used to have a word for it, but he's not allowed to say that. Is this the compliment that Pat Murphy thinks it is?
Yeah, it's not. No.
Yeah.
No, Pat, you can't refer to your ace pitcher as somebody that was a movie character that was mentally challenged 40 years ago. You can't do that.
Yeah. Well, Tropic Thunder made a point about Forrest Gump, but we can't make that on the air either.
What was the point?
No, I'll tell you off air.
What was the point?
I like my job.
I don't know the
Where
point.
it is right now.
Please, tell me the point.
Do you think afterwards, like he walked off the podium and was like, I got it. I nailed it.
He didn't come up with that. He didn't come up with that. Somebody else called him the Forrest Gump. Somebody in like the Brewers front office was like, we got Forrest Gump having a 0.17 ERA in his last 8 starts. He throws 104 miles per hour. I don't know what to do with this guy.
I'm glad you said that because you know for a fact that around the clubhouse, they use different words when describing the Miz, as it were. Yeah.
Ken and Anthony this morning.
No, I didn't hear that.
So Calavito goes, oh yeah, the Miz. And Ken's like, you can tell him he's racking his brain to be like, who's he talking about? And he goes, oh, Jacob Mizorowski. Yeah. Thought you were referring to the wrestler at first. That's tough, man.
It's a tough one. All right, that's quick hits. When we come back, Donovan Mitchell and the waiting game in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
guys straight and narrow when we're saying the quiet part out loud because everybody knows it. They're all going to be trying to fulfill the needs that they have as an organization, helping them win games without Jose Ramirez with them.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
It's a 3 o'clock hour. I'm not wavering. I might be wavering.
On Afternoon Drive.
Nick and JP on a Monday morning, talking the latest in Guardians news. Jose Ramirez, he's got a boo-boo in his hand, out 5 to 7 weeks. Of course, we'll get back to that conversation later in today's show. I've also got Joe DeLeon coming up in just about 20 minutes. We'll talk the Brennan Sorsby situation. Joe, not just an NFL draft guy, also NFL guy, college football as well. The Big 12 raising a big old stank about Brennan Sorsby's eligibility. But if you guys missed a moment in our show, use the Rewind feature on the Odyssey app, powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. I want to get to this piece of sound from Fedor, who was on with Mennigan and Ryder today in middays. But I don't know if you've been keeping up with Mikal Bridges' TikTok live that he's been doing.
I saw him posting photos of DiVincenzo's jersey, and Austin Reeves' jersey was there, but it was a lot of go ahead.
So I'm pretty sure he's just at home.
Okay.
Still hammered from partying since winning the NBA championship, and he's just. It's like the DiVincenzo stuff was one. The one that I just watched and couldn't get enough of was he is on the floor drunkenly singing to his dog, who walks away from him. His dog is like, I don't like you when you're like this. You're out of key, and just walks off. I imagine the worst part about winning an NBA championship is when you'd still want to celebrate, but everybody has to go home and rest up, and you're just – I've been that guy, believe it or not, that I would, all right, I got to go home. I've had too much. And then 30 minutes later, I'm back at the bar. I'm like, I'm closing this B down. That's the vibes I'm getting right now.
You just ran out of people to party with is kind of what it seems like?
Yeah. Even the groupies were like, we got to go regroup.
At some point, 48 hours later, we have to at some point call this a day. How long do you get to celebrate the greatest achievement you'll have in your professional career?
Well, if you don't have another job, I think a full week, right? You get another day. I think you get another day or two after.
Well, because most of us, though, we don't get it a whole 24, 48 hours anyway. Because if you got let's say you got a promotion or a raise or something like that, you just you don't get to then be a drunken mess for 48 hours.
Yeah, your celebration is more work.
Yeah, you're great. Now I got more responsibility in life. Now I have to do things more.
But I think in this scenario, if you win a sports championship and you're I'm not a gazillionaire, but something close to it.
There's nightclubs everywhere. He can find what he wants somewhere.
No, because you're looking for people who are vibing off the same things you're vibing off of. And I guess in New York it might be a little different because it's such a big town, but I'm going to say the vibe doesn't hit right in those clubs.
I think in New York, they don't close alcohol down till 5 in the morning or so, something like that.
Why even close it at that point? Do you bring it back an hour later? That just feels like it's a little perfunctory to me.
In Chicago, it was 4 in the morning too. It was it was very, very late. I think it was 4 or 5 somewhere in that stretch.
When my baby bro, my baby brothers, Aaron and Sam went to a Hawks game a couple years ago in Chicago. Now, granted, it was a Sunday night. People started closing up about, I think it was midnight, and I was offended. I was like, you call this a big city.
Sunday nights aren't great. I mean, I've been in Chicago bars.
That's when I was boozing.
I've been in Chicago bars at 3:30 in the morning, though. I think it's 4 or 5. I just talked to my father-in-law about this because in Boston, they're trying to extend it to 3 or something like that because of the World Cup games, and people are just losing their mind. Nothing good happens past 1 o'clock. What are you even doing? And it's lawmakers, you're not 25.
Yeah.
25, they'll stay out till 4 in the morning. Especially if they're celebrating a World Cup game. It's going to happen.
Now, we've been talking a lot about the Knicks championship and how that kind of kicks back to what we're doing here in Cleveland. Well, Fedor was on with Dan Mennigan and Daryl Ryder today in middays and talked about Donovan Mitchell and the waiting game for his contract extension.
He can make more next off season. He can make more in terms of years. He can make more in terms of overall salary, and he can also get some perks attached to his contract, including a no-trade clause. So there are benefits to Donovan not signing an extension with the Cavs this offseason. And I'm not going to put words in his mouth. He's a very savvy person. He understands how to handle these things in the media, and when these questions continued to come, he continued to answer them the same kind of way. But I'm reading that as Donovan is preparing this fan base for him not signing this contract extension, because I think he understands the benefits of waiting. And I think he's laying the groundwork to bypass this contract extension from the Cavs and try and cash in next offseason. But I don't think that means that he doesn't believe in this group.
So I look at this situation, and I understand the business side of this. If I'm the Cavs and Donovan doesn't sign the extension this offseason, I think it's only natural that you would be very concerned about his commitment to the organization, especially if you're considering things like trading Evan Mobley or trading any of the pieces around him.
Oh, so you do look at this as a sign of like you're not fully committed. You're trying to maybe play your pieces in a certain way.
Yes, and by the way, I think it's fine if Donovan is 4 years in and he uses the business side of things as the motivation, as the public motivation. And privately, he goes, I'm also in wait-and-see mode because a year from now, I don't want to be stuck like Giannis has been stuck or some of these other guys who have kind of, I just signed that extension, might want to let it breathe for a year.
Yeah, the only hard part I have on this is that if after this season they don't get the job done and they don't win a title and he's sitting there and realizing he's not going to ever be the number one on a championship team, should have already had that realization, but maybe it comes to him a little late, right? I want to know how serious he is about actually winning that title. And so, like, if you always said you are that serious, and then if the Cavs come to the conclusion you're not the guy, you're probably not going to win a title here.
Yeah,
and so if you sign for another 5 years, that you're locking yourself into what?
Yeah, it's weird because I think there are a fair amount of people who are like, if you told them right now, hey, you're not going to win a championship, you're probably not even going to make it to the NBA Finals. But for the next 5 years, you're going to be a top 4 seed and consistently in the NBA playoffs in the second round or later. I think there are people that would sign up for it. I just look at it and go, I don't want to be the Warriors for the last 7 years. And granted, they won the championship in 2022, but I don't want to be that team that's consistently good and talks about being great, but never pulls the trigger on being great, and you're constantly living off of what was. Because what was multiple titles. Your what was is, hey, we got swept. Swept in the Eastern Conference Finals by the Knicks.
It's not good enough to then, when Donovan does start to fade, then you have to have that realization and that reality that that was as good as life is going to get. I understand that. I genuinely do believe, and maybe I'm just being naive about this whole thing, and that's definitely on the table. I just genuinely do believe that if he doesn't sign it this year, it's because he realizes he'll make $70 million next year when he does sign it, and he's playing the no trade clause game mixed with the max amount of money he possibly can get game.
I think maybe
it's not bad financial sense.
So even if it is that side, and again, I think Donovan's smart enough to go, hey, this is the way that would give me the least amount of crap while I still evaluate my options and keep my options open, right? But if I go, it's just the financial side of stuff. Do people realize what a gigantic risk he's taking?
But not as much as I think in most situations, and that's only because of the player option he's got beyond the following year. And so next year, obviously, in most situations, Nick, you'd be right. You'd be like, all right, if he gets injured, if for some reason it absolutely craters out on him next year, most situations you'd be right, because then you have no leverage, you have nothing to operate, and you're just banking on people giving you money. But because of the player option, you can always then opt into that player option and then regroup and recoup some of his value that way.
Oh, but I think
he's got like a 2-year runway after turning it down.
So
that usually doesn't exist.
I just think with the Cavs, if let's say the unforeseen happened and he had a serious injury this year, that would be the kind of thing that would give me incredible pause that next summer to extend him, because he's a 30-year-old player going on 31 coming off a serious injury.
I mean, I'd already have those apprehensions if I were them. They clearly seem like they don't, though. They by everything that they've directed us and how we've looked at this,
but
they're just not as concerned by that.
I'd imagine an injury this next year would change that.
I mean, yeah, if you have something that'll, I don't know, take you out for a long period of time. But again, he's going to have the player option to opt in, and then from that point forward, he'd be able to showcase what he can and cannot do again. And so if he opts into that player option that he's got built in there, and then he spends the following season after this injury scoring 27 a night and getting back to normal, then the conversation goes back to normal too.
I would just be very, very concerned. But if
most
I'm the
people
Cavs.
don't have that.
I would just be very concerned. I'm already concerned about paying Donovan. Again, I want to make it clear. It's not that I don't enjoy the Donovan experience. It's that I don't necessarily want to lock in good, not great, when I think some of the good, not great is tied specifically to Donovan. I don't want to trade Donovan, but I think you really have to be very careful about paying Donovan. Hey, it's great that he loves Cleveland. It's great that he's enjoyed the last 4 years. That doesn't mean just because somebody loves being here that you have to fall back on the line of, well, nobody ever wants to be here. So the fact that he's here, it's an NBA market. This organization has shown the ability to attract players like Donovan, now James Harden being another one, even keeping Kevin Love for another big contract. Like, you have been able to keep players more recently, and that's because of Dan Gilbert's, how people view Dan Gilbert around the NBA. And I look at this and go, I'm already struggling with extending Donovan Mitchell this summer. If he wants to wait, and again, even if it's just financial, but certainly if there's a wait-and-see approach, if it's LeBron James, or if it's Kevin Durant, or if it's, like, name the top 10 best players in the NBA at any given moment, you just give them the money, shut up, and think about it. Like, don't even think about it. Donovan isn't that player. I think he's proven that.
I think they disagree with that assessment, though. I think that's where they're at.
I have 9 years looking right on this one.
I tend to agree with you on this, and that's what this last playoffs did for me in the Donovan Mitchell discourse. I bet the way that they look at Donovan, and we can haggle on top 10 or whatever he is, but he's somewhere in the NBA between 8 to 12. And so I do think they look at it like, you just shut up and pay him, and you don't even think twice about it.
Okay, so I'll even go farther. I think top 5. I think if you are, and it's a specific type of player, if you are a big wing that can score and occasionally play defense, I know I have to say that for some of those guys, occasionally play defense, but you can take over series single-handedly, then I write the check and don't think about it.
So that's where
if you're outside of that, you have to think about it. Otherwise, you're being stubborn.
Right, but here's the problem, and the Knicks didn't do us any favors here, because where you and I watched Jalen Brunson and said, man, this guy closes in a way that Donovan could only dream of, I bet the Cavs looked at it and said, oh, well, Jalen and Donovan aren't that far off. We see it differently. I would bet they don't, because they're trying to talk themselves into this whole thing. They love Donovan. Everything about Donovan outside of the actual on-court play, this is the type of guy that they've been searching for and wanting and having dreams that he'd be this type of guy for the Cavs. It's just the on-court play for myself. It's not good enough, but for them, they're going to convince themselves that it is.
I know that I've gone hard at the Cavs because 4 years in, we haven't been able to capitalize and win a championship. But in all truth, I respect the hell out of Dan Gilbert. I respect the hell out of Kobe Altman. And I respect Kenny Atkins. I respect what they've built here. And at the same point, it's weird that the organization who's made the difficult decision on Darius, who's made the difficult decision previously on Colin Sexton, you've made those difficult Lauri Markkanen, who you found and watched blossom in his, year in Cleveland, 2 years in Cleveland. You've made these difficult decisions before. I think you have to really be diligent on this one. And again, I don't want it to be the end of the Donovan experience, but there's so much money at stake. And when you give that out, it locks you in such a way that the idea that this team gets weepy for a very, very good, great, but maybe not greatest player is a little befuddling to me, considering how much high regard I hold these guys in.
Yeah, but they've never been shy about giving out max deals. I mean, Mobley got the max, and it wasn't even a question. You know what I mean? Like, there's just a certain tier of NBA players that you said for top 5, but really on this Cavs team, they've shown you they'll do it for guys that aren't even close to top 5, top 10.
216-474-0092. Fedor said Donovan could very likely be laying the tracks to wait a year to sign the extension. Does it matter? Do you see the potential downside in it the way I do? Joe DeLeon talks the latest on the Sorsby situation and how it could impact the Browns in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
can't miss clips from The Fan from the last 24 hours. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
When you want the latest on the Guardians, we're the station you turn to first. 92.3 The Fan is Cleveland's home for breaking sports news. Your teams, your station.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin with you. We've got plenty to get to on the show. The big news in football right now is that the Big 12 is fixing up a big old fight, potentially with not just Texas Tech, but with potentially the Texas Attorney General. We got a lot going on. But basically it doesn't look like the Brennan Sorsby situation is as settled as we thought. Going to talk about that, to talk about some NFL and college football storylines, and might be a good guy to talk about the Knicks win as well, as the man, I'll say he's from the region, seems to be a bit of a Knicks fan if you're judging his Twitter there by the last couple of little bits here, to head out to the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. And we welcome on Joe DeLeon, A to Z Sports, and the Ruffino and Joe Show. Joe DeLeon, welcome to the show, Joe.
How you guys doing? It's great to be back with you.
Now, have I correctly deduced that you are a Knicks fan?
Yes, you have correctly deduced that I am a Knicks fan, and I managed to venture out into the craziness on Saturday. I did not stay very long. I was a couple blocks away from MSG. As soon as I realized it was turning into absolute pandemonium, I decided to turn around. But it's been a really fun past couple of days. It feels really weird. It almost doesn't even feel real, but it's been a nice couple of days now that the Knicks won a championship.
What'd you do? Just go to bed? What do you mean you turned away?
I didn't turn. Okay, you're making it seem like I cowered away from what was happening. No, I was where I was with my girlfriend, and we were. She doesn't live that far away from MSG. She's 3-4 blocks. So I said, all right, we have to go down and see what's going on and see what everybody's doing. And people are just sprinting through the street, in the middle of the street, not the sidewalk, the middle of the street. We just went back to her apartment. I didn't go to bed.
Sounds crazy, Joe.
Running through. Okay, now you're trying to downplay. I don't need to hear that. Just because the Knicks beat the Cavs, I don't need to be. I don't need to hear all that.
Easy there. All right, so I know you said people set the scene for us, because when the Cavs won the championship in 2016. We're right outside East 9th here, and there was a mass of people from just at the intersection of East 9th, and it's like a 5-way over here, all the way down in every direction, and there were people crying, hugging, strangers hugging. May have been some people with parts out, things like that.
Joe, I watched a whole group of people take over a fire truck.
We saw that. Definitely there was an aroma of a certain herb in the air, a good vibe herb, if you will. What did you see?
It was about the same. There were people with large, loud motorcycles just ripping down the street. There were ambulances and fire trucks. I don't know if it was celebratory or if it was hey, we got to clear people out. But there were, in different parts of the city, there were large congregations of people that they just all conglomerated in different intersections of New York City. But where we tried to go, from the way that it looked, we stopped 2 blocks from MSG. And I think that wasn't because we just stopped where the nearest mob of people was. I think that the mob was so large that we couldn't make it any further and get anywhere closer to MSG. Plus, they were kind of trying to space people out and keep them away from the arena because there was a concert letting out. They were trying to make sure it wasn't supposed to be too messy. But, there were people of all ages sprinting full speed as fast as they could to get towards all the people that were coming together. And, people jumping on top of cars, trucks, buses. If you had a car, I pray for any of those people that try to drive through that mess, because I saw videos of it. I didn't see any of it in person, but people climbing on top of cars, ripping them apart, ripping apart buses and things of that regard. There was a lot of jubilation. Everybody was extremely excited. I don't think I'm ever going to see something like that, because unless the Jets were to win a Super Bowl, which I'm not a Jets fan, and I wouldn't go take it upon myself to go and observe that. I can't imagine that there'd be another fan base in New York that would have that same reaction.
All right, Joe, let's talk football. What are you I know you evaluate 24/7, 365. What exactly are you evaluating right now on June 15th?
Yeah, right now, a lot of the focus is using a lot of the feedback from NFS and Blesto, which are the early grades from the NFL. They're usually the younger scouts on various organizations that they put out grades for up-and-coming players for the next upcoming class. So having that information and kind of going through and to a degree, like cross-checking, are these players that are receiving a lot of positive feedback from the NFL as good as they're projecting? Mostly putting together, for me, notes for expectations for teams for the upcoming year, because there's only so much that you can project and analyze for prospects at this time because so much can change. For me, it's getting a good understanding of, all right, this team might have an unheralded group of draft prospects on their offensive line. This team might have an unheralded wide receiver that could be a breakout. The NFL might have taken the time to evaluate a tight end that nobody knows about, but it's mostly familiarizing with any of the up-and-coming first-rounders. So, like, for example, today I watched this morning Trey'Dez Green, who is the tight end from LSU. And I tell you right now, if your team needs a tight end, he is going to be at the top of the list. He is Kyle Pitts-esque. He's almost kind of like Mike Evans if he was playing tight end with the way that he can move. But it's trying to deduce what the real hype is and what some of the fake hype is.
All right, Joe, so that brings us to the Brennan Sorsby situation. You're not just an NFL draft analyst. You also cover college football as well on the Ruffino and Joe show. Do you think what do you make of the latest legal wrangling? This time we've got the Texas AG on it, the Kansas AG, the Big 12 threatening the Texas Tech. Do you think any of this will lead to any further sanction or Brennan Sorsby not playing in college football in 2026?
I think that right now, based on the news today, it seems like that there's enough positive counter moves by the NCAA, by the Big 12, with the support of the Oklahoma AG, the Kansas AG, that someone could step in and logic could end up prevailing that Sorsby does not play this upcoming year. The thing that I found really interesting, and I want to dig into it a little bit more, we're planning to talk about it tonight on Ruffino and Joe, based on what a lot of legal experts are talking about on Twitter right now, the Texas AG putting out that letter at the end of last week, essentially threatening the Big 12 and saying, go ahead and attempt to sanction Texas Tech because we'll come guns blazing for violating the results of the injunction. And basically what they did is, in their hubris, in their overconfidence, which was all that Texas Tech was projecting last week, it was this complete talking down to everybody of, like, how dare you act this way about the way that the court ruling was. The court said it's okay. He's a young man who's going through something super difficult. All of that crap that was happening last week, that over arrogance, completely overextended this situation and allowed for the Big 12 to file a counter suit, or will be filing a suit in federal court. And they're not going to have the same luck that they did in a local court in the state of Texas. So I'm really curious to see what comes of this. But if there is a sanction that involves either a monetary sanction or postseason play sanction, they're not going to be able, it doesn't seem like the intention is to force them to sit him or say that he is ineligible. I think that these moves to impact Texas Tech rather than Brennan Sorsby is empowering the Big 12 even more than many people anticipated. But it really seems like Texas and Texas Tech completely screwed themselves with the way that they acted last week. It was what everybody talked about, the PR handling of this. If you just had shut up and moved on, probably could have moved forward and Sorsby could have played, but it seems like the legal ramifications are catching up to him.
All right, since we haven't talked since the whole Sorsby situation has gone down, what exactly do you think of his game?
I mean, for removing the off-the-field stuff, I still think that he's incredibly talented. I mean, I think that he's still a first-round caliber prospect if we remove the lack of judgment that he had for the whole gambling situation. He's very mobile. He's a really good athlete. He's really good at throwing on the run. He's got a live arm. He has all the tools. And before this all broke, I was excited to see what he was going to do with a good offensive line, a good running back room, some pretty good receivers to throw to. Was it Cincinnati? He was on a decent team, but he really elevated that team because he has those rare traits that you find in a first-round, second-round quarterback that is good enough to become an NFL starter. There's nothing fake about the hype around Brendan Sorsby, and I think that it's all tied to why Texas Tech is so adamant about supporting him, because they know that this isn't just a schlub quarterback that they got in the transfer portal. This is a potential national championship winning quarterback if everything went according to plan.
All right, Joe. I know you love comps. Give us a comp for Brendan Sorsby if he came out right now.
Oh man, that's a good question. To a degree, he kind of reminds me of Jackson Dart. It's probably not the best comp that I could come up with, but the reason why I throw those comparisons out there, like the ability to extend plays and the willingness to extend plays, the willingness to use his legs to create opportunities for himself, the elusiveness in the pocket, like those types of things. I think Sorsby's got a better arm than Jackson Dart does. But I think that there's a comparison that can be made in that freelancing style, but not being like an otherworldly elite runner, but more of just a quick player who's got good instincts with the ball in his hands and is always going to be able to improvise and make something happen.
All right, Joe. I don't know how plugged into the Browns quarterback situation you have gotten and have been. We're still battling, obviously, Shedeur versus Deshaun. It seems like Shedeur has closed the gap, though. Is this what you expected to have happened, or did you think Deshaun would just run away with it?
Admittedly, I was kind of surprised how quickly the reporting indicated that Deshaun was leading the race, and it seemed like it was like a large margin based on how everybody was talking about it. I don't think it does, because, we're talking about a quarterback in Shedeur who's in his second year compared to a player who's been around for a long time. And I think that as much as Deshaun didn't play very well last time he suited up for the Browns, he still at one point was an MVP caliber quarterback. There was nothing, fake about the hype that was around him. And I think that Shedeur absolutely has the opportunity to potentially do some damage in this quarterback battle. So it doesn't really surprise me that he's starting to close the gap. I still think that there's a possibility that he ends up maybe starting some games towards the end of the year.
All right, Joe, I'm curious about this one. Who do you think is the NFL's version of the New York Knicks?
I've been kind of thinking about this, and I legitimately was actually thinking about doing like a video or something centered around this, because it's a great question. I did come up with a college football version, and I think that that's Ole Miss potentially for this upcoming year. But for the NFL, we'd have to be looking for a team that was unheralded, that just threw in a new coach. I think that like the Bills probably is like the best example that we could come up with, where the last coach got you 3/4 of the way there. You were showing that you had the ability to be one of the best teams in your conference, your division, but something was just missing. You couldn't get over the hump. Maybe Joe Brady, as many people completely criticized that move and that hiring. A lot of people did the same thing with Mike Brown when he was hired. A lot of people thought, like, why would you take this guy who's been a journeyman coach who hasn't succeeded anywhere, and he just hasn't fit, and he eventually got the most out of the Knicks. I think that potentially Joe Brady could be that type of coach for the Bills, where something that we didn't know was possible is able to be gotten out of Josh Allen and this Bills team. I think that probably would be the easiest comparison going with the Buffalo Bills.
Do you think this is the year the Bills get it done, or no?
I don't think so. I don't think that they will. I think that in the spirit of the comparison, I think that it applies that, like, if there is a closest team, it probably is the Bills. But I don't have that optimism. I feel like if they were going to finally get over the hump, win a Super Bowl, they needed to have made some sort of big move in bolstering the weaponry that Josh Allen has available to him. That was the biggest thing. It was every major moment last year that they fell short. It felt like he did not have enough of a supporting cast, and it felt like he was doing everything. And this isn't basketball. You need like a go-to high impact receiver in my eyes in order to actually like be able to finish the job. I think that right now, as good as going and getting DJ Moore was, if they need someone else, maybe if they got into the hunt for somebody at the trade deadline, I don't know who that might end up being. Maybe I'll end up feeling a little bit differently. But I think switching coaches and the guy who was the play caller for you last year only does so much in improving your chances of winning a Super Bowl.
Joe, it's great to have you back on the weekly basis there. We'll talk to you next Monday, buddy. And again, stay safe on those New York streets. Knicks fans, it's not going to be safe for a while because there's a little antsy in their pantsy there.
Well, I think everybody's too hyped up. There's a lot of good vibes going around right now. I think everybody's in a good mood. I think that maybe in a month from now, the mood might end up dying off, though, sadly.
All right, enjoy it, buddy.
Thanks, guys.
Joe DeLeon there, Rufino and Joe Show, A to Z Sports on the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline again. He is back with us every single Monday here. Always great to have Joe there. We'll react to his thoughts on the Sorsby situation and more in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Feel the
showed me real funding choices. Now I can cover payroll, handle taxes, and go after growth opportunities without the daily stress.
Up to $5 million with funding in as fast as 24 hours. No upfront costs, no prepayment penalties. Start ready, stay ready. Lenseek.com. LENDSEEK.com.
In your weeknight with the best segments of the day. The Fan Rewind. Weeknights at 11.
It seems like that there's enough positive counter moves by the NCAA, by the Big 12, with the support of the Oklahoma AG, the Kansas AG, that someone could step in and logic could end up prevailing that Sorsby does not play this upcoming year. I'm really curious to see what comes of this, but if there is a sanction that involves either a monetary sanction or postseason play sanction, they're not going to be able, it doesn't seem like the intention is to force them to sit him or say that he is ineligible. I think that these moves to impact Texas Tech rather than Brendan Sorsby is empowering the Big 12 even more than many people anticipated. But it really seems like Texas and Texas Tech completely screwed themselves with the way that they acted last week. If you just had shut up and moved on, probably could have moved forward and Sorsby could have played, but it seems like the legal ramifications are catching up to him.
Joe DeLeon, A to Z Sports, in the Ruffino and Joe show in the previous segment, talking about the latest situation with Brennan Sorsby, where there's been basically a response by the NCAA to the injunction that a Texas court provided Brennan Sorsby and Texas Tech. AGs are involved in multiple states here. The Big 12 is putting pressure on Texas Tech. My only thing is, what I'll say to Joe is, Joe's answer came from a guy who is very clearly up in arms that Brennan Sorsby looked like he has a pathway to play in 2026. And the idea that like this is, Texas Tech is the bad guy and they should have just shut up. It's like, I mean, the entirety of college football was screaming. They could have shut up, and I still think the things that have happened would have happened.
Yeah, I mean, okay, they could have done themselves a little bit better of a job of maybe presenting some of it. Like when McGuire's like, yeah, this isn't a death we're talking about, or geez, who was the idiot that was like, well, hey, this isn't what no one complained when Penn State got in trouble. It's like, guys, that's not.
Don't open up that Pandora's box.
Don't do that. Like that doesn't make any sense for you to. There's been some wildly idiotic comments that have come out from a lot of angles of this. Is kind of the point. But like the way that I saw it today, and what I find interesting is, so the injunction already makes it so that Sorsby is going to play. That part is not going to change. He's eligible to play. That's what the injunction sets forth. Now it's the Big 12 saying, well, hold on one second. We want to be able to punish this guy. We want to be able to make our own punishments. I get we can't judge whether or not he's able to play. The court ruled that. Why, though, do we not have an ability to decide what happens to Texas Tech, a team within our own conference? And so that's really what Texas Tech is trying to get here. And I think the only power they have, Nick, is they could if the courts come out and say, okay, you're right, you don't get to call what happens to Sorsby, but you do get to call what happens to teams, they could take away the Big 12 title game. Mm-hmm. That, to me, is not really the threat that I think the Big 12 thinks that it is, though.
Yeah.
Like years ago, this would have maybe mattered. When the college football playoff, part of the rules of the college football playoff, at least it seemed like the rules were, is you had to win your conference title in order to get in. There was very few that didn't end up getting in. But the whole point was you had to make a showing there. Well, so the Big 12 was just fighting to, I don't know, keep Texas Tech out of that? That's not the threat that you think it is.
Yeah, it's going to be There's almost a curiosity out of me that I kind of want this thing to go forward, and then Texas Tech to win the national championship just to see how it's handled, right?
Well, so if the Big 12 gets what they want out of this, the court will come down and say you can decide whatever you want your punishments to be. Mm-hmm. And if they go really hard, they could, I guess, in theory, they would make them ineligible for the Big 12 title game, and I guess you could retroactively give you losses, but like you can't do that during the season. So the college football playoff committee, Nick, as you're mentioning, they say, okay, we don't care.
Yeah.
Like we don't care. We watched Sorsby play. We watched him win these games. He's in our tournament. And once he's in the tournament, you let the chips fall where they may.
Now, the other part that I was thinking about is because this is shifting to the Texas Tech side of things, and because the Big 12 wants maybe some clarity on their ability to punish the institution, I wonder if Texas Tech has upset everyone to a point that even if Brendan Sorsby did a 180 and decided, hey, guys, I have a first-round guarantee or I have some guarantee from the NFL, I'm going into the supplemental draft this year, I almost wonder whether that would actually take any of the heat off Texas Tech or whether they would end up with a worst-case scenario, Sorsby, and still some penalties from the NCAA.
It's a great question because it's trying to figure out if Texas Tech thinks to themselves, we can do all this without Sorsby anyway. And so if you're going to make us ineligible for the Big 12 title game and you're going to make our life harder, and so instead of being like a 2-loss team, we have to be basically perfect in order to bypass everything, maybe Texas Tech just said, screw it. But I doubt it. Based off of the ability that it seems like Sorsby has, at least what he showed last year and what I would imagine will continue this year, I would doubt Texas Tech would dance that way.
I just think what's interesting about it is a lot of adults saying, well, I can't change the result that was just put out there.
Right.
But I can raise hell for the sake of raising hell. I don't really have a problem with anyone having like a moral reaction to it or like the idea of being concerned about the integrity of the game. Like, I think those are fair things. And maybe things I haven't said enough. They're like, okay, I might not agree with you word for word on everything you say, but I get it. I think you are of the right mind to try and protect the integrity of the game. I also think how grown-ass men and grown-ass adults are going about it seems a little bit temper tantrumy, even in where this is where I agree with Joe DeLeon, even in Texas Tech's response to it.
So I'm thinking on the fly here, but what I've just come up with is the idea in trying to make this easier for people to understand, because I know this gets very convoluted, and we brought a lot of attorney generals into play. Okay, it's
one too many for me. I draw the line at 2 AGs.
It's like if your child gets in trouble at school, and then the school punishes your child, and you're like, okay, hey, listen. That happened on your grounds. I get it. Understand. We can debate what happens, but you got the rules in your school. I have to abide by that. And then you going home, and then you trying to punish your kid, and your school being like, well, no, we don't. We haven't decided if you can punish your kid at home yet or not. That's where the Big 12 is at. The Big 12 is like, I'm the parent. I get to make the call. You don't get to tell me what to do in my own house, is essentially how this is going down.
I think your analogy works, but I'm not entirely sure.
It does.
Yeah.
Pretty
sure
I've double-checked it in my brain. It does.
Yeah. 216-474-0092.
Triple-checked it in my brain. I think it does.
Is the Sorsby situation, I went cross-eyed at one point.
I think you were like, wait a second. I do get to tell the school what happens to my child.
No, I just am not very smart. 216-474-0092. Is the Sorsby situation not actually settled? Let me put it this way. I even after the injunction came down, I was thinking like a 5% chance he still doesn't play this year. Once you get past the supplemental draft deadline, which I believe we're a week from, I think it's the 22nd. It's either the 21st or 22nd. Once we get past that, it just depends on whether there's 2 games or whether, in fact, the Big 12 does get something that says, well, you can punish him a little bit, right? Because they can still lobby their own punishment against him. They just can't basically exclude him from playing all years.
You can't. Because of the injunction, they can't do anything to Sorsby.
Well, now I know that. I'm still hung up on the analogy.
Is that what that was? Yeah. My bad.
No, my bad.
We won't bring that into the equation anymore.
On the fly analogies don't work for me.
We won't do that anymore.
I mean, once we get past the NFL supplemental draft date,
he's going to play. Yeah, he's going to play. It seems like he's going to play.
I really do think the NFL is the ultimate wild card here, because I think if he was really smart this whole time, his team would still be looking. What path do I have? Do I have a guarantee for first round spot in the NFL supplemental draft? And is Goodell going to suspend me? Because if you get a yes on, a no on the suspension and a yes on a first round guarantee, you should just go to the NFL because you don't have to compete with anybody else, and you're still going to get paid a butt ton.
Yeah. This kind of falls into the Dante Moore conversation we had like a year ago. But I think if he's looking at $5 million and then thinking to himself that he can get better than. But the problem is, if you got a first-round grade, if it's the 20th as opposed to the first, it's still a good amount of money. So maybe he's looking at that angle. Like, does he legitimately think he's got a chance to be the number 1 overall pick? I bet he does.
Yeah, it probably does, especially with Texas Tech. 216-474-0092 is the Sorsby situation not actually settled, and it is settled for the Guardians. And how the Guardians respond to the Jose Ramirez injury will tell us everything. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
straight and narrow when we're saying the quiet part out loud because everybody knows it. They're all going to be trying to fulfill the needs that they have as an organization, helping them win games without Jose Ramirez with them.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
Hot damn. Like, oh my God, look at that.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10 a.m., Baskin and Phelps, 10 a.m. to 2, Afternoon Drive. Nick Wilson, myself, Jonathan Peterlin. We go from 2 to 7 each and every weekday on The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free. Watch all the best content from your favorite shows in The Fan live and on demand now.
We got Emery Hunt coming up at 5:20 today. He is the owner of Football Game Plan. Also, CBS Sports HQ NFL analyst. He's still got the Browns as a 10-win team after the Miles trade. We'll talk him through that, or he'll have us talk him through that. Coming up at 5:20. But the big news of the weekend, it all came down between Saturday evening and Sunday during the day that Jose Ramirez has a broken bone in his hand. He's out for 5 to 7 weeks. And I was just thinking about this, listening to that awesome promo by Ken there about the injury, about just how surreal it's going to be to watch back-to-back-to-back Guardians game and no Jose. Because I can't remember the stat you cited earlier. Jose's missed such a small amount of time.
26 games since 2020.
That it's just... I'm just so used to him being in the lineup every day. He is one of the few automatics you've had in the lineup.
Yeah, I mean, it will be weird. It'd also be weird even just, I think, more like ground ball to third base.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, Schneemann is fielding that now? Like, it's just, that part's going to be a little bit weird for people.
I actually think, so Jose's still a decent defender. I actually think defensively you might be okay, with especially if Gabe Arias is playing third base most nights. The one way, and I think Gabe Arias is still a very nice ball player, is the glove side of things. Now the bat we don't talk about.
Yeah, is that right? I don't know. It stinks, but it's not. I'm trying not to take the end of the world approach to this because it's not. I thought people got a little carried away over the weekend with it all. You're in an AL that is, 4 teams are above 500 right now. It's not as if anybody's running away with the AL Central. You're in a great spot, and he's not going away for 3 months. This was not a season-ending injury. This isn't even like what the Yankees were dealing with Aaron Judge, where he's just gone for 2.5 months, and it's like, all right, well, that's a big hole to fill. No, it's less than that. It's J-Ram, yes, the best player for the Guardians for the previous decade. But it's 5 weeks potentially, and he's come back from this injury within 4 weeks previously in his career.
Yeah, and here's the other thing. I think the timing of the injury is maybe like if this injury happens, if you're out for 5 weeks, you want it now as opposed to even 5 weeks later in the regular season where you're going to be right around the trade deadline or after. Like you still have, if he comes back towards the end of July, somewhere middle July, you still have 2.5 months of him to one, get right, but two, of his production during the most critical part of the season.
Well, and you don't really have to make any deadline moves to kind of adjust for the idea that J-Ram's gone, because by the time the deadline happens, J-Ram will be back.
So I actually think that's like, I'm curious how the Guardians respond. And it's not just the external candidates, it's the internal ones as well. Most years, Jose gets hurt, and we'll just see where this goes. We'll let it play out, right?
Yeah.
This is the most aggressive I've ever seen the Guardians early in the season as it pertains to bringing the young guys up, and even like the Patrick Bailey trade. That was a very aggressive trade that is by the way, paid off dividends to this point. And so it has me wondering, not necessarily replacing Jose's production at third, because you're going to try and piecemeal that because you're not going to replace Jose, but whether they look at this and go, all right, maybe we do need an everyday center fielder, and maybe we pull that trigger 4 weeks earlier so we can make sure we can bide the time till Jose comes back.
I mean, they definitely had to have known they were at least one bat away, even with Jose in the lineup. Now with Jose not in the lineup, you're at least 2 or 3 bats away. And so like they know that. They understand that. I don't think they're going to do anything as far as decision-making, though, in this little stretch here. I really don't. Now, it may be a maybe a tiny, tiny piece, but even that would surprise me. I think they're just going to try to fill it internally.
So most years I don't even question it. This year, just because of how they've acted, is why
I get what you're saying. I still just question it.
But and by the way, it's not just the external stuff though. Like Cooper Ingle has gotten a lot of outfield work. That to me, the biggest thing about Hosey, if you can't replicate the power, getting somebody else up here who can just get on base is critical. Whether you put him in the top 3, which you wouldn't do with Cooper Ingle, or whether you get that later in the lineup, that's a kid they're trying to find playing time for now. Maybe you're a little bit more comfortable. Kwani's in center, and then Cooper Ingle gets, almost becomes like a super utility player, like left field, first base, DH, and catching.
But you definitely
Something like that.
have a lot of options. You know, we talked about like the log jam that we've had between shortstop and second base. Now that Bazana's up here playing the way he is and Rocchio's playing the way he is, this does give you an opportunity to maybe fill in the gaps in certain ways because you can replace third baseman from a defensive standpoint with some of the guys we're talking about.
Well, I mean, even
or at least shuffle it around.
Even with Arias and how they view Arias, if he comes up and he has a bad 2-week stretch, do you pivot quicker than normal to bring back Brito, depending on where he's at?
Sure.
And kind of his. So I'm very curious to see kind of how they handle this because I think this team still has it all right there in front of them. And I just haven't felt that way. And I know that all the rebuttals that people are going to have is the offense isn't that good. Yeah, but I think they have the room to grow this year, and I haven't felt that way in previous years. Even like the thin, I know Castrovins was on the midday show today and mentioned, well, they might trade for another arm because once you get past their 5 starters, it gets thin real quick. Yeah, okay, but all of their starters have been going so far. Like, you haven't even had a scare from one of those 5 guys.
Right.
So, I know the bullpen, again, continues to be hit or miss, depending on what week it is. I think you have the depth there. So I do want to see the Guardians, not even just about the Jose side of things. I still want them to approach this as we haven't played our best baseball yet, and we might not till after the deadline. And that's okay. Like, we're still going to presume that this is a team that can go far because we have the raw clay that we haven't had in previous years.
You got a long runway to figure it out is the difference here. In most years, you might be hitting the panic button and you might be pressing and you might already start to feel like, oh, no, this can go sideways quickly and we have to do X in order to get somewhere. You don't really have to with this American League right now. 83 wins will get you in the postseason this year. It's not competitive enough in the American League. So you got this runway to try to figure it all out and then just make sure by the time you get to the playoffs, you're in a good spot.
I think by the end of the year, by the way, and listen, there are years where...
Unless you just completely faceplant, obviously.
Well, I was going to say, there are years where there have been like an 86-win team as like the 2 seed. So I don't want to make it seem like this stuff doesn't happen. There is a part of me that does believe by the end of the year, you're going to have 5 or 6 strong AL teams, and a certain amount of teams will have fallen back to the pack. So I don't necessarily think 83 wins is going to get you in this year. That being said, I think if you believe in this team the way it seems they believe in this team, this might be the kind of year. And I think it's just so lazy at this point to start barking out for trades and stuff like that. I always hope they make trades when they believe in their team.
Yeah.
This would be the year where I'm not just... I guess maybe this year I'm thinking you might have the ponies not just to win in the AL, you might have a chance to win the World Series. And I honestly don't recall the last time. I mean, maybe 2017, maybe 2018 is the last time that I've really been able to say that. The other times that they've won since 2018, 2019, pretty much all of them, I was like, well, I think you're a good AL Central team. Or, well, I think maybe you'll get to the ALCS. Maybe you'll get to the second round.
Yeah.
And again, the proofs, they've got to prove they can do this, and right now is the best chance to prove it because you're going to have other people than Hosey carry you there, like Bazana, if DeLauder can stay off the IL, like DeLauder, like Angel Martinez, like Schneemann.
Yeah, we got to get a DeLauder update at some point.
Yeah,
I don't know where that's been hiding.
Anytime a team just doesn't have something immediately,
it's a little cagey.
I assume. Well, some of this is, it's informing it. It actually is the Judge injury. That the weirdness of
the Yankees messed that up.
The Judge injury, where did he pull something in his ribs? Was it the thoracic outlet syndrome, which is like a 14-month injury? because it's Chase and because the Guardians haven't quickly identified and said, here's the timetable, it absolutely has me quaking in my boots. Because I don't think...
when I heard contusion, I got excited because that's usually just a bruise. That's not really the end of the world.
That's initially, by the way, that's not how the Yankees put it out there, but that was one of the initial. Remember, there were four different injury reports on what the injury was. One of them was rib contusion for Aaron Judge.
You're higher on this team than I am right now. I understand that. I'm not as encouraged by the offense as of late. And if you take away their best hitter and J-Ram, I just worry about how you're going to put together enough runs. I mean, so much of this team was already built in winning one-run games to begin with anyway. That when you take away J-Ram, they're playing in the margins as is. And so when you take away a great player like that, that's going to hurt you.
So you're right.
Just has me a little alarmed, guys.
And I want to be clear that I might be a little Pollyanna in this, but I hope that those guys in that dugout look at it the way I look at it. This is a great time to prove you can win without Hosey, which you have done for most of the season. Hosey, I know that there's the offensive gravity of having him in the 2 spot and what that means for the hitters around him. But if you're able to win for the next 5 weeks or just stay 500 for the next 5 weeks without Hosey, I think that's a tremendous, tremendous vote of confidence for this team. It is fair to wonder whether those guys are going to start feeling the weight of Hosey's absence. Totally get that. But I'm giving them this chance to prove. Because if you can win without Hosey in that lineup, imagine what you can do when he comes back, and all of a sudden that offensive gravity is back in that 2-hole.
Sure. Guardians right now are second in wild card standings. The team right behind them, it's actually the A's and the Rangers both tied. They're a game under 500. That's what I'm talking about when I say they got some room here in order to have a stretch that maybe isn't the greatest baseball they've ever seen. And then you get Hosey back 5 weeks from now, and then you'll just kick off from there.
216-474-0092. How does this impact the Guardians at the deadline? To me, I'm curious about how it impacts you right now. Because the truth is, the Guardians, unless they are 10 games out of it, and I'd be surprised if they were by the time the deadline came around, unless they're that far out, they're never 100% sellers. And oh, by the way, even when they're 10 games, unless they're 10 games up, they're never 100% buyers either. I expect them to be a little bit of both when it comes to the deadline. But if all of a sudden Bazzana and the other guys can carry this lineup for the next 5 weeks, I think that's the vote of confidence that can maybe change people like yourself, who you're like, I don't see the same things Nick do. I think that's what the next 5 weeks can be about. And they got to prove it.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to have to do a lot to impress me here from that side of things. But, I mean, it's open for him. If Bazzana starts hitting the way he had been before his little slump, if all of a sudden DeLauder's tearing the cover off the ball, it's there. There's enough talent on this team. I think, I kind of think of this team in the same way that I think a lot of people think about the Spurs. And obviously we don't have a Wemby where it's year 3 and he's generational, but more about Dylan Harper type player where you're like, one day he's going to be a top 10 player in this league. Might be a couple years from now, but he's going to be a top 10 player in this league. And it's watching these guys go through the levels that it takes to then kind of walk to crawl to run. That's what we're seeing with some of these young guys. They have the talent. It's just whether or not they're going to be able to get to it all right here in the next, 5 weeks to showcase everything they can.
216-474-0092. How does this impact the Guardians, and how aggressive should the Guardians make a move now to go ahead and try and backfill some of the production without Jose Ramirez? If respect is earned, the NBA is saying, we don't respect the Cavaliers. We'll tell you why in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
this offseason. Headline sports news every 20 minutes, right around 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Matt Corrali.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
The lead in 40 minutes. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive. Math was a little tough there. I was thinking 20 minutes, and then it was 40 minutes. That's how she goes.
I think he just wanted it to be 20, maybe. I don't know.
Mondays can be a little rusty in the NBA offseason now that we're there.
I like that you call it the NBA offseason because it's also the NFL offseason. It could be many off seasons. And then people are trying to hype me up with this stupid soccer content that I just don't want.
Yeah.
I don't want it. I'm done with it. I don't care what happened to Brazil or whatever team you want to tell me is one of the best teams in the whole entire tournament. I don't care.
I also struggle with, this is how they pronounce the name of their country where they're at. Like Cape Verde, which is, again, they defeated Brazil or Spain or one of those.
They tied, right?
Yeah.
Is tie a defeat? I don't even know at this point.
It is in soccer, which I think we know what that means. But it's like, okay, but it's Cape Verde. Yeah, that's what it is here.
Yeah.
Like for instance, there are countries in the Middle East that they call themselves something different than what we call them. It's I'm going to be an American about this, and I'm going to call you what I want to call you. I'll be the ugly American.
Sure. If that's what you want, if that makes you happier, I don't know what to tell you on that. Did you go to Wikipedia and start reading all about the Cape?
No.
I did.
Once I got to, do we really call it Cape? I was like, all right, I'm done there. I know it's off the coast of Africa, and that's
West Africa.
Africa, yeah.
It also has like 10 volcanic islands as a part of it as well. And on their Wikipedia page, there's a one of the big pride and joys is like a photo of their president meeting Barack Obama. And I thought to myself, if like this is your pride and joy, meeting our president, then that's not great for you as a country. Because like if you're a president or you're any sort of dignitary, you're supposed to think of yourself as like almost on equal footing, not like you're starstruck by another country's president.
Oh, I kind of like the humility there. I do.
Oh no, I got it. I want
a humble island country.
I got
That's what
real
I want.
starstruck vibes of like oh whoa, and this is the time we met the Obamas, and it's like all right.
So
can't even play in the same class.
Because you mentioned the volcanoes thing, I would love to be one of those people who ends up like moving to like a Hawaii or like a South Florida, and then I'm like skinny Nick. I'm just like a different version of me, right? A better version, some might say.
Is that right? Yeah. I like that you get really skinny on these islands. You don't have to. There's a lot of really big people on the islands.
No, I know, but I feel like if you're going to go to warm climate, I feel like if you're just sitting inside in the AC, you're a bit of a bastard. Which is what I do in America. In America.
Oh, so you'd just be walking a ton is the idea.
Yeah, I actually do love walking.
I think you'd offset that with pig roast, though.
Yeah, but
who doesn't love a pig roast?
Well, see,
you're going to be doing some pig roast.
As long as I'm not drinking my calories and sugar, that's the bucket.
You're going to be doing that too.
But it's to me that I don't know that it ever feels safe on Hawaii. Because, man, at any point, that volcano, any one of the volcanoes could just go hog wild, and you're just done so.
Yeah. By the way, on the drinking aspect, I've come to the conclusion that there's just way too many of those, like the vodka with different like, I don't know, is it pineapple, is it cranberry, any of those type of drinks? There's way too many of them. I started soliciting advice from Jax because I used the same advice I had with Jake or the Logic, that young people know exactly what they're doing. So I need to ask young people which ones are the good ones, which ones are the bad ones.
Yeah.
And he sent me over like a list of like 4 or 5, and I bought like the tall boy versions of a couple of them. Some of them pretty good, not bad. Way too many options out there though, guys.
Ness,
way too many.
Ness loves the
Let's
claw.
narrow it down.
Ness loves a claw.
Yeah.
And so my rule to her is I will learn 2 or 3 of these brands. And that's it.
I don't know when we got so many.
If you add a 4th brand, I'm out.
I was in the Market District, the Giant Eagle, and I looked around and I was like, this is insane.
Yeah.
This is there. I mean, there's not just like, we used to have like big, large beer sections, and that was understandable, right? But at the heart of it, you had a couple that you get to choose from. That's all that is. This was a whole row of all these different mixed, drinks. And I just, when did we get here?
Yeah. And
how did we get here?
Here's the problem. Their names are all close enough that, again, trying to commit them to memory is my problem.
It's just too much.
Like, because the ain't no law about the claw, or whatever the little saying is, rhymes, I can remember it. but this cruiser versus this misspelled word that sounds like
Sun
that.
Cruiser was one of them.
I'm just so confused by them. So when I go, it's honestly like when I've been sent to the store to buy feminine products. I stand in front of them like, I don't know what I'm looking at here.
Yeah.
I just feel completely inept to figure out what to pick out for you, and it's booze.
And you got no idea.
That's my lane.
You got no idea which ones are even the good ones, which ones are the bad ones.
Yep. Are you going to be upset if I come up with these? Are these for a person that's a little bit older than us? Again, feminine products and the many, many vodka/boozy drinks. I don't know what the hell they actually are. Confuse the hell out of me.
And then,
Anger me even.
And then I ended up buying just the tall boy versions of all the ones that I could find. And I'm going to just do my own little taste tests.
Now,
so I'm going to figure that out.
If respect is earned, I think the NBA and Vegas are telling us what they think about the Cleveland Cavaliers and how much they respect them. The advanced NBA title odds are out. And I know this surprised you when you heard this in the pre-show meeting.
But it was a little slanted. You can finish your thought, but it was a little slanted.
The Cavs have the 9th best NBA title odds for next season.
Yeah, so that it's presented in a nice way to get us, me and you both being like, whoa, 9th? You kidding me? It's tied for 7th with 3 teams. It's how I like to look at it. Tied for there's 3 teams that are in the 7th. There's 6 teams ahead of the Cavs.
After 4
is the point.
years,
There's 6 teams.
After 4 years, after one of the 3 biggest trades in franchise history, being tied for 7th or 9th, however you want to put it,
am I
dispiriting.
insulted by the 2 teams that we're tied with? Yes. Because neither one of these teams, I think, can win a title or are really particularly close in many ways.
I would like to guess one of them.
I'd like for you to guess.
Is one of them the Hornets?
No, it's not.
Okay.
No, we are firmly
so
ahead
it's
of the
not
Hornets.
that ridiculous.
No, it's in the ballpark of like realistic.
Sixers?
No, not the Sixers. You thought you're giving
This is your analogy all over again from 340 where you broke my brain. All right, who are the 2 teams?
Okay, it's going to be the Lakers and the Pistons.
Wait, you're offended by those?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah. Lakers aren't winning. Lakers don't even know if LeBron James is coming back, but Lakers aren't winning anything.
They've got Luka Doncic.
Congratulations. They're not going to. What do you think that's going to do for them?
I mean, same thing it did for the Mavericks a couple years ago where they were in the NBA Finals.
Keep trying to get DeAndre Ayton and acting as if that's going to be your answer. Anyway, so they're not going to. It's not going to happen. If they can even afford Austin Reeves at this point, but Austin Reeves and Luka is going to be the combo to make your way to an NBA Finals.
Yeah, add a third player to that. I think that's going to be a pretty good team.
I don't think they're there. So anyway, in the West, you kidding me? You don't even believe what you're saying right now, but that's neither here nor there.
You don't believe what I'm saying. That's a difference.
The other team, I don't. The other team is the Pistons.
All right, you ready for a hot take? If they get Trey Murphy and the internet is a buzz.
Everyone's been almost getting Trey Murphy for 3 years. Not just the Cavs. Everyone has been almost getting Trey Murphy.
Hence why it's an if. But if they get Trey Murphy.
It's not based off of if they get Trey Murphy. The odds are what they are right now for a reason.
Okay. They were in the second round of the playoffs, and they pushed the Cavs to 7 games. I don't think it's as ridiculous as you think it is. Cade Cunningham was the best player in that series, and they lost.
You think we're in the same stratosphere as Detroit? Not the same stratosphere. We're the same. You think we're the same as Detroit?
The Cavs right now are closer to Detroit than they are New York.
Well, yeah, but that's not what the odds are telling you. The odds are telling you it's not closer to Detroit. The odds are telling you we are Detroit.
Sure. Then that's closer to the truth than not the truth.
I don't think we're close to Detroit. That's fine. Anyway, so the teams ahead of us, they gave the Pacers a lot of love. And that's fine. Okay. Halliburton, I get that. I understand that. Pacers kind of took like this weird gap year where now we'll just kind of have to come back and see what they are.
And didn't even get the top 3 pick that they hoped that it would be.
Like, I can respect it. Nuggets, Pacers, Knicks, Celtics, Thunder, Spurs. A lot of that feels right to me.
You read them very quickly.
Nuggets, Pacers, Knicks, Celtics, Thunder, Spurs.
I mean, I guess at this point,
that all feels right to me.
There's no team within reason that I think you could put with the Cavs or ahead of the Cavs that I would honestly have a right to be upset about.
Oh, we're actually in a 4-way tie.
Ooh.
Which means the headline could have been they think we have the 10th best odds.
Or the 6th best, depending on how you want. Who's
No, still starting at 7. Still starting at 7.
Oh.
7, 8, 9, 10.
Darn.
Yeah, I know.
6, 7.
So close. And this team, I actually would argue, should be ahead of us in the odds.
Okay.
And that's Minnesota.
Oh, yeah, that actually surprises me, too.
I would put Minnesota ahead of us.
See, now, if I was a Minnesota fan, I would take bigger umbrage to who I've been put in with there just because Minnesota has multiple seasons in a row been into the conference title.
Exactly.
Or, sorry, been to the conference round.
You get it. So I don't know. It's not that I'm offended. It's not that I'm pissed off. It's just I thought that's interesting. Pistons and the Lakers, and now I guess the Timberwolves are the class that we're in.
I guarantee you the Cavs are not as far away from winning a championship as it feels today. The problem is, and I was thinking about this after watching, is it 48 hours now of Knicks celebrations and remembering back to our own, I honestly had the thought, man, I just don't think we're ever winning a championship with this team. And when I say that, what I mean is a Donovan Mitchell-led team. Because I'm trying to find, like, what's the avenue? What's the go pass go and collect your $200 route here? There isn't. Giannis comes with his own complications, and he's probably going to Miami or Boston. There's no other player that moves the needle in that way, which means Donovan's going to be your best player. And so if you're not going to get Evan Mobley for Giannis, the next best thing you could do is take an Evan Mobley and see if you could get like a Trey Murphy and Herb Jones.
And just change the math.
That
yeah.
is such a massive risk that you could end up going and being done in the first round team as opposed to winning a championship.
Yeah, I think this is where a lot of Cavs fans have just kind of had this dread for this offseason now, because it was supposed to be met with so much excitement and so much enthusiasm, and now we're really kind of hoping that you can do something to maybe add LeBron to change the math. And then, if you can't do that, then what are you stuck with? You're trying to trade Mobley to Oklahoma City or Mobley to Orlando to try to get one of their guys and just make it a little bit different of an equation.
So I do think, and so it's funny. I just mentioned the point about I just have a feeling that we're just never going to win a championship as this team. They're still in a good spot. Again, I wouldn't choose for the next 5 years, to be the team that is living off what they used to do. What Golden State's done the last couple of years, where it's like, but Steph still scores his 25 a game and he still makes those banana shots. It's not worth it if you just have no real chance of winning a championship. But I don't know that they don't have, like I'm stuck in a weird spot here of, like, you could be in worse spots and it still just doesn't feel great. We're somewhere in between. This is not the end of the world where they are. And I do want to make sure that I make that point.
Does the hope of what the Knicks just went through just kind of give you something to hang on to? Again, the Knicks in January, people thought were just spent and done.
I think it's to come back to the idea, if the worst thing in life is, that I have as a Cleveland sports fan, is I get to watch Donovan Mitchell be really, really good at basketball, and Evan be great, and James Harden be James Harden, and that's just what the next 2 years are. And I'll just have to deal with where they end in the playoffs, and they're not winning. I mean, there are worse realities.
There's worse realities, but the way you're describing that kind of sucks. Because that's it's like, all right, yeah, I'll take that. There's always worse places you could live on planet. Glad I'm here. Like there's a resignation to that. There's a lack of a fight attached to that.
Well, yeah, but it's so fair. But I think at the same point, I don't want to act like the sky is falling. It's not. The sky's up there. The earth's down there. Titan's below it. And like, we're not in the worst position to be in. I don't have any confidence they're going to win a championship. And I don't think there's the move.
The odds don't either.
Like, even firing Kenny Atkinson, the old Mike Brown thing, I don't really.
Vegas is telling you the same thing you're saying right now. I mean, Vegas is telling you they don't have a chance to win the title next year.
So, like, I'm torn between, I am grateful that, hey, you're not going to win a championship. I'm also grateful that you're at least probably going to be in the second round of the playoffs next year.
You should be. Yeah.
Like, we're stuck in a spot.
That should not be a question. Second round of the playoffs should not be a question.
Like, we're stuck in a spot where
anything beyond that is a question.
I badly want to feel what Knicks fans feel today. I want to feel that again. Because when Joe DeLeon was talking about bedlam in the streets of New York, minus the violence, every time I think back to it, that feeling of disbelief, it's the greatest. It's euphoria, it's joy, it's all these things. And I want that again, but I also understand I don't want them to get worse. And I feel like this is just a tremendous offseason of risk. And I feel like there are more wrong answers out there than there are right answers.
How wildly disrespectful is it to the Knicks to be fourth on this list?
I don't think it's disrespectful at all.
No, I would still put him probably above the Celtics. I don't know what the Celtics are going to do. Maybe that's Vegas hedging a little bit of a Giannis move.
Giannis, yeah.
Maybe that might be what that is. It's just the idea that you just won the title. You went through everything you went through, and the Monday after you're 4th on this list, and it's not as if people are going to come to your defense and say, well, no, you need to be number 1 now, because that's not how this works. Vegas doesn't think that way, but if I'm a Knicks fan, I'm peeved.
I think
you lost 1 game in 2 months.
I think they're lost in euphoria. 216-474-0092.
Mikal Bridges.
Dick and Dayton, Cool Ray, Isaac, you guys stick there. The Cavs are tied and have 10th best NBA title odds for next season. Is that too high, too low, or just right?
Also 7th.
More from you guys. And Knicks celebrations in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Get it right the first time, and if you can't do that, get it right the next time. Nick Wilson here for Bookman & Son. I did not get jewelry shopping done right the first time. When I was
flu-like symptoms, or need a vaccine. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more, or visit TremfyaRadio.com.
There's only one place to hear breaking Browns news. This is the radio home of the Cleveland Browns. 92.3 The Fan.
Emory Hunt, CBS Sports HQ and football game plan in about 40 minutes here. Nick and JP with you. We'll get to the celebratory shenanigans, some of your calls here in a minute. But CBS Sports listed the top 50 NBA offseason trade candidates. Do you know who number 4 is, JP?
Actually, yeah, I already saw the list. It was Donovan.
Darn it.
Because Mobley was number 5, right?
Yes, he was, but
he
was in a separate tier.
Another tier, I saw that.
Only for Giannis, and he belonged with Paolo Banchero and Jaden Daniels of the Minnesota Timberwolves. I just thought it was interesting when you and I talked about Fedor's comments on Middays today, where he talked about Donovan might not be willing to sign an extension. He might wait till next year because of the financial incentives of waiting. Sam Quinn, the guy who wrote this list up, called this a extend or trade offseason for Donovan. I think it's interesting that historically that is the way we've thought about it. But because Donovan has been, I want to be here and all this other stuff, we've kind of just bypassed what I think are the pretty normal conversations you have in situations like this. Like, should they trade him? Does he actually want to be traded? Stuff like that.
Well, so it takes a pretty optimistic and I'm not even optimistic. I think it just takes a person that is very gullible, which I can sometimes be, okay? Sometimes I critique everyone and everything, and other times I'm like, I want to believe you, so I'm going to believe you. And I think in this instance, that is what you have to buy into, is the idea that Donovan really does love being here. And it's just strictly financial, and the no trade clause that he would throw into it the year that follows from now as well. And so you just kind of have to buy into that. That's really the reality. Because there is enough incentives to understand why, if he really did love being here, he would also then wait.
216-474-0092. The Cavs are 7th or 10th, depending on how you look at it. Best title odds for next season. Is that too high, too low, just right? Let's go with Isaac in Shaker Heights. Isaac, welcome to the show.
Hey, guys. Thank you for having me. How are you guys doing today?
Doing all right. What you got for us, bud?
Good.
Well, I'm thinking once Donovan leaves, if he leaves, the Cavs basically going to have to start over because I don't see what you're going to get back for him in return as far as in value. But even with that said, if he stays, the problem's not Donovan, it's not Mobley. The problem is the Cavaliers have a nucleus that they can still build around. The problem is our non-athletic bench. The problem is Dean Wade. The problem is I won't say so much as Max Strus, because Strus will play and he can get physical. And I need Merrill shooting, but Dean Wade and guys of that nature have to go. You can't win with Dean Wade not scoring any points. You can't win with Dean Wade being passive-aggressive against these teams that played today. You saw the playoffs. I saw the playoffs. Dean Wade wouldn't last a quarter in playing that type of basketball. He can't do it. You guys tell me about his defense on Brunson, his defense on other guys. How good his defense is? You got to score points nowadays in the NBA, and you have to be able to play almost above the rim. Merrill is a guy that can't jump, can't run, can't shoot, but can play. He plays to the point where he can play aggressive. He knows how to change his game. His shot is good, and he plays good defense. Even though he's slow as I don't know what, he plays good fundamental defense, and he's aggressive. Dean Wade, on the other hand, soft as cotton. Jared Allen, soft as cotton. You can't win with these guys playing in this type of NBA today. It can't happen.
Isaac, we appreciate you there. One thing, it was interesting. You mentioned the Cavs' slow, unathletic bench, and it was the three guys he mentioned. It was just very interesting. The Dean Wade, Sam Merrill, Max Strus. Wonder if there was any commonalities between those three fellas.
Yeah. Is he also the one that called up previously and named those three as well? Is it a repeat call?
No.
Because we did this.
I can't remember who it was.
We've done this bit.
I can't remember who it was, but it was exactly the same point. I think blaming the bench on a team that just got swept in the Eastern Conference Finals is such a pass. It's not even a Peterlin pass. It is a intergalactic pass. for Donovan Mitchell, Evan Mobley, Jared Allen, and James Harden. It is a superstar-driven league, or at the very least now, it's a starting player-led league. I'm not telling you the Cavs are perfectly constructed the way they are, because they're not, especially with their starting lineup. But this idea that this has to do with anyone other than Donovan, Evan, Jared, and James Harden is it's silly talk to me. It is just it's embarrassing a little bit.
Well, yeah. I mean, ultimately, Knicks win. Who gets all the credit? Who gets all the praise? It's going to be Jalen Brunson. It is, and Jalen was fantastic in that final game.
It's Micah McBride, or sorry, Miles McBride. That's who's getting all the credit here.
And, but it is. It's Brunson. It's going to be Cat. It's going to be those guys. But ultimately, what happens, Nick? When you zero in on it, you focus a little bit harder. It's like, well, wait, OG Anunoby makes just as much money as Jalen Brunson makes more. That was a fantastic deal. It's worked out great. Mikal Bridges traded for 5 first-round picks. Worked out fantastic. Worked out great. Josh Hart, like all these, like you do need the other pieces of a team. It's just what's interesting and where it worked out for the Knicks is all these trades were questioned at the time, and they've all come up basically in spades and aces for them. While every trade the Cavs have made, we've all kind of been like, oh, yeah, no, that'll work. That'll play. And we haven't got the dividends from those other guys.
Now, I do want to make a point after watching the last 48 hours of celebrations for the New York Knicks.
Yeah.
It's a little weird.
What's that?
I've forgotten how.
The Alicia Keys, Jay-Z, New York song singing through the streets. I thought that was pretty cool.
No, that's cool.
I like that. I thought that was fun.
I think it's like Chalamet in the locker room afterwards.
Oh,
that's a little weird.
That's not weird.
Patrick Ewing.
When I was in the Cubs locker room in 2016, I ran into Bill Murray in the locker room. I almost knocked over Eddie Vedder. Like
it doesn't look like a toddler in a locker room.
They let celebrities into the locker rooms for championship
But I mean,
games.
like even like the Knicks legends, like Ewing, Allen Houston, like they Oakley was in San Antonio as well, but he wasn't in New York. But
he's not allowed at MSG.
They have 5, 7, 10, whatever it is, Knicks legends there, and they're acting like it's them winning. Like Ewing over the weekend said, this basically erases the 99 defeat to the Spurs.
No, it doesn't. That was a 5-game series too, but no, it doesn't.
It's like, what the hell are you talking about? Like, it's weird to me. Like,
how about Brunson's dad after that moment, or after the game and everything?
Well, you're talking about the things
where he says Patrick Ewing is the greatest Knick ever.
No, that's a great line.
While his son is 3 feet away from him after just winning NBA Finals MVP.
No, that's called motivation.
That was just you're never gonna make your parents happy moment.
I just think
there's nothing you can do in life that'll make your parents. You just might as well not even try.
So it's a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. First, this superstars and then the old Knicks players acting like they won a championship makes me a little uncomfortable. But two, like even watching this from the outside perspective, if it's not my team, I think I've gotten to the point where it doesn't really do anything for me to watch teams celebrate because it just seems so far removed from like real life. Like it's such again, unless you're in the love bubble with that team having won the title. Like the guys on ABC today, like OG Anunoby and Jalen Brunson, and like 5 of the Knicks were on Good Morning America today. And not only were they clearly still drunk and or high, but even like it was just an awkward bad interview. Like
Good
none
Morning
of this
America,
is good content,
yeah,
I guess is maybe what I'm saying.
GMA's got to shut this down because they do this after every title for everything, and no person wants to be doing that.
Talk to Michael Strahan?
Yeah. At like 6:30, 7:30, 8:30, whenever in the morning that show airs, like getting up there and talking to them after what is the greatest night of your life, nobody wants to do that.
Like,
what a pain that is. You probably want to sleep because you've been up all night.
Remember the content?
It's like Matthew Stafford's wife having to do that podcast after he won the Super Bowl at 7 in the morning for an hour and a half.
That's just a man trying to keep his wife happy.
That's just rude is all that is.
Remember when Channing was like, we bleep excellence and all that kind of stuff? Did everybody else just kind of look at us and think we were chachi? Because it didn't feel chachi in the moment, but now that I'm watching other teams celebrate, I'm like, come on, guys.
Hate to break it to you, but a lot of the times when people do the Cleveland, this is for you, they're not doing it because they thought it was awesome.
No, I do it sarcastically now.
Okay, yeah, no. I'm talking people outside of Cleveland. They don't do it because they thought it was awesome. They do it because they're mocking us.
It's also what I exclaim when I'm in the throes of passion.
Is that right?
Yeah. Yeah. And Vanessa is like, that's not
Cleveland
my name,
well,
dog.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a communal thing. The lead in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Feel the power this month and beyond. Because if you're looking at new trucks this month, you know a Ram truck should be at the very top of your list. And listen, I'm a Ram guy, right? I drive a Ram, but how that started is I put the Ram side by side with the alleged competition, and everything came up Ram, including power, for which there is no comparison. You can choose from Ram's legendary 5.7-liter Hemi V8, which I have in my Ram, or the 420-horsepower Hurricane engine, or the high-output 540-horsepower Hurricane engine. Whatever you choose, you're going to feel the power.
narrow when we're saying the quiet part out loud because everybody knows it. They're all going to be trying to fulfill the needs that they have as an organization, helping them win games without Jose Ramirez with them.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
Emery Hunt coming up in about 20 minutes here. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back with you. A lot of news of the day we got to get to and react to here, so we're going to do that in The Lead. Jose Ramirez will miss the next 5 to 7 weeks with a fractured hamate bone in his left hand. Here's manager Stephen Vogt on how the team is handling the injury.
This group is so resilient. We know the hit of not having Jose for the next little bit, but it's other guys' opportunities to step up. Gabby's back, play third base. You know, you see a little sign of somebody trying to do a little too much, you just calm them down. Just talk to them and say, hey, keep being yourself. You're on this team because you, with your skill set, can go out and help us win games. You don't have to be anything more than that. Easier said than done, because I think everybody's going to want to try and do a little bit more. It's the nature of the beast. But we just have to continue to stay the course and be ourselves and go out and win games.
Yeah, I mean, it sucks, obviously. You give the 5 to 7 week window is what he had written here, and I think that's what a lot of people went with. But we've seen J-Ram come back from this exact injury now on his right hand, not his left hand, in 4 weeks. We watched Lindor before the season got underway this year make it in 4 weeks as well. So, like, you can come back from this quicker than people think.
I, like everybody else, my first reaction to this news yesterday was just a real kick in the skippies. Yeah. But my second one was not the same as everyone else. I think there are a lot of people saying, well, it was a nice run. Well, you can't do it without Jose. I look at anytime you have a big setback like this, I look and go, all right, how do the other 9 guys respond? You know, and I think if this had happened last year with his paltry of talent that they had, the results are similar, but the talent was different. I probably would have said, been in that camp, right? If this had happened 2 years ago, I probably would have been in this camp. You did some great things without Jose offensively previously, and you have more, like, Bazana's upside is immense. DeLauder, depending on how long he can or when he'll be back, upside is immense. Even guys like Angel Martinez, who showed more power than we ever thought he would. Schneemann continues to be a really nice player. Like, You've got some Brian Rocchio, who I keep forgetting to mention just how good he's been this year. Mm-hmm. You've got more guys than recently. And, oh, by the way, a Steven Kwan resurgence, it doesn't look like it's on the table, but if he all of a sudden kind of comes around and just starts getting back to being Steven Kwan, I think you have some guys that could make this interesting. I'm not just giving up with this.
Well, and here's the other part of this, too, and something that we've not yet really gone down with. And I don't mean to say this to, make fun of, or not make fun of, but disparage Jose. He does a lot of great things on the field. Obviously, he's great defensively. He's stolen 25 bags already this year. He gets a lot of walks. Like, he's done a lot. But this has been a pretty down offensive year for him as is. And so, like, if you're not asking yourself to replace J-Ram at the plate, you're asking yourself to replace a guy that right now is hitting .239 batting average, .339 on base percentage, .418 slugging. That is not impossible. Now, yes, he's way more than that. And he's way more than that as a player. And there's so many great things that he does beyond just what he does at the plate on any given stretch. But if you're just asking someone to replace that, it is not a crazy ask.
And Anthony Castrovince of MLB.com joined the morning show today, and he said that despite Jose Ramirez's injury, the Guardians should still be buyers at the trade deadline.
I do generally think that this is a year to kind of chase some magic, because you don't know what the future holds. It's so up in the air that I think it puts greater value on the present. And I think they're set up from a farm system perspective to go and make an impact trade. It's just that, the trade deadline is going to bear what it bears. The market's going to bear what it bears. And as I said, it's going to be a seller's market because it's so crowded. So that could work against them ultimately. But I do think, like, in a vacuum, not knowing who's going to be available and when, this looks like a year to go for it, The other X factor just being, can they survive the next 6 weeks without Jose?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with Anthony. This is a year that you tend to go for it, and you tend to push some more chips in the middle of the table. We have prospects. We have so many prospects. What are they good for? They're good for trade value. Use them for what they're specifically designed for. It's not as if you have to worry about us having so many different guys we have to call up and different holes to fill. You have major league needs right now. Go fill them with the prospects.
I just wonder how big of a trade market we're actually going to have, because the American League, one half of the league is teams kind of in a similar boat. Like, there's a lot of teams thinking, if we get the right breaks or if we get the right player, like this feels like, and this is one of the few downsides of league-wide parity, it does feel like there's going to be a lot of sellers and not enough buyers. But I agree with Anthony Castrovance. The thing I disagree with him is him saying pitching might end up being the focus of. What you really need in the postseason is 3 starters. I think you've got at least 3 starters you can throw out there in the postseason. You need a decent bullpen. I think you already have the pieces for that. And you need an offense that can hang. Even with Hosey, you're one power bat away from really being able to say you can hang. Go get that power bat. You've not done it for 3 straight years. Feels like now would be the time.
Yeah, but I implore them to do it every single year, and so I'm hoping this year is different. They've kind of built this around the idea that this year has been different. I just need to see them put a little bit more chips in the middle.
Chris Fedor, Cleveland.com, was on with Baskin and Phelps today, and Madigan and Darryl. And he broke down the options for Donovan Mitchell when it comes to signing an extension this summer.
He can make more next off season. He can make more in terms of years. He can make more in terms of overall salary, and he can also get some perks attached to his contract, including a no-trade clause. So there are benefits to Donovan not signing an extension with the Cavs this offseason. And I'm not going to put words in his mouth. He's a very savvy person. He understands how to handle these things in the media, and when these questions continued to come, he continued to answer them the same kind of way. But I'm reading that as Donovan is preparing this fan base for him not signing this contract extension, because I think he understands the benefits of waiting. And I think he's laying the groundwork to bypass this contract extension from the Cavs and try and cash in next offseason. But I don't think that means that he doesn't believe in this group.
I was surprised earlier when you said that you thought that Donovan was, if he doesn't sign it this year, then that signals something to you. I tend to see it the way Chris does, but I also understand that how I see it and how Chris sees it is also, it can be looked at as a very gullible approach to it all. As if we want Donovan to, sign, and we want him to be here, and we want him to basically not have this franchise go into some sort of alternative tanking mode. And so to keep that alive, part of that is you just pay Donovan and you don't think twice about it, and Donovan's going to want to be here and stay here. But it would be wrong of me to ignore what you're feeling.
Yeah, I continue to come back to, if you were to trade Evan for a win-now move, and in an offseason, Donovan says, hey, we didn't win a championship, we're no closer, I do think I want to continue my career elsewhere, that is the worst possible situation you could have got into. And that's, by the way, the positive in this scenario is a 30 going on 31-year-old undersized guard who's shown the ability to wear down at the end of the season, decides he wants to get paid $70 million a year, in which he will also have a no-trade clause by that contract. And there's a lot to this, and I respect Donovan immensely. So when I say these things, it's not that I want to trade Donovan. I also don't want to end up in a scenario where you miss a logical jumping off point because you don't want to make the tough decision on Donovan because he's done a lot of good here. Like, you don't pay for past performance, and I feel like you're going to get into that spot. And Donovan saying, hey, I'll sign an extension next year, I'm not going to take your word for it if I'm the Cavaliers, but it sure seems like the Cavs are going to take his word for it.
It is interesting. I want to know if anyone feels any sort of way about Brunson and how he handled the Knicks contract and how he basically took $115 million less, and if that is impacting Donovan's thought process through this all. My guess is no. I'm going to guess no on this one, and that's why I lean towards the idea that he's just trying to maximize as much money as he can, get the no-trade clause, and he's got the player option in back of next year as well for if, in fact, he does face an injury or something runs up against him. But it is a dangerous thing if you think about it from Donovan's perspective. It is. It's a little dangerous, but he feels the Cavs have that much of a desire to keep him. Joe DeLeon, A to Z Sports, joined us today at 3:20. We asked him about what he thought of the Browns' quarterback competition coming out of minicamp.
Admittedly, I was kind of surprised how quickly the reporting indicated that Deshaun was leading the race, and it seemed like it was like a large margin based on how everybody was talking about it. I don't think it does because, we're talking about a quarterback in Shedeur who's in his second year compared to a player who's been around for a long time. And I think that as much as Deshaun didn't play very well last time he suited up for the Browns, he still at one point was an MVP caliber quarterback. There was nothing, fake about the hype that was around him. And I think that Shedeur absolutely has the opportunity to potentially do some damage in this quarterback battle. So it doesn't really surprise me that he's starting to close the gap. I still think that there's a possibility that he ends up maybe starting some games towards the end of the year.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just every time we come back to this conversation, and I don't understand the logic that continues to get thrown out there about Deshaun Watson. I just don't. We're so far removed from the last time Deshaun did anything interesting on the NFL field. I understand he's under contract. I really don't see any upside to playing Deshaun Watson this season. And it's surreal that we've gotten to the point where the Browns have normalized this idea so much that so many people are just, once upon a time. It's like Carson Wentz, by the way. I could do this with Carson Wentz. About 7 years ago, Carson Wentz looked like he was the face of a franchise. It's been 7 years.
Yeah, and yet people still don't give it up. It's been almost as many days as the first time he took 2 years off before playing a football game. I think we're approaching 700 days once again. In no world does it make sense. And nobody would ever bet on the injury history and everything that he's shown if you just looked at him just in a Cleveland Browns uniform. I always go back to thinking about the idea that even in Houston, I had so many Houston friends, Nick, that thought that whole entire season was essentially Fugazi to begin with anyway, and the garbage stats attached to when Watson actually performed some of those throws, and how it was a 4-win season.
Yeah.
4-win season, a lot of garbage time that got him to 4,800 yards. Not trying to diminish it, but in many ways, they kept telling you as it was going on that he's not nearly the quarterback that anyone thinks he is. And that's what everyone is going back to. All right, it's fine. I don't envision a world where I'm just way off on this.
Yeah, and I also think, where am I going to be in November? If you're a sub-500 team, or let's say you're 4-6, heading into, I'm guessing that would be mid-November, coming off the trade deadline, you don't make any moves, but you're 4-6, and Deshaun's your quarterback. I'm going to think we just kind of ride this out. And I'm going to start having to do the thing I don't like to do, which is say, well, we got to lose on purpose because we got to get that quarterback.
Oh, I didn't know you'd get there.
If you're 4-6, it's the Deshaun provision.
Okay, yeah.
On my morals.
I'm making the note now. Making the note.
But 4-6 with Shedeur is going to just feel completely different. It is. And you're going to be thinking to yourself, hey, can we get to, 9 wins from here? Because you're going to feel like there's some potential there. And it's just, you get that way in that season, you're not going to feel that same way with Deshaun.
Yeah, I am so looking forward to a season with Shedeur Sanders playing. I am so not looking forward to a season if Deshaun is the one out there because I just don't think it's going to work.
Now, Emory Hunt has said he believes the Browns are still a 10-win team after the Myles Garrett trade. We'll ask him why in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. If you didn't make the home show or you did and wish you bought, here's your second chance. Nick Wilson here for Northeast Factory Direct. Guys, now's the time to get your – you feel the weather out there.
Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
Your mornings are about to change with 92.3 The Fan. We're going local at 5 a.m. It's The Fan Warm-Up Show with Jeff Thomas. All the latest from the night before in Cleveland sports and getting your day started even earlier. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. We are into the abyss with the Browns offseason here. So now 7 weeks away, I believe, from NFL training camp.
6?
I think you're right. I don't know why I said 7. I think you're right.
Doesn't matter.
Well, you know why? Because I said 7. I looked down. I said it's no longer the 8th.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, hey, listen, it's interesting because it is starting later this year than usual. Because obviously the season's starting later and everything's pushed back just a little bit, and it's just going to be interesting to see how everyone kind of attacks this little stretch where we just don't know anything.
So it's very similarly this weekend. I was talking to Olivia and I was like, "Hey, I want to do this next Saturday," and so I was saying this on Sunday, and she's like, and she held up her phone with a calendar on it, and she pointed to the 20th and 27th, and like, which one? I was like, well, which one's next?
Yeah.
Yeah. She's like, okay, fine, this weekend, sure. But to talk about the Browns, once we get around to training camp, he played the schedule game and has them still as a 10-win team post the Miles trade. To do so, we head out to the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right, call Kyle Wright hotline. Find out why Emory Hunt, CBS Sports HQ football game plan, believes that, and Emory joins us now. Emory, welcome to the show.
Glad to be on the show, guys. Great day to be a Cajun.
Why is that?
Like Louisiana Lafayette, the Raging Cajuns?
That's exactly where I play running back, so it's always a great day.
Nice.
I hadn't used that in like 20 years, so I wanted to get that off.
We'll allow it. That seems like they're just happy to
I
be.
used to love. I don't play video games anymore, but like when I did like a million years ago, I'd play with Louisiana Lafayette, the Raging Cajuns, just because I thought that was awesome.
Hey, you are my favorite guy right now.
I used to do La Tech. I'm sorry. It was Skip Holtz, right? Come on. What was I gonna do?
No.
Emory, you played the schedule game, and despite trading Myles Garrett, you still have the Browns as a 10-win team. Walk us through.
Well, it was interesting because when we heard because I did the schedule game as soon as it came out. I'm talking about the official schedule, and I said the Browns can win 10 wins. I listed off reasons why. And then in that clip that went viral, I said Myles Garrett. Now, obviously, a couple of weeks later, Myles Garrett gets moved, and so they had me back on to talk about the schedule game again. But what made me go through the schedule and look at it again without Myles Garrett a part of the team was the fact that they got Jared Verse. And I felt like, okay, yeah, Verse is not Myles Garrett. Myles Garrett is an all-time great, future first ballot Hall of Famer, Cleveland Ring of Honor, all of those things. But Jared Verse ain't no slouch either. And so when you look at what he can do, and if you think about it from Verse's perspective, like, man, I thought I was entrenched in L.A. with how I played and what we did together as a group, and they viewed me as, expendable. I'm about to go out here and ball out with the Browns. We might see him get his first double-digit sack season as a pro based on what he just went through in terms of getting moved for a guy in Myles Garrett. So I still feel like the Browns have enough offensively and defensively to where 10 wins is definitely possible.
Yeah, so now is that playing with the idea that Shedeur is starting, or is that with Deshaun? Because I've had a hard time, Emory, playing the schedule game because I think highly of Shedeur, and I just don't think highly of Deshaun at this point.
For me, it's with Shedeur starting. And I will say this. It's always fascinating how and I'm not talking about you guys, I'm talking about the people that are on my side of things that kind of pontificate and talk, how disingenuous many people are and how they're looking at this Shedeur thing with disingenuous eyes. If Shedeur was drafted in the first round, they talk about his 3-4 finish with the opportunity to go 5-2 to be like, wow, look at what he had. He barely had this and that, and they won 3 games. They should have won 5. But because he went in round 5, they're saying now, well, he threw 7 touchdowns and 10 picks. They lose all context, and they'll bring up QBR and all that stuff like that as if QBR matters when we watch Dylan Gabriel perform worse than Shedeur with better numbers. So that tells you how much QBR doesn't matter. But I'm saying all that to say this. with Shedeur out there, you have an ascending talent. You have a guy that played good football, solid football with, considering the situation. And now you have better offensive weaponry around him. He has a stable offseason. And for Deshaun Watson, I just want to see him get back to that fluid throwing motion that we used to see from him in Houston. I said this is maybe the 2023 season or 2024 season when they played the Cowboys, and it was evident in that game he couldn't push the ball deep down the field. And it was frustrating because when you watched him in Houston, he legit threw the football like Warren Moon. It was a smooth stroke. He could throw it deep down the field accurately. And until I see him rip it like that again, then I would know for sure he's fully back. And it's unfortunate we're talking about something that happened in 2020 because we're 6 years removed from that. And he acknowledged the fact that he's not the same player. So we don't know what this version of Deshaun Watson looked like. But I do feel like at worst he gives you a solid veteran backup right now. But Shedeur Sanders is the ascending talent, and you want to maximize that with how well he finished last year, juxtaposed to what you built around him.
Emory, I think it's interesting. If let's take the quarterback out of it. Let's say we plug in league average quarterback play. So whatever you think the 16th to 17th best quarterback in the NFL can give you, let's say we get that out of the quarterback spot and you get some good performances around him. What do you like? How much of an upgrade do you think this offense can be over what was statistically one of the 3 worst offenses in the NFL in most major categories last offseason?
That's why I said 10 wins. And, if you think about league average quarterback play, and I'm glad you brought that up because I've been a proponent of big tackle propaganda and telling people that it's really about guards in the guard play, I've been hell-bent on letting people know, like, no one player is that good. Stop putting all the onus on a quarterback when all you got to do as a QB is play your 111. Just be 16th best or average football, and you can get to the Super Bowl. And so the reason why I still say 10 wins because they do look good on offense and defense. The problem, or I would say concern I have about the Browns is the depth defensively within the front 7. I know they've drafted Justin Jefferson, who is speedy. I love his range, but more so along the defensive line. Can they get consistent play from their second wave of defenders? I think they did a good job offensively adding depth along the offensive line. Guys are performing well based off what we've seen them do in shorts in terms of how they look athletically and how they're moving around. Obviously, we talk about the skill players, but in order to go from a 10-win team to a team that could go from, worst to first like the Patriots did last year, they really have to tighten up their depth within the defensive line and also, adding maybe 1 or 2 more pieces on offense that really strengthens that stranglehold on the 2 deep.
I know you've been in Shedeur's corner the entire time. We've had you on for years, and you're kind of lockstep with me in where we stand there. But were you surprised at the narrative early on, and at least especially during the installs, that it felt like Deshaun was just the lead guy in all of this? And now obviously in the past couple days, past couple weeks, it's kind of moved towards being a closer race where some are even arguing Shedeur is caught up to Deshaun. Some are arguing he's even past him. But the early impression of this all, were you surprised it initially was so heavily in Deshaun's favor?
I was surprised at the lack of, layered questions. Because somebody said, well, Deshaun's out in front. Okay, explain how. And he never asked that question because if you just ask one more question, you see their house of cards fall apart. So it goes back to my initial argument. A lot of people was being disingenuous. They didn't like Deshaun Watson, but they don't like Shedeur Sanders more. They love the idea of this mythical QB, creature in 2027, just like they did in 2026. But they saw that blow up in smoke after week 1 of the college football season. And so I never really bought into that because we know football hasn't been played yet. This is all, junior Olympic testing and conditioning going on. But now they start to, switch, the tide and say, oh, he's catching up. They're saying he's catching up because they don't want to say, I was completely wrong and false when I put out that statement earlier in the minicamp all OTA circuit. So I still feel like Shedeur is a leader. Deshaun has to show that he can do this in games, just showing from where he is from a health perspective and in a mental space. And I'm rooting for him because, again, we're talking about a guy that was on a Hall of Fame trek before 2021. And I think that is hard for some people to forget, and it's hard for some people to realize that player may not be there anymore. It's almost like what we've seen happen from Russell Wilson. Once he left, Denver, you just kind of assume, like, okay, all right, he's going to be in a nice spot in Pittsburgh. He could finish out his career there. And we saw him play in 2 more spots, Pittsburgh and then the New York Giants, and then retire. So I feel like Deshaun has to show to himself, number one, that he still has it. He could kind of recapture a little bit of that spark that he had. But this is still Shedeur Sanders' team, in my opinion.
All right, Emory, outside of the quarterback, give me one player that you think is the key to this offense being successful in 2026.
Denzel Boston, the rookie. And it's crazy to put that type of crown on top of a rookie. But, man, we talk about some things the Browns didn't have last year. You're talking about guys that could win above the rim. You got that from Harold Fannin as a rookie. I feel like if Denzel Boston can be that bona fide X receiver, then they surrounded him with a lot of catch and run guys. Isaiah Bond, Casey Concepcion, Jerry Jeudy is one of those guys as well. And now you have a guy that can really win those 50-50 balls, but also, he has shown so far in, mini camp and OTAs and all of those things that he understands how to win short, how to win intermediate, how to win deep down the field. And one example I could quietly, put together is if you think about the play against the Baltimore Ravens when we saw Shedeur step in for the first time, the pass he threw to Gage Larverdane in the end zone, that was a greatly defended play, but it was an opportunity for Larverdane to make that grab, and it could have tied the game. Now you sub that out, you put Boston there, Boston makes that grab. And that's the type of difference he brings to an offense, which also means defensively you got to rotate coverage toward his side, which gives Jerry Jeudy opportunity to have more one-on-one. Casey Concepcion, even Tylan Wallace has shown he could do some good things when given the opportunity. And Bond, Bond is already open right now as we speak. Like, he just gets deep for whatever reason. Like, they just can't cover him. So I just like the fact that Boston is exactly what they needed.
Yeah, Bond's having a great camp, by the way, and I agree. I love Denzel Boston. We're going to find out about Concepcion. I need to see what kind of bounce-back season Jeudy has. What is the ceiling on this wide receiver group? If it was dead last year, what do you think this one can be this year?
Well, let's focus on the division. And you talk about a core within the division that they could be good and still probably end up fourth, depending on, like, look at what the Bengals have, look at what the Ravens have, and what the Steelers were able to add. But I do feel like this could be, because they're young, and you could toss Harold Fannin in there, and I actually am a big fan of Joe Royer too. You toss those guys in there, man. This could be one of these young, exciting groups that grow together that we saw the Rams have, when Stafford first got there, that we saw Russell Wilson have when they was drafting those young guys around him, starting with the Golden Tates and those guys, right? That was there before Russell got there, but then you saw them start to add some pieces. I feel like this could be that type. So if they have the year that I'm expecting them to have, we're going to be talking about this receiving core of the Browns being definitely top 16. And I know that people say, well, that's league average. Well, if you think about 3 and 4 wide receiver sets and what that looks like, and you start to rank them, you realize there's a lot of good cores in the NFL, and being 16th is definitely ahead of the curve.
All right, Emory, right now, how would you rank these 4 AFC North teams heading into camp?
Whew. And you know what's else funny is when I did the initial schedule grade or schedule game, I had them beating or sweeping Pittsburgh, but that was when they had Mason Rudolph as a starter. But now it changes because you got Aaron Rodgers back. You have a better roster around him. So, man, I can see this thing, to be completely honest, everybody having 10 wins. I did that too. I did the schedule game with that. I had everybody with 10 wins, but I could also see the Browns finishing third. The difference between the Browns this year and the Browns last year, I feel like the Browns offense will win them some of these games that they should have won last year. Even going back to when Dylan Gabriel was starting and, Flacco was starting. They were in some of these ball games. They had a great chance. And now you have better skill players, guys that can close the door. I feel like the Browns could finish third with 10 wins. Now, what does that mean, playoffs or not? Because the AFC is so super talented, in order for the Browns to make the playoffs, they need only one team to come out the East and one team to come out the South, because I feel like the West and the North will have multiple teams.
Let me ask you one more thing about Taylen Green. Do you feel like we're going to see him in any sort of capacity at all this year? Obviously, Shedeur is the idea to start all 17, but if it starts to go a little rocky in any sort of way, do they throw him in there, or do you feel like I'm trying to figure out if Deshaun is going to be the guy after Shedeur or not?
I feel like Taylen Green is getting that red shirt year, and we saw that manifest itself in how they divvied up the reps in this mandatory minicamp that just ended. We barely saw Taylen Green. And so I feel like, yeah, there may be some opportunities for him to be a short yardage, red zone, green zone type guy to utilize his legs or whatnot. But I think if anything, we'll see Shedeur after Deshaun or Deshaun after Shedeur. I think we'll see just two quarterbacks this year.
Emory, great stuff as always, buddy. Appreciate you and appreciate the I'll say analysis, but we like a little Browns positivity around here as well. Appreciate you.
I appreciate y'all. Thanks for having me on.
Emory Hunt there on the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. We'll react to what he had to say about your Browns in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey, it's Nick Wilson here for Universal Windows Direct. Summer's just heating up. I know it's a little cool today, but summer's just heating up. And the truth is, if you've got old and drafty windows, it is going to get muggy up in here because old and drafty windows, they don't just fail you.
and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Headline sports news every 20 minutes from the University Hospital's sports desk. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
What made me go through the schedule and look at it again without Myles Garrett a part of the team was the fact that they got Jared Verse. And I felt like, okay, yeah, Verse is not Myles Garrett. Myles Garrett is an all-time great, future first ballot Hall of Famer, Cleveland Ring of Honor, all of those things. But Jared Verse ain't no slouch either. And so when you look at what he can do, and if you think about it from Verse's perspective, like, man, I thought I was entrenched in L.A. with how I played and what we did together as a group, and they viewed me as, expendable. I'm about to go out here and ball out with the Browns. We might see him get his first double-digit sack season as a pro based on what he just went through in terms of getting moved for a guy in Myles Garrett. So I still feel like the Browns have enough offensively and defensively to where 10 wins is definitely possible.
Emery Hunt, CBS Sports HQ, and Football Game Plan explaining how he still got the Browns as a 10-win team despite the Myles Garrett trade. It's interesting. I don't have them as a 10-win team. I do think it's possible, though. And I think too many people, and this is nationally as well, the second that Myles Garrett got traded, they just put the Browns in the hopper with teams tanking for 2026. If you had a bad start to the season, I can see a spot where they go, all right, we're not trying to win anymore. Even then, given who Todd Monken is, I can't see that happening. Like, I think you will lose earnestly if you get in that position until about December.
Yeah, I agree with that. I don't think Todd's got it in him to just kind of wave the white flag and call that a day. Now, again, roster construction can be one thing, and you can kind of tilt the game into whatever way you want to tilt it, but yeah, no, Monken doesn't have that in him. I firmly do believe that. And he shouldn't, by the way. The amount of people that say Monken's just a one-and-done head coach, like, Monken should not have that mentality of, I'll just go ahead and win 3-4 games, whatever that ends up being.
It's just weird. I continue to look at this roster and say, this doesn't look like a 4-win roster to me.
Yeah. No, I see what you're saying.
I agree with Andrew Berry's assessment that just because you're young doesn't mean you have to be bad. I think depth matters a lot. I do think there's like and they never cleared this bar last year until late in the season. And as much as people want to talk about the statistical side of it, Shedeur did clear this level in certain games. There's a certain level you need to get to from the quarterback perspective, that if you don't clear that consistently, you don't have a chance to win more than 4 or 5 games. I would be surprised if they can't clear that bar, at least early, consistently enough, given the strength of schedule, given that, again, it's year 2 of Shedeur and not, and even if Deshaun wins the job.
Oh, even if with Shedeur, even the idea that he gets a chance to understand that he's going to be starting.
Yeah, and also,
he was 4th in the depth chart last year.
Also,
he didn't think he was going to play.
You have a different level of depth and talent offensively that you just didn't last year. So, it's not a flawless roster. That's not what I'm trying to say. I think if you put a really good quarter, like a Jared Goff, I'd probably still say you're a 10 or 11 win team. Like, I wouldn't go overboard with it. But it's just, I've seen 4 and 5 win teams pretty consistently in my life, and this just doesn't. A lot of them. Yeah, this just doesn't scream like one of those to me. I don't know it's more than a 7 or 8 win team, but I think that's really kind of the meat of where I expect them to be.
It screams very average to me.
Yeah.
That's not bad. That's not 4 or 5 wins.
After 3 years of rebuilding, that means you're.
That's like
that means you're a quarterback away.
Like when I see the offensive line, I think to myself, across the board, that looks like a very average offensive line. When I see the wide receivers, there's a lot of good that could happen with Concepcion. You guys know I love Denzel Boston. I love Fannin. There's a lot to love, but it screams very, from the worst group in the NFL, it screams very average, and that's a major step forward. Quinshon. I like Quinshon. Quinshon screams like he's going to be maybe, 15th, 16th, somewhere in there as far as running backs are concerned. A lot of it screams average offensively to me, and it's an uptick from where you were last year. There's no doubt about it. So what is average in the NFL? 8 and 9?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, you're knocking on the doorstep of that. That's not necessarily the worst thing in the world.
216-474-0092. We just had Emery Hunt of Football Game Plan on. He says the Browns are still a 10-win team. after the Myles Garrett trade. We got to visit our old buddy Dick in Dayton. Dick, welcome to the show.
Dick.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Doing well. How about you doing?
Oh, I'm just sitting here and been watching this show on. I play music. One of my friends that do a little tribute, and I came from a family up north in Wellington that played. My cousin, and I like what you said about the Cavaliers. Mm-hmm. I think Mitchell. I like Mitchell, but do you guys possibly think LeBron James will come back?
I think there's a chance of it, JP.
Yeah.
I'm not saying definitively yes at this point. I would lean more towards the idea that he doesn't, but I haven't closed the book yet.
No, it'd be good. I think for the Browns, I want Saunders to start.
Now, you had it right the first time.
Yeah. I can't think
of like when you think KFC, like the Colonel. That's how you gotta say it. Colonel, and you should order Sanders.
Dick, I want to get to the bottom of this, by the way. I heard you, and this is we don't take offense to this. Just want to be clear. I heard you on another station when I was off last week calling in, and I know almost with certainty that you were on hold here as well because I asked somebody about it. Do you got a 2-phone situation working right now so you can make sure you got a line in the sand to get in on a station in Cleveland at any point?
Well, I tell you what, my friends got me on my birthday in April. I have a cell phone, and then my other friends that take me places, they gave me a landline. Yeah, I know, and the other day I kept talking and kept calling, and I kept thinking, is somebody mad at me? They're not getting to me. I guess with all this stuff going on.
Oh, not on this show, buddy.
No, there was a lot going on that day.
Thank you for confirming my suspicions, Dick, and we appreciate you. You have a good day, Dick, okay?
Okay. I got some cards I'm going to send.
All right.
Looking forward to them.
All right. Dick and Dayton there.
So how does that work, though? Hold on, I needed a follow-up.
Oh, I just assumed
but
he's double fisting the phones.
That was a strong assumption by you.
Yeah.
Because I didn't think he was double fisting the phones. I thought he was.
How else would he do it?
That's why sometimes.
Does he have somebody else helping him with a 2-phone situation?
I mean, I'm always very impressed when he has, you go to him and he's immediately there. Now, knowing that he's got 2 phones, there's no way he's holding 2 phones up to his ears, though. That's insane.
So every once in a while, you'll notice.
There's a lot that's crazy, but that seems especially crazy.
When Dick sits on hold for a very long time, after a while, you'll see him drop off, and 5 minutes later, he calls back. Now, I think when we see him drop off and call back, we should assume that 5 minutes was spent at another station in town.
Yeah. Also, though, so he's listening to both shows at the same time and actually taking in the info. He had commentary on our Deshaun Watson stuff or on our Donovan Mitchell stuff.
You know what that's called?
That's called not wasting any time. That's
called having that dog in you.
That's called really wanting
Dick's got that dog in him.
He's taking
because he knows how to handle 2 phones at once.
You guys think speeding up podcasts is the life hack? Listening to 2 radio stations at once, that's the real life hack.
While on the phone with both of them? Come on. I have ADHD, and that sounds impossible to me.
What does his Nielsen rating survey even look like?
It's just everybody gets a 1.
Nielsen is just they read him letter back wait, how does this work?
They actually
you listened to 37 hours of radio in one day. How did this work?
The 2-fister. That's what it's called. 216-474-0092. How optimistic are you about the Cleveland Browns? And if this truly is the Browns' plan for 2027, their plans might already be ruined. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Take. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right around 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Matt Corrali.
This is Browns head coach Todd Monken, and you're listening to the number one sports station in Cleveland, 92.3 The Fan.
It's the 6 o'clock hour.
Someone step on a duck.
On Afternoon Drive.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan, on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
1 hour to go. Nick and JP with you in case you missed it, coming up in about 40 minutes' time. We're just talking about this off the air because Mac was talking about screening a movie before it came out with a friend of his, or of ours, that's a movie critic. I had a great 4-year run in Charlotte with my buddy Dimitri, who works in sports talk and also worked as a movie critic, where he would just, call me up like a week out and be like, do you want to go see this movie that everybody wants to go see? And do you want to see it 4 weeks before anybody has seen it?
Yeah.
And the answer was almost always yes. And I haven't thought about that time forever, but then you get to walk around for 4 weeks and you kind of just get to be like, well, I've seen it. And I can't tell you anything about it, but I can tell you I have feelings about it that you'll hear in 4 weeks' time. There's a superiority at that.
Sure. I feel like there's so many things that everyone watches that it's like I couldn't even have that if I wanted to. I'm trying to think what would come out that would make somebody feel that way. Obviously, there are things like a new Star Wars movie or something like that, but those are so few and far between for people. I'm trying to think, even like in our own conversations, like we all like such different genres, and there's so much content within all of these genres that I feel like that idea that we all exclusively are like, I want to see this movie, it just doesn't exist as much anymore.
I think what's interesting about it is that I was more adventurous when me and him would go because, one, I wasn't paying for it, and two,
that'll help.
The only thing I just don't really have interest in modern horror. Like I don't either. Everything's so high concept, and everything is just so. It's geared up to such a degree that at some point it becomes cartoonish to me.
Sure.
But beyond that, like there would be movies that I would go to with him that if Vanessa was like, do you want to pay to go see this? I would never go see because I was like, no, I'm not going to waste my one theater going experience with my family on a movie that I'm not certain that I'm interested in. And so, in a way, you could say I was better at dating Dimitri than I was at dating my own wife.
At least more flexible, I guess, right?
She'd be like, wait, you saw that movie with him? I was like, babe, it was free. We're just friends.
It didn't mean anything.
Yeah, we're friends with movie benefits. I don't know why you're
mad. Did you share popcorn together? You know we did, but I didn't mean it.
Well, no, because that was the thing. You couldn't get the tub deals that you can get. So, like, you know how, like, if you get big tub with all the butter and everything, you get free refills if you buy the big one.
Sure.
You didn't do that at movie screenings. So it was just, you buy one bucket, that's enough. And I'd be
I don't know.
well,
I've not been in the movie theater in a very, very long time. I'm going this summer, though. This is it. I'm going. Yes, now I'm going.
What
you want to
for?
know the big movie that I'm going for? I'm breaking this for a big movie coming out this summer. You guys
What's
ready
this?
for this one? You guys ready?
No.
Mac knows what it is.
I do?
Toy Story 5.
Is that for
my
your kids?
kid. Yeah,
Okay.
for my kid. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, that's what's going to have me back into the movie theater experience. I have not been. I legitimately don't think I've been to the movie theaters in maybe 10 years.
Now, have you kept up with the other Toy Stories?
Oh, we watched
Or do
them
you
all a
have a
million
gap?
times. No, we watched them all a million times.
Oh, that makes sense.
I have opinions on all of them. That's how much like straight up. I'm like number 3 takes like 75 watches, and then it becomes your favorite.
My favorite thing
That's where I'm
about
at.
Toy Story
I'm
is
going to
that,
Moana one later this summer too.
is that after Toy Story 4, everyone's like, they can't do another one. It's just, and now people are like outraged. They're like, you ended on a perfect note. And it's like, yes, I too am shocked that a big corporation decided they wanted more of
Decided
that
to
money.
keep this thing going?
They had made previously, especially in 2026, where it's just like, where's the easy cash? Let's take it.
Well, because they know, and it's the incredible thing about Disney and all these companies is that if for some reason every kid just all of a sudden they still get hooked on them. My kid shouldn't like Toy Story. Why does my kid like Toy Story?
All right, so yes,
she loves them.
Yes, but the weird
Loves
thing
them.
is there are movies.
They have this forever.
There are movies that in real time you think
My kid likes Mickey Mouse.
This is never going to go away, and then they do. Like Brave was one of these ones. Oh my gosh, there was another one. Coco. Coco was a phenomenon for 6 weeks when my kids were a certain age.
I like Coco.
And I like it too, but like in terms of like the staying power, That is not a movie that they've
why,
attempted to turn into another franchise.
That's why that's why kids movies are so genius, though, is because the ones that do stay, they'll stay. It's got like 80 years worth of staying power.
Looking at you, Minions. Yep, looking at you.
There's so many of them. Again, my kid likes Mickey Mouse and Minnie Mouse. Why does my kid like Mickey and Minnie Mouse? They've been around forever.
That's because they got.
But even Toy Story, it's like
got that Disney drug in them.
We watched all of them, and
gotta
now
look for that fix.
Now with Toy Story 5, it's going to be me who grew up with Toy Story, and then her who obviously is like so into it. It's like the greatest thing in the world to her.
You got any of that Mickey Mouse? Ha 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 ha. No, none of it. Got to do the voice. It's not the same.
Oh yeah, no, what's your Mickey Mouse voice?
Oh, it's just this. Ha 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 ha.
Nice Will Pelagic you got going on there.
Yeah, I did that once on air, and he thought I was making fun of him. I was like, it's clearly a Mickey Mouse.
Oh, no, that's what you told. Come on now.
It actually is.
Come on now.
It actually is.
That is so.
Just happens to double as a Will Pelagic.
And it sounds exactly like him, and he knows it. I can't imagine why somebody would think you were, making fun of them while doing that voice.
I'm
that just
such
so
a
happens
serious
to sound
person.
A lot like Mickey Mouse. I can't imagine.
I'm not a ball buster in any way.
Can't imagine how he ended up getting there. Didn't Russell Brand call him Mickey Mouse or something at one point?
He did. Yeah.
Like legitimately, Russell Brand on his podcast played the clip of our buddy Will doing a soccer highlight and was like, this Mickey Mouse voice, what the hell is going on?
When Russell Brand, a known knob, does it, Will Pelagic likes it. Nick Wilson, no nice guy, all of a sudden it's a real problem.
Yeah, that's a good point.
That also sounds like a car trying to roll over. A turnover, rather. They don't roll over. They're not dogs. All right. So this
do the trick where you roll over.
Well, buy a Jeep.
Yeah.
That being said, Steve Sarkisian was on with Up and Adams today, and they got into a conversation about Arch Manning that I think Browns fans might find interesting.
We haven't had the discussion. I will tell you, I would not be surprised. I think Arch really loves college football. I really do. I think he loves the University of Texas. He does pretty good through NIL. He's got some pretty good endorsements going right now, which is a credit to him and obviously the lineage of the last name and the brand of the University of Texas, all those things coming together. But again, on the same token, I won't be surprised if he declares and decides to go to the draft.
All right. I don't believe Steve Sarkisian. And I know why he's doing this. He's doing this that in case Arch stinks this year or is the same version of football player was this last year, that he can come back another year, because it's not like you're going to turn down the level of play you got from Arch this last year. You're basically doing it to protect the player in case the player decides, hey, I'm not ready for the NFL, or I might never be ready for the NFL, and I'm going to get a little bit more of that NIL before I retire.
I don't think it's crazy. It's not what I would bet on him doing, but I don't think it's crazy, mainly because we know what the Manning family is. And the Manning family, not only do they love to dictate where they go, so if they're not happy who the number one overall team is, it's definitely in play. But also the idea that they've spoke repeatedly about the value it is in getting the reps and making sure that you get all 4 years, and how you can't, like once you go to the NFL, there's no turning back. And so I think it's a unique spot, but he's rich enough. He's made enough, not only in NIL, he comes from a rich enough family, but he's made enough in NIL. He's one of the few people I feel like could actually afford to just ride out the college thing until he's 100% ready.
I think the difference is, though, he's now getting on the other side of it, where you can be too young and it can hurt you. I mean, too inexperienced and it can hurt you with the NFL evaluators. You can also, age-wise, get to a point where you're too old, where all of a sudden as a 23 or 24-year-old prospect, that starts to hurt you as well.
Well, it did, for instance, like Tyler Shuck, but like there's a curve there and there's a timing there, right? Shuck was 26 years old, and that's why it hurt him, because it's like he looked every bit the part of everyone that was a top 10 pick or would have been a top 10 pick. He was just 26, so you couldn't project him out to be anything more than what he already blossomed into.
I think the only way Arch Manning goes back for fifth year at Texas is if he fails this year on the field. And that is if he looks a lot closer to the guy he was the first 8 games of last year and not the guy he was at the end of the regular season.
I just think Sark can't speak with 100% confidence on this because of what the Mannings and the Manning family has already said publicly about it. They might just be full of it, but they've already spoken pretty emphatically about it.
Yeah, I think they might be a little full of it to this extent, to this season and what comes after. And I also think there are a fair amount of people who think that the Browns have designed the 2026 season for the sole and exclusive reasoning of getting Arch Manning to Cleveland in 2027. And I just think this is an interesting wrinkle. Whether it's them trying to avoid Arch going to Cleveland, which again, I think the Browns, if all the scuttlebutt is true, I think the Browns have spent time trying to convince the Mannings that this is the right spot for Arch in the future so they can try and force his way to Cleveland. I think if you're that pot committed to Arch, you're already doing those with all your various connections to Tennessee, to Peyton Manning, to Arch Sr., and all that. I just think it'd be really wild if this bridge to Arch Manning turned to a bridge to nowhere because, again, you were pot committed to one guy, and then that guy turned out to be a bit of a bust in 2026.
So hopefully, though, the idea is that this quarterback class is so good with so many different people that even if Arch decides to stay another year, you're not just going to end up busted emptied. You know, like you'll be fine. You'll be all right. You're going to be in a spot where, all right, so sorry, we have to settle for Dante Moore. Like that's not a bad consolation prize. If the whole setup ends with one of the better quarterbacks classes that we've seen, and you get the best guy out of that in, I don't know, the recent 3-4 years, that's not bad.
I just think it's interesting of Arch Manning is one of the guys people are banking on. If we're already starting to think about his eligibility for 2027, I'm sure there will always be a quarterback or two quarterbacks worthy of being taken that early. The whole selling point of 2027 in that quarterback class is that there should be 5 or 6 guys.
Right.
And that's where you can, if there's similar grades on QB1 and QB5 and you have the 5th pick, that's where maybe you can draw up an Eli Manning for Phillip Rivers kind of scenario.
Oh, yeah. No, we could find a disaster spot where if you have the 5th overall pick and then all of a sudden there's not enough quarterbacks and that's how it ends up being. I just think right now you got to play the odds. And this could all change, obviously. We watched it change last year. Last year, everyone thought there'd be all sorts of quarterbacks, and then we watched the quarterback draft happen and it just not be the case. So I don't know. It's going to be really tough, but I don't think Sark is full of it 100%. And I think your first initial read on it was accurate. There is a world that exists out there where Arch Manning doesn't live up to being Arch Manning. And maybe they find out maybe he wasn't going to be the number 1 overall pick, but maybe they find out he's a late first-round pick or like the 3rd out of this class, and they decide that he needs another year.
My word of warning with Arch is I really have learned my lesson from Trevor Lawrence previously. There have been other guys, even Andrew Luck to some degree. I know Andrew had some success in the NFL. The generational tag was there. Once these guys get a branding on them, right? Once these guys get a brand like, hey, this guy is a can't-miss prospect, or this guy, people decide he's QB1 in a draft, and that's it. There's a lot of evaluation that then falls short because consensus is kind of taken over. And again, I'll point to Trevor Lawrence more than anyone. And that is a draft, by the way, which still has not aged well, considering all the other quarterbacks in it. I'm going to be terrified of the Arch Manning sweepstakes in about 6 months' time. Because I don't know people can differentiate between the Manning hype, the Arch Manning hype, and just the overall he was on Texas hype that I think is going to happen if somebody labels him QB1.
Sometimes, though, it ends up like Caleb Williams, where even Caleb was anointed everything, and then even his last year didn't look particularly good, struggled, but look at what Caleb Williams has turned into.
This is where I have to go to the Cleveland route and being like, which sometimes am I going to bank on here? Sometimes the QB1 anointed in preseason becomes Trevor Lawrence, and other times they become Caleb Williams. I'm gonna assume it's the bad sometimes.
Is that right?
When it comes to the Browns.
Well, that might be your Trevor Lawrence discussion in a nutshell. Even though he just did have a season where he won 13 games, the spot and where you go matters a lot in this equation.
Steve Sarkisian says he wouldn't be surprised if Arch Manning sticks in school after 2026. Are you buying it? That and anything is on the table for the Cavs and Donovan Mitchell, allegedly in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. If you look at online reviews for most
good day.
I'm going to have a good day.
I choose joy no matter what comes my way.
I bring joy wherever I go.
Quality gummy vitamins from Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
The best Guardians coverage is right here on Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
In case you missed it, coming up in about 20 minutes, things Europeans love. To lead off, in case you missed, not to lead off, that'll be my contribution to In Case You Missed It, but we're just talking about the Arch Manning thing. Obviously, today we got into the Donovan Mitchell stuff, which is, and I want to play the Fedor sound in a minute, but CBS Sports ranking ranking Donovan Mitchell as the fourth best trade option this summer in the NBA, calling it a basically sign an extension or trade him kind of off-season. Now, in it, Sam Quinn, the NBA writer, does say, they'll probably just end up signing him. I'm just wondering, like, what are the scenarios? Like, what has to happen now in, like, let's say a month from now for Donovan to go from he's ours, we're going to build around him, to, hey, all of a sudden, you know what, maybe we can get value for Donovan before it's too late.
I mean, I don't think anything that we watch the Knicks do discourage the Cavs. That's kind of the scary part I have in all of this, is that I left the NBA Finals thinking there's levels to this. They obviously have to get to the certain level, but also they need to make changes. They need to make pretty drastic changes, all things considered. I don't think the Cavs front office looked at it that way.
Yeah, well, by the way, I think it might have emboldened him more to not do anything.
That's what I just said. Yeah, like that.
Well, I meant like not even trade, not even like the little trades for like another wing or something like that.
No, I think if anything, they watched the Knicks and how this went down, and they thought, oh, so the under 6'2" guard storyline can't be used against us because Brunson just had that, and lack of defense within our within our point guard and then our big man, that can't be a thing. Like all these other little things, they just. I don't think they left discouraged.
I wish
they did get left discouraged.
I think there are two things that I think could maybe change the way the Cavs think. One, if Donovan says, I'm going to wait till next offseason when I can have more money, maybe put that trade request in there, all that kind of stuff. Mm-hmm. And they get the sense that I got, which is it's like, I don't know. It's entirely about that. Maybe Donovan's more in wait-and-see mode than he gives credit for.
But they're incredibly trusting of Donovan in this.
Which can change. Like, if they don't trust...
That's the part of it where I like myself, though I seem gullible in saying it, I like the idea that I'm at least not ignoring what you're saying. I'm acknowledging the idea that you can't trust any of these players. They turn on a dime. They love you 1 second, and then all of a sudden, if they think you're not going to be good for them, they hate you. They turn on you.
But I think the second thing is, does somebody offer you something in the same way that Andrew Berry claims, and he's lying, so far as I can tell, that they had no indication of trading Miles, but when the Rams started poking around again after the contract adjustment, that once Jared Verse became a part of these deals, it became a real thing. I imagine that there's a scenario from a team. And I think it's probably more picks now players now with some picks. But and I was thinking about this.
Yeah.
If New Orleans wanted to pair Donovan with Zion Williamson, because Joe Dumars does not think like the rest of the NBA, and he offered you Trey Murphy, Jeremiah Fears, in one other player, like an Ives Missy or somebody like that, and a couple picks. Well, all of a sudden, your roster construction is different. Jeremiah Fears is your long-term point guard, and Trey Murphy is the thing that you've been missing this whole time. I don't know that's enough to get him to do it, by the way. But that is an incredible price for a 30-year-old combo guard that's undersized. I imagine there is a trade out there that would make them go, I think we'll take this instead of giving Donovan $70 million a year.
I mean, I'm glad you brought a trade to the table because I can't think of one off the top of my head that suggests that the Cavs would do this for Donovan. The idea they'd have to have something back that's even close to a player like Donovan in return. And again, I know we can do the 25 cents on the dollar, but you give me 4 quarters and all of a sudden I got that dollar. I don't think the Cavs are interested in that. Like, one thing they love about Donovan is that he is a top 10 player in the NBA, even if he's way closer to 10 than he is number 5, let's say. And those, you just don't have options at those. You just don't get those.
But that's why I think the first thing has to happen. They have to get a sense that Donovan is not 2 feet in the way he says he is. And then I think, but again, then somebody's got to call and give almost a Godfather offer. But outside of that, I can't really see, and maybe the third option is a super team, rare as they are, starts to showcase itself somewhere, and somebody gets the right player that Donovan wants to play with, and then Donovan says, on second thoughts, I'd really like to go there with that guy.
Yeah.
But those are to me, those are extreme scenarios.
And that also feels way more like 2017 than what currently is going on in the NBA,
Yeah.
And so it's tough. I think the Cavs are in a really hard spot. But what's weird about it is the Cavs, I don't feel like they're not giving us the impression that they think they're in a hard spot. They didn't watch this postseason having the same takeaways that I had when it came to Donovan Mitchell. And so I don't know what they do. I don't know what they do. It's so hard to get a fringe top 10 player in the NBA, and they know that. And so they just throw as much money as they can at it. And that's how this works.
Now, here was Chris Fedor on with the Midday Boys and Dan and Daryl at about, I can't remember the damn time. I don't know why I'm going to quote it to you exactly. Noon. I knew it was noon. I was always going to say it was noon. I was testing you. You've passed. Talking about Donovan signing an extension here in Cleveland.
He can make more next off season. He can make more in terms of years. He can make more in terms of overall salary, and he can also get some perks attached to his contract, including a no-trade clause. So there are benefits to Donovan not signing an extension with the Cavs this offseason. And I'm not going to put words in his mouth. He's a very savvy person. He understands how to handle these things in the media, and when these questions continued to come, he continued to answer them the same kind of way. But I'm reading that as Donovan is preparing this fan base for him not signing this contract extension, because I think he understands the benefits of waiting. And I think he's laying the groundwork to bypass this contract extension from the Cavs and try and cash in next offseason. But I don't think that means that he doesn't believe in this group.
So here's where I'm torn at, because I understand why Donovan, business-wise, would want to stick through everything that Fedor said.
Mm-hmm.
I also think that Donovan could use that as an excuse and stick in wait-and-see mode. And the reason why I think it's pertinent to the Cavs this offseason is he's not LeBron, who LeBron was when he had LeBron here. He's not Jason Tatum now. He's not like whoever you. He's not Victor Wembanyama. He's not a guy that is, I think, a champion. Just adding this player in and of themselves makes you a championship team. And those are guys that I think you have to be very honest about every second they're on your roster, because they're incredibly valuable to you until they're not. And my concern is if you got through this next year and it's another second round or bust, right? Or you go back to the Eastern Conference Finals and get swept again, and then Donovan has changed his mind, I think his value will have changed from 30 to 31 from where he is right now, 20 or 29 going into 30.
Well, I mean, even his value just changed in the past month.
Yeah.
And not for the better. So, part of the reason why we're talking about if you could even come up with a trade that would end up in a spot where the Cavs are better off, and why it's impossible is because his value has changed so much in the past month or so. Too many people have that realization that I have and that you have now about what Donovan is. I shouldn't say now. You've had this one for a while. I'm the newcomer to the party.
And here's the thing. If I'm the Cavs, and you're right on this, and I need to lead with that. You're right that the Cavs continue to look at Donovan as the fatted calf, right? The golden goose, like he can do no wrong. He's the solution. He's at no part of the problem. If I was the Cavs, I would look at this and say, Donovan, you've made $188 million in your career. You've got another $200 million to go at the very least. If you sign a 4-year extension after this, maybe you do the Jalen Brunson here. I try and sell him on, hey, if you take 50 instead of 70, or if you take less than what this will give us more freedom. to go ahead and get the pieces you need to win a championship. And here's the thing. I think Donovan says the right things about this. I don't think Donovan's ever taking a pay cut in order to help build a championship. And I think that might be at the heart of some of what the problems are with the Cavs.
Well, I mean, so few people in the history of sports do that anyway. Tom Brady did, Brunson did, but like the numbers are so few and far between.
LeBron did early.
Yeah, and then LeBron spent the last 15 years saying, I'm never doing that again. Right, LeBron did it early to then go ahead and be the focal point in the face of, I don't take less money for a reason. There's a reason why he's so apprehensive to even attempt to take anything short of a mid-level exception for this upcoming year, is because he spent the last 10 to 15 years being, I'm not going to do that because I realized I screwed over every superstar in the process. LeBron's lesson in that is why people don't do that now. And LeBron talking about that for as many years since is why it shifted so much, because LeBron felt this big obligation. He took less money, and then all of a sudden, the expectation, because he did it, was that everybody would do it, and he's worked to reverse course that for so many years.
And I think Jalen Brunson is the guy that proves to you that all options should be on the table. Like, if you're Donovan Mitchell, I really do think the financial part of this, and it's not...
I just think Brunson's unique. I just think he's very different. There's a lot about Brunson in general that is different. Him trying to basically emulate Derek Jeter and Tom Brady and be their careers.
Well, but that's an NBA champion. And that's maybe the point I would make from the Cavaliers.
But here's the difference. He was also, and he's spoken on this in the last 24 hours, how comfortable he was if he never won a title, still thinking that was the right move for himself to do. I just think he's unique. To ask Donovan to do that is one thing. To think Donovan will, I think, is another.
Well, again, I think Donovan does a great job at saying the right things. Oh, I want to win. I want to do all this stuff. This is a way to show it. It doesn't mean he has to, and you're right to say that, but I think, like, all right, hey, man, $20 million less a year for the next, which still leaves him at like $50 million a year for the next 4 years. That's a really nice wing.
I know, but there's enough people that turn around and be like, wait, OG Anunoby makes more money than me? What's going on here?
Well, but again, like I think that's kind of a litmus test truly of Donovan's leadership. And I don't want to call him a bad leader if he doesn't do it. He's just not on a leadership level that Jalen Brunson is.
I just don't think he'll pass that test, because I think 99% of NBA players won't pass that test. I think what's made Brunson unique, there's like 75 things that makes him unique and different to a lot of these other NBA players that has showcased itself. But it's fascinating that this can be a conversation again now, because it's the same thing that then LeBron spent so long trying to fight against once he opened those can of worms. And so other players start to think that's what they have to do?
But real quick, I think the Cavs are made up of players with that mentality. I got to get my bag, and then we'll see after that. And again, I want to make it. I don't have a problem with the players saying that. I just think, like, we keep looking like, well, what's the difference between what they do and what we do? It's all about guys who say they want to win versus guys who do anything they can to win. And I think when I continue to come back to the Cavs' problem is there's a chemistry thing here. Do I think the Cavs can be a better regular season team next year as constructed because James Harden will be on with the team for the full season? You'll have the full off season. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think maybe you can win. You can be closer to a 60-win team again next year. Do I think that the end result is going to be that much different? No, because you have a wonkily built roster on the court, meaning how the pieces fit together. And then I don't think you have the guys that I think you have guys that say they want to win. But then when you go to demonstrate the things that I need to win, I don't think you have those guys. And when I say that, I'm talking about the guys that matter. It's James, it's Donovan, it's Evan, it's Jared. It's not, well, Max Strus. I think I know that guy wants to win. I think I know Dennis Schroeder is legally insane in all 50 American states and in Germany, and you got to be really insane to be insane in Germany today. But no, I don't want to make it sound like I'm attacking Donovan, but I just think that's like you need something uncommon to happen for this thing to shift, and you need people to start. There needs to be a level of buy-in that just doesn't feel like it is there from the core.
There's a lot that's uncommon about this Knicks team in general anyway that I don't think it can be replicated to begin with. The amount of Villanova players on this team, the amount of years that they've all spent playing together isn't replicated. The amount of 27 to 30-year-olds on this roster, young guys aren't on the Knicks roster. Everyone's 27 to 30. Everyone's in their NBA peak right now. Like, the timing of this was all set up in a way that the Cavs roster is just not the same.
Is anything on the table for Donovan this summer? I'll say this. I think everything's on the table. Most are unlikely. In case you missed it, in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Dial 877-WEBNOW1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Talk sports deep into the Cleveland night. Overtime with Jake Volnick. Weeknights at 7. Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Final segment of look at me. I'm getting so choked up by it being the last segment of the show. If we could only host another 5 hours.
Yeah. Signed up for that one?
Not a chance in hell.
As I always say, June 15th is when I want to do more.
Yes. Yeah. You know what it is? I just love reacting to the Knicks championship so much.
Is that right? It is Knicks Day today.
That is true.
What's everyone going to do tomorrow? I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
A lot of soccer, but not on this show. Not in my country.
Yeah. Did we kill ourselves of 15 minutes of content, or did we help ourselves by just avoiding it at all costs?
I think we should do with that canned spot that has been running. So they haven't. The network has not updated the spot that plays about the Stanley Cup Finals.
Okay.
And the odds and where we are. We should just do that. We should just talk like we're still in the Eastern Conference Finals. And just again, like nobody is paying attention to that spot being out of date. So why shouldn't we just do the same thing of like, hey, Cavs are down 2-0, but they're heading home. Who's ready for some home cooking?
Yeah, we don't raise our standards. We lower ours to other people's.
Analytics says it's 1-1.
Drive Time Radio
I was
on the Fan.
I was at a birthday party yesterday, and somebody, in all seriousness, tried to make the Atkinson analytics joke to this other guy. And I overheard it, is all it was. And the other guy had no idea what he was referencing. And it was just a painful moment for everyone involved.
You mentioned something about how everybody tends to watch different things now. And there's not that concentric circle that was maybe as strong as it was like 20 years ago when it was like most of us had cable, but it was like The Sopranos and then network shows. I realized this weekend that everybody has such different, everyone at this family cookout we were having, everybody has different reference points. Mm-hmm. So they're making different lines, and I understood all of them. But I realized that at any given point, you can make any given line, and like 30% of the crowd would get it.
It's just not everyone's watching everything at all. Like we all mock like what it used to be with, everyone has Seinfeld references. Well, at least we all got them. You know, at least we all understood what was happening.
Anyway, the Cavs are down 2-0 in the NBA Eastern Conference Finals.
Why are you pissed by that?
I think no. I'm just gonna.
Why?
No.
That's just an observation. Don't get mad at me for the observation.
You made me mad. No, you didn't make me mad. Joe DeLeon, A to Z Sports and Ruffino and Joe show at 3:20 today. Big thanks as well.
The guy had a Trust the Process T-shirt on.
To Emery Hunt, CBS Sports HQ.
Process, he wore a Trust the Process T-shirt.
Also, that's another thing. When you make a sports reference and a not sport, it's just not great.
I overheard a whole Deshaun Watson convo he was having, and this other guy wanted nothing to do with this convo. He wanted nothing to do with it, but he had nowhere else to go, this other guy, because he didn't know many people at the party.
Was the conversation, I wasn't there, so I don't know what happened?
It was a lot.
Because anytime somebody quotes that when it comes to SA, I go to myself, I feel like you're only using this because it's a sports player on your favorite team.
It's just not a setting for a 2-year-old's birthday party is all I'm saying.
Disagree. That's where you really get into the nitty-gritty.
Is that right?
That's great argument.
That's where you really find out what you're about.
That's where I sharpen my debate skills. Let's get to in case you missed it.
Everything's just in a swing of the batting cage. You know what I mean? We're just getting reps out here. All right, let's start with, Dylan Gabriel, your favorite. So over the weekend, he put on Instagram a photo of Baker Mayfield on his Instagram, okay? And obviously Baker's wearing the 6, the same uniform that Dylan Gabriel's wearing.
Yeah.
But people wanted to read more into this. People wanted to read into the idea that he's actually signaling that he's going to end up like Baker Mayfield, traded and gone from the Browns, and that's how this number 6 is going to go.
The internet really jumps the shark real quick.
Well, they go quickly. They do go quickly. Multiple think pieces about this, multiple articles. You can find it. Is there any read? Why would Dylan Gabriel put Baker Mayfield's photo on his Instagram?
We've all heard his press conferences. The man is a little simplistic in some of the things that he says. I'm not going to go full Pat Murphy on Jacob Mizrowski by calling him a real-life Forrest Gump.
Yeah.
But Dylan Gabriel is not what I would consider to be a philosophical thinker.
You think he's a couple of fries short of a Happy Meal? Is that the idea?
I don't think he's sitting. You know what? Baker wore 6. I wear 6.
All right,
he got traded. I'm going to get traded.
On that note, here's my little theory on this, okay? And it kind of mirrors yours. I think he looked at Google Images, and I don't think he realized that was a photo of Baker Mayfield. Because
it was him?
It's got like the helmet on, and it's like it's not a clear visor or anything like that. It looks like it's like, oh, who is that necessarily? And you see his Instagram stories. He always posts like 75 things on his stories. He's one of those people. I think either him or someone with his team just thought it was number 6 in the Browns and thought it was him, put it up there, and it was what it was.
No, he would have
I don't think
seen.
he's thinking that deep into this, guys.
Baker's like 4 inches taller than him.
Yeah. But it's a photo. You can't.
Look how tall I look at this photo. This is so good.
It's a photo.
He's a tiny little guy. All right, the Morning Boys discussed this clip this morning about a European traveler experiencing Costco for the first time.
So I've been to Walmart already, and it's huge. But what is this? Costco. This is even bigger than Walmart. I'm way too European for this. I'm not able to understand. That's huge. Why is it so big?
So I thought it was funny because Lima's take was he couldn't believe that somebody would travel across the ocean, travel on like a 12-hour flight, and then want to go to Walmart and Costco. We had the summer that I was back, that I moved back and took this job.
Yeah.
So 2022, our relatives from Hungary came over. Now, granted, Northeast Ohio, and specifically where my family lives in like Chatham, and where we live in Hungary are like the same place. It's a very simple area is what I'm saying, okay? All they wanted to do was hit up KFC, Taco Bell, Walmart. All they wanted to do was experience these gigantic American institutions that, they're like, hey, you want to go to the Cedar Point? They're like, we've never heard of that. They were like, any of the things that we think are cool. You want to go to the Rock Hall? What is that? Like, they had none of those cultural touchstones. The only cultural touchstones was, hey, have you ever been to Domino's?
Yeah, I love that, though. I think that's great. I don't understand people that would look down on that.
Have you met Americans?
We
look down on pretty much
That's part of the experience. Like, you go to America, you want to see what's in America, and this is what's in America. We have a lot of Walmarts, guys. We have a lot of Domino's.
I'm going to protect the name of the person involved in case them or their spouse are listening.
Yeah.
I had a relative who went over to Hungary as a teenager, and apparently if you were just an American at that time, you did very well for yourself. And he told me this after he got back. I was old enough to go. I was in a point in my life where there was not a lot happening. Could have used a lot happening.
Yeah.
And my whole time I've thought, man, they're just eager to be with Americans. And then they came over, and all they want to do is go to Walmart. Think about it. A pickup line.
They have that at home.
A pickup line when I was 16 is, I've been to Walmart. And I could have been in like Flint. Instead, it was a very lonely time.
What's funny,
a lot of self-abuse.
When I went to China, I definitely made sure I went to the McDonald's in China, in Beijing. Yeah. And then my little nephew is in France right now. They took a trip to Paris.
Just
is
it a little person?
He's like 10. Yeah, he's 10.
Okay.
And so I asked him, I said, how's the trip going? You know, are you having fun? And he goes, I go, what are the highlights? He goes, McDonald's and the Mona Lisa. Same sentence. One wasn't above the other, by the way. Like, one wasn't like, he loved the McDonald's.
Yeah.
Thought it was great.
Better than American McDonald's?
Yeah, I think he said something about how they use like reusable bags or something like that, and he was very impressed. Like eco-friendly bags. He was very impressed. He said it was tasty. He said it was so tasty.
So that and the Mona Lisa are on the same level.
That's the same level. Yeah, same level. Apparently, the Peterlin family, we like going places and checking out McDonald's. How different is your McDonald's? I don't know.
That was the McDonald's in China.
Pretty decent. Didn't blow my socks off though.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, wasn't wildly impressive.
Do you remember what they called a Big Mac?
Not a Royale with cheese.
Yeah.
I don't remember what it was. I remember it was incredibly clean. And the other thing, in China, they don't have breakfast spots.
Yeah.
There's no breakfast spots. It's not a thing in China. And so
They just
McDonald's
don't do breakfast?
They don't do no one serves breakfast at any of the restaurants. You don't get breakfast. You
You're
can
not
only
gonna
get
catch me in
you get
China.
lunch, you get dinner. You can't get breakfast, right? And so I went to McDonald's because that's the only place I could actually get a breakfast.
I'm never going to China now.
Very disappointing, I know. Very disappointing.
All right, big thanks to Matt Robinson on the board. Yes. Big thanks to Jake Murren. Big thanks to Matt Corrali, baby doll. JP, good stuff.
Had fun. We'll do it tomorrow.
Be back tomorrow. We enter the wilderness of sports talk tomorrow. All off seasons are happening except the World Cup, which I totally care about. See you guys tomorrow at 2.